Martial Peak, Chapter 55-24, Really Killed. It would not have been as bad for Tao Wu if that was all. The force unleashed by Yang Kai's spear was brutal and relentless, but it was still not enough to kill him. At most, he would be heavily injured. Yet, all of a sudden, a mysterious force shrouded Tao Wu, causing over half of his strength to instantly be suppressed. He was already in agony over his soul being ripped apart, and now his divine spirit strength was nullified as well. It meant he could not withstand the menacing blow from Yang Kai's spear. A muffled sound rang out as the azure dragon spear pierced right through Tao Wu's skull, his eyes still wide with fear and disbelief. His strength diffused into the air as his blood essence spurted out, filling the void with a heavy scent of metal. The human race masters gasped in shock while the divine spirits showed a similar reaction. He really killed him. Tao Wu, a divine spirit who was as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Master, had been executed on the spot. Before this happened, both the humans and the divine spirits thought it was unlikely that Yang Kai would follow through with his threat. They assumed he simply wanted to intimidate Tao Wu, otherwise, he would not have exposed his murderous intent. Tao Wu was not weak by any means, and any sane person would have their guard up when they sensed such potent murderous intent being directed at them. Wei Junyang and the others had already prepared what they were going to say. They were going to wait until Yang Kai had finished with his threats before they came in and smoothed things over. That way, Yang Kai would have a valid reason to hold himself back and the divine spirits would not feel too offended. Everyone would still be able to work together in the future under such circumstances. It never crossed their minds that Yang Kai would kill Tao Wu just like that. However, Wei Junyang and the other humans were even more confused as to why Tao Wu seemed so weak. It was not the same when Yang Kai killed the innate territory lords. Although Yang Kai had killed those innate territory lords swiftly and decisively, one could consider it a sneak attack of sorts due to the soul-rending thorns. Firstly, Yang Kai was powerful, and he was also willing to sacrifice pieces of his soul to use the soul-rending thorns. Even an innate territory lord would be caught off guard by such an attack, and therefore, it was not surprising that Yang Kai could seize the opening to kill them off. In return, Yang Kai had to pay a heavy price. After all, they saw that Yang Kai stopped attacking any other territory lords after killing 3 of them. They knew it was not because he did not want to continue, but because he could not. If innate territory lords could be killed off that easily, then Yang Kai could have dealt with all of them by himself and the human race would not have to be in such a difficult predicament. But then, what happened to Tao Wu? Yang Kai kept his azure dragon spear pointed at Tao Wu's head for several breaths of time, but even so, Tao Wu still died after a single blow. Weren't divine spirits supposed to be as strong, if not stronger than humans in the same realm as them? Did that not apply to the divine spirits who came from the grand ancient ruins boundary? The human race masters were confused, but they were still quick to react. All of them began condensing their world force as they warily eyed the divine spirits in front of them. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were a closely knit bunch who stuck together no matter what. Now that Yang Kai killed Tao Wu, there was no way of guaranteeing that these divine spirits would not rebel. However, even after a few breaths, the divine spirits showed no signs of acting, still just stuck in their state of shock. Tao Wu's dead. Yang Kai said he would kill Tao Wu, then he did just that. In an instant, the divine spirits were filled with trepidation after witnessing Yang Kai's merciless act. The human race masters saw Yang Kai killing Tao Wu with ease and assumed that Tao Wu was too weak. They did not notice much else, but the divine spirits did. At that very moment when Tao Wu was killed, a strange force emanated from Yang Kai that suppressed all of their divine spirit bloodlines. When that happened, the divine spirits felt as if they were being crushed under the weight of an entire universe world, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What kind of power was that? Most of the divine spirits had no clue, but a few of the strongest seemed to have sensed something and stared at the back of Yang Kai's hands in shock. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious imprints that glowed momentarily, but they disappeared too quickly, so none of them got a clear look at them. Was that the source of that suppressing power? The divine spirits were shaken. If Yang Kai had the power to completely suppress their bloodlines, it was not a shock that Tao Wu died. Nevertheless, what was it that enabled him to do so? Even a master as strong as Tao Wu could not resist it. These divine spirits left the grand ancient ruins boundary not too long ago, so they had no clue that Yang Kai possessed the great sun and great moon marks. As it was, not many people knew about these two great marks, only the human race's highest authority figures did. They knew that these two great marks gave Yang Kai the ability to use purifying light. Without them, it was impossible to extract power from the yellow and blue crystals and then merge them to form purifying light. However, only one or two others knew that purifying light was not the only thing these two great marks were capable of. After all, these two marks were personally bestowed upon Yang Kai by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer and were formed from those two supreme beings' source strength. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan denied being the progenitors of the divine spirits, they were still connected to them somehow. On top of that, their bloodline surpassed those of all divine spirits, so their source auras alone were enough to suppress divine spirits by force. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's bloodline suppression. Those of the Dragon Clan with purer dragon veins had the natural ability to suppress those whose bloodline wasn't as pure. Back then, when Yang Kai headed for the no-return pass on old ancestor Xiao Zhao's orders, Ji Lao San showed up to challenge him. In just 2 strikes, Yang Kai easily managed to subdue Ji Lao San. Even when Ji Lao San assumed his dragon form, Yang Kai was able to smack him back into his human form with just a casual slap. What Yang Kai relied upon at the time was not his strength or his dragon vein, as Ji Lao San's dragon vein was not any weaker than his, but rather the great sun and great moon marks. Even Ji Lao San's Dragon Clan bloodline was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back, so how could Tao Wu fare any better? How could Tao Wu possibly survive a sudden attack in the form of a soul-rending thorn combined with the suppression from the source of the two great marks? Yang Kai withdrew his spear and turned to the other divine spirits. Earlier, when he attacked Tao Wu, a few divine spirits surged their strength, as if they wanted to help the latter, but the two great marks nullified everything, and before they could come to their senses, Tao Wu was dead. Now that Yang Kai was eyeing them coldly, the divine spirits turned pale and held their breaths in fear that Yang Kai would attack them next. Even Tao Wu had died without being able to fight back, so the rest knew they were no match for Yang Kai. Thus, a strange scene played out in front of everyone. The humans were grim and alert as they were afraid that Yang Kai's act of executing Tao Wu would lead to a frenzied response from the divine spirits. If that happened, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, and many more humans might die. If that was indeed what was to come, then the irony of the situation could not be missed. However, the divine spirits showed no signs of wanting to avenge Tao Wu, rather, they were cowering in fear and did not even dare to speak up. Why do they look so terrified? Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai exchanged nonplussed glances. Were the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary that afraid of Yang Kai? Though it was their first time interacting with these divine spirits, they heard a lot about them. These divine spirits were a lot haughtier than the ones from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. During their time in the star boundary, they stirred up quite a lot of trouble, and High Heaven Palace had to keep cleaning up the mess they left behind. Thankfully, they were not completely lawless and never did anything that led directly to the death of others, otherwise, the human race would not be cooperating with them now. In contrast to the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass, the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary only had a loose relationship with the humans. They aided the human race to secure the front lines of various battlefields, but they did not come under the human race's command structure. This was the reason why those at the Supreme Headquarters were reluctant to send out these divine spirits. There was no way of guaranteeing what they would do. The Supreme Headquarters would not have sent them over this time if it had not been because there was literally no one else they could send. However, the human race masters exhaled in relief. They were thankful that a fight did not break out and there was still the chance of peacefully resolving this situation. They now waited to see how Yang Kai wanted to settle the matter. The atmosphere was fraught with tension as the divine spirits stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. They were fearful and cautious, but they were also on guard lest Yang Kai attacked again. Zhu Jian. After a long time, Yang Kai finally spoke up again. A burly, pot-bellied man who was one of the divine spirits standing in front mustered up the courage to step forward. He cupped his fist and called out, "Sir! Tell me what all of you swore to me when we were still in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." Yang Kai stared at Zhu Jian with a neutral expression. Zhu Jian was the first divine spirit that Yang Kai subdued in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. He came along with this team of reinforcements, and even though he was now in his human form, Yang Kai recognized him right away. Zhu Jian started quaking when he heard Yang Kai's question, as he still remembered that Yang Kai had originally wanted to roast him alive before eating him. He would not still be breathing now if he had not choked down his pride and surrendered back then. He had already been fearful of Yang Kai before, and now that Tao Wu was killed so easily, he was even less inclined to behave insolently. He respectfully replied, "We swore a bloodline oath that pledged our loyalty to serve for 3,000 years. The human race masters were dumbfounded when they heard this. This was their first time hearing that such a relationship existed between Yang Kai and the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Pledging loyalty was no joking matter, especially when it involved these haughty divine spirits who were all masters in their own right. No one of such strength and pride would easily serve another, even if only temporarily. The humans were filled with curiosity as to how Yang Kai managed to make the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary submit to him, as this was not something strength alone could accomplish. "I thought you'd all forgotten," Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Jian lowered his head. "We wouldn't dare to. No one would dare to desecrate the sanctity of a bloodline oath." "Good. Now, what were my orders when I sent you all out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary?" Zhu Jian instantly replied, "To head directly to the Star Boundary, find Hua Qingxi, and obey her commands." This was the command Yang Kai had given them, so naturally, Zhu Jian still recalled it clearly. In fact, all the divine spirits present remembered these exact words. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "Did you tell her that?" "Well," Zhu Jian mumbled awkwardly. After noting Zhu Jian's hesitation, Yang Kai knew that he guessed correctly. Hua Qingxi probably had no idea that he had sent these divine spirits over to be under her command. Otherwise, why would the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary be able to act in such an unbridled manner? "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai's eyes filled with murderous intent again. Sweat flowed down Zhu Jian's forehead as he shouted. Tao Wu and the others said to Manager Hua that, "We've been sent over to help them, sir." It was true that Yang Kai had indeed sent the divine spirits over to help the humans, but the divine spirits had only relayed this information to Hua Qingxi in a vague manner. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-25, Punishment. The divine spirits did not tell Hua Qingxi that they were supposed to be under her command. By only saying they were sent to help, they were able to decide what they wished to do. Their original orders were to be under her command, which meant they had to do whatever they were told to. It was clear that these were two vastly different situations. They had clearly twisted the truth on purpose. It was probably the result of their pride. Due to this, Hua Qingxi misunderstood the situation. As the human race were now dealing with a powerful team of reinforcements who were supposedly helping the human race of their own volition, the humans would compromise and put up with a lot of things. This allowed the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to behave even more wantonly. That was why they could establish a so-called collaborative relationship with the human race's leaders, rather than one of subordinates and superiors. "You're all quite shrewd, aren't you?" Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai knew he was partly to blame for this too. He had been in a rush to take Wuquang to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so he opened a passage with the help of the old tree and sent the divine spirits to the star boundary without going along with them to ensure things went smoothly. None of this would have happened if he had just taken a moment to return to the star boundary and explain the situation to Hua Qingxi. Still, it was impossible for him to have predicted these divine spirits would act so shamelessly. "What did Manager Hua instruct you to do?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian was sweating. "Manager Hua told us to join the battlefields and work together with the human race army." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Is this how you work together with them?" The battle in Profound Nether territory rapidly intensified when the Black Ink clan snuck in a large number of territory lords, causing the human race army to fall into a critical disadvantage, but you lot purposely delayed your arrival. Profound Nether territory might have been lost to the enemy if I hadn't returned by coincidence. Now it was Wei Junyang and the others who looked ashamed. Yang Kai was right. If it had not been for his sudden appearance, they would have most likely decided to abandon Profound Nether territory and retreat in order to preserve as much manpower as possible, though the efficacy of such a strategy was questionable at best. Yang Kai's cold gaze swept across the group of divine spirits, but none of them dared to speak. Yang Kai was boiling with rage and wanted nothing more than for one of them to jump out and refute him, which would give him the chance to set another example, but none of them dared to come forward. Tao Wu said that the Supreme Headquarters had no control over your actions, but since Manager Hua told you to work together with the humans, it very much meant they have the right to command you. As your leader, Tao Wu hindered military operations and caused the human race army to suffer heavy casualties, so I executed him for his crimes. Do any of you have a problem with that? This was a redundant question, as who among them would have the gall to protest now? After hearing what Yang Kai said, not only did the divine spirits not voice any dissatisfaction, but many of them even relaxed. Although Yang Kai had not stated things clearly, his words implied that he was only going to punish their leader, Tao Wu, for this. Now that Tao Wu was dead, Yang Kai was unlikely to execute the other divine spirits. Sir has made a wise decision. Zhu Jian cupped his fist. Yang Kai slowly continued, as the leader of the Grand Ancestral Ruins boundary divine spirits, Tao Wu's death is justified. Although the rest of you do not deserve to be executed for your misdeeds, that does not mean you can be absolved of responsibility so easily either. Instantly, the divine spirits started fretting once more as they did not know what Yang Kai would do to them. Senior Wei. Yang Kai abruptly turned to Wei Junyang. We lost 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this battle, correct? Yang Kai had not known about this earlier, but he found out after overhearing the conversation between Wei Junyang and Yuzhen earlier when he was tending to his injuries. Wei Junyang's expression was grim as he nodded, indeed. The human race had lost 2 8th Order Division commanders, while the Black Ink clan lost 3 territory lords. It seemed as if they were not the ones who lost the most, but in reality, all 3 territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands. If it had not been for Yang Kai's serendipitous arrival, the Profound Nether army would have suffered a devastating defeat. Yang Kai turned back to Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits. You heard that, he snarled coldly. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died because you were late. Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits felt aggrieved, but they dared not refute him. Within 3 months, I want to see the heads of 2 territory lords. I don't care how you do it, where you do it, or when you do it. The method is up to you, but if you fail to do so, Yang Kai eyed them once more, it will be your heads that start rolling. The divine spirits paled. Don't think I'm joking about this, Yang Kai continued icily. There are a total of 49 of you, and 3 of you have reached the level of 8th Order Human Masters. It should be easy enough for you to kill 2 territory lords. Of course, feel free to try and run. If you flee, then perhaps I won't be able to find you in the vastness of the 3,000 worlds. We wouldn't dare. Zhu Jian replied bitterly. Who would dare to run when their bloodline oath was still in effect? Would it even be possible for them to run? But, to kill 2 innate territory lords. Even though the divine spirits were fairly strong, it was not easy to kill a territory lord. All the territory lords were accompanied by Black Ink clan armies which were at least 100,000 strong. If they wanted to kill a territory lord, they would first have to deal with the army under their command. Zhu Jian was livid as he thought to himself, Tao Wu didn't just smash open his own head, he dragged us down with him too. Why did he have to cause those delays anyway? He's dead now, but we're being punished in his place. However, despite grumbling on the inside, Zhu Jian knew that the divine spirits had been caged up inside the grand ancient ruins boundary the whole time, and now that they finally had a chance at freedom, none of them wanted to risk their lives in any way. They valued their lives more than anything. This was why the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were even more cowardly than the divine spirits from other places. Maybe you can surrender yourselves to the Black Ink clan and support them instead, Yang Kai suggested with a smile as he surveyed the divine spirits. Not a peep was heard from the divine spirits. After all, there was no way they were going to do that. If they chose to side with the Black Ink clan, that would mean offering themselves up to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Even though they had a lot more resistance to Black Ink strength than humans did, they wouldn't be able to withstand being corrupted forever. I'm tired. I will take my leave now, sirs. Yang Kai waved at Wei Junyang and the others before heading back to Baishi's soul clone. He kept coughing up blood as he walked, looking like he was on the verge of death, and this brought even more heartache to Su Yan and the others. He was already injured. Even though it looked as if he easily killed off Tao Wu, who knows what kind of price he had to pay to do so. Soon, Yang Kai was back inside the warship that was made out of Baishi's soul clone. He looked deathly pale as he sat down to rest while Su Yan sat behind him so that he could lean against her. The other women crowded around, expressing their concern and fussing over Yang Kai as he wheezed and gasped. Yu Rumeng on the other hand stood back and watched the scene unfold with a clear gaze, scoffing on the inside. Yang Kai managed to fool her earlier, and as a result, she had been on edge for quite some time. However, she realized that he did not seem like an injured person at all when he killed Tao Wu. No physical injuries, but an injured soul instead, was it? She knew very well that he had the soul-warming lotus. She had been too concerned earlier, and it had been around 1,000 years since they last met, so it did not occur to her then, but it did now. No matter how injured his soul is, nothing will happen because he has the soul-warming lotus to protect and heal it. He will recover sooner or later, but there he is, acting as if he's about to die. Yu Rumeng snorted when she saw the looks of concern on Su Yan and the other women's faces. Naive women, fawning all over him like that. It's really true, the longer the hair, the shorter the wits. Have you all forgotten how he abandoned us for 1,000 years? Get a move on. Do none of you have any injuries to tend to? Meanwhile, Wei Junyang ordered the human masters to disperse. They were still in a daze over the shocking turn of events, but after hearing Wei Junyang's order, they finally snapped out of it and moved away as they gleefully celebrated on the inside. They had long since heard about the abhorrent behavior of these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. The latter's delayed arrival had also led to the sacrifice of 2 of the profound Nether Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well as many lower-order soldiers, resulting in a great deal of frustration and anger. Thus, they felt particularly gratified when Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. It was as if he had vented all their rage on their behalf. Yang Lai smacked his lips as he secretly lamented the loss of an 8th Order divine spirit. Why kill him off just like that? It would have been better to throw him at the Black Ink clan army and have him kill them instead. With luck, he might have even taken down a territory lord. We could have extracted that divine spirit's blood essence and source and let the humans refine them too. It would have been a great help. Yang Lai thought Yang Kai was being too wasteful. He's never been an army commander, so he doesn't know how to make the best use of such resources. Once the crowd cleared out, Wei Yungyang looked at Yu Zhen and said, now that the battle in profound Nether territory has calmed for the moment, we have a lot of things to attend to here. You should report back to the Supreme Headquarters first. I don't think we'll be seeing any battles here in the near future. Yes, sir. Yuzhen cupped his fist and carried out his orders, turning to leave without paying any attention to the divine spirits. However, he had not gone very far away when the divine spirits caught up to him. Zhu Jian even went over to Yuzhen with a sheepish smile. Brother Yu, Sir Yang has asked us to kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, but it's not easy to kill them. Do you have any advice for us? Yuzhen eyed him coldly and said, how could I possibly dare to give you advice? Aren't you divine spirits supposed to be so high and mighty? On the way over, when you weren't ignoring me, you were insulting me. Even when I urged you to focus on our mission, Tao Wu just berated me for it. Yet, here you are being so courteous with me. Everyone knew that it was hard to kill a territory lord, as all the surviving territory lords were innate territory lords. Every single one of them was powerful, not any weaker than a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why would we need you if those territory lords were easily killed? Yuzhen was appeased by the fact that Yang Kai had given the divine spirits a challenging task, so the anger and contempt he felt had mostly dissipated. Zhu Jian sighed and said, we were wrong, brother Yu. This old ox apologizes on behalf of all my fellow divine spirits. Sir Yang is angry now, so if we don't kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, I'm afraid we might not be able to keep our heads. Sir Yang cannot be underestimated. He had noticed this during his initial encounter with Yang Kai back at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. This incident just reminded him how vicious and merciless Yang Kai could be. Yang Kai executed Tao Wu without even the slightest hesitation. As Zhu Jian thought about it now, he began to think that Yang Kai was not just trying to scare him when he said he would slaughter him and eat his meat. Zhu Jian was certain that if he had refused Yang Kai back then, he would have ended up in Yang Kai's stomach. Zhu Jian felt chills, as if he had survived a narrow brush with death. What does that have to do with me? Yuzhen retorted coolly. He was only there to keep an eye on them. When it came to actual strength in combat, he was a lot weaker than these divine spirits. Zhu Jian sighed, brother Yu, although what we did was wrong, having us around benefits the human race too, otherwise, Sir Yang wouldn't have brought us out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the first place. Wouldn't it have been fine to let us live there in peace? If Sir Yang does kill us because we failed to accomplish the task he gave us, it will only benefit the opponent instead. Don't you think so? Yuzhen glanced at Zhu Jian in surprise. This old ox looks like he's nothing but a musclehead, but it seems he does have some wits about him. Even though Yuzhen did not want to bother with these divine spirits anymore, he knew that Zhu Jian was right. The divine spirits could be a great help to the human race, and it would be a waste if Yang Kai just killed them all. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Kai had given them 3 months to kill 2 territory lords was something to be taken seriously. If the divine spirits managed to do this, it would be wonderful news for the human race, and all past grievances between them could be considered settled, but if they failed to complete this task, then Yang Kai would be put in a difficult situation. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-26, From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. Yang Kai had given the ultimatum in front of an entire crowd of human masters, but was he truly going to kill all the divine spirits if they failed to meet his demand? The divine spirits would not take such an act lying down, and after seeing what happened to Tao Wu, they might very well choose to rebel to defend themselves if they had no other choice. If that happened, it would be extremely detrimental to the human race and only benefit their common enemy, the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though Yuzhen was somewhat reluctant, he softened his tone and said, 3 months isn't very long, and it will be hard to kill 2 territory lords in that time. I'm just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so I can't help you with it. You don't need to help us with the act, brother Yu, Zhu Jian quickly said. However, you're aware of our situation. We don't have much information about the different battlefields. We didn't pay much attention to the battles back then, but now that Sir has given us an order, we'll surely do our best to meet his expectations. How's this? When you go back to the Supreme Headquarters, please put in a good word for us, brother Yu, and find out which battlefield requires the most assistance right now. We'll head over at once, and we won't stop until we kill a few territory lords." Yuzhen stared at Zhu Jian in surprise, as if he was startled to find that Zhu Jian had a brain after all. Zhu Jian just flashed him a simple-minded smile. It was indeed a good strategy. The human race were clashing with the Black Ink clan on over a dozen different battlefields, and the fights were getting more intense by the day. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had overall command of the war, so naturally, they knew exactly what was happening on all the fronts. If Yuzhen could find a way to get some information from the Supreme Headquarters and give the Divine Spirits a few pointers, then it would be fairly easy for the latter to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months. After all, these Divine Spirits could not be considered weak, and there were many of them. Yuzhen was laughing happily on the inside. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had been extremely resistant to sending out the Divine Spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary because they were too unreliable. The human race would not have sent these Divine Spirits to profound Nether territory as reinforcements if they had other options available. Even though Yuzhen was sent along to supervise the Divine Spirits, they were still able to play a few tricks. Well, now that Yang Kai has set an example by executing Tao Wu, I bet the Divine Spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary won't have the gall to disobey orders again. Yuzhen nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I'll help you get this information." Zhu Jian quickly cupped his fist, "Many thanks, brother Yu." Zhu Jian finally exhaled, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his chest. With Yuzhen's help, they would most likely be able to overcome this challenge. But, in the process of killing 2 territory lords, who knows if we might suffer any casualties. Zhu Jian shuddered when he recalled the way Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. He made up his mind to talk to the rest of the Divine Spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and warn them to do as told, lest they follow in Tao Wu's footsteps. "Brother O Yang, how do you feel about all of us coming together and submitting a request to the Supreme Headquarters for Yang Kai to become the army commander here and oversee profound Nether territory?" Wei Junyang abruptly asked from his spot on the universe fragment. O Yang Lai was taken aback. Let him be the army commander of an entire battlefield? He's strong enough, but not experienced enough, don't you think? I can't believe Wei Junyang would even suggest that. No one could deny Yang Kai's strength. Even after killing 3 territory lords in a row, he could still kill the Divine Spirit Tao Wu with a single thrust of his spear despite being heavily injured. Based on strength alone, none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound Nether territory were his match. However, O Yang Lai did not think it was a wise decision to make Yang Kai the army commander of the profound Nether army. Yang Kai was too young, still a rising star by all measures. There were many more experienced people above him, including 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were even more experienced in strategy and command than O Yang Lai and Wei Junyang. Although there were quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the profound Nether territory battlefield, none of them was the actual army commander who presided over the entire situation. Wei Junyang was considered the leader, but he, O Yang Lai, Fei Yongzhe, Kong Chengde, and 2 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all currently shared that responsibility among them. Whenever a decision needed to be made, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come together and form a joint plan of action based on the directives set by the Supreme Headquarters. As it was, O Yang Lai was mainly a silent member of this team of commanders. All he ever cared about was charging at the enemy, so he did not get involved in the day-to-day operations of the army. Even so, O Yang Lai was shocked that Wei Junyang suggested having Yang Kai assume full command of profound Nether territory. Wei Junyang was a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and would not easily defer to someone else's authority, though this was not because he was wildly ambitious or power-hungry, it was simply because it was hard to be convinced by someone's leadership if that person was neither powerful enough nor experienced enough. "Do you think so highly of him, old Wei?" Wei Junyang eyed O Yang Lai a little helplessly. Everyone else liked saying that he and O Yang Lai were 2 peas in a pod, so that was why they considered each other confidants. Still, why would the Supreme Headquarters feel it was safe to let him be in charge at profound Nether territory if he did not have some wits about him? Brother Yang is the only one who doesn't think at all. Why do you think Yang Kai executed Tao Wu? All of a sudden, Wei Junyang asked an off-topic question. Yang Lai stared at him blankly. He killed a divine spirit who hindered military operations. What other reason could there be? I knew you wouldn't have picked up on anything else. However, Yang Lai seemed to have an epiphany. That brat is young and impulsive. He doesn't have much tolerance and can't hold himself back. It wouldn't be good if he was put in charge of the profound Nether Territory battlefield. Wei Junyang smirked and shook his head. What you saw was only the surface intent. Don't tell me you think there was a deeper meaning behind Yang Kai's decision to kill Tao Wu, Yang Lai retorted, frowning before asking, what was he considering? Wei Junyang glanced at Bai Shi's soul clone and said, it's true that he's young and impulsive, but I think he executed Tao Wu more to send a warning to the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary and to open up an opportunity for reconciliation between them and we humans. Yang Lai paused and thought. He was reckless, but that did not mean he could not think, he just couldn't be bothered to spend time mulling things over. However, now that Wei Junyang pointed this out to him, he had a vague idea of what Yang Kai's motives had been. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary have a pretty bad reputation, however, they haven't committed any grave mistakes thus far, so those at the Supreme Headquarters can't be too harsh on them. This time around though, their delay led to the deaths of 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If word of this got back to the Supreme Headquarters, Xiang Shan, Mi Jing Luan and the rest wouldn't let it slide so easily. According to the rules of the army, Tao Wu would have to be executed, but could they do that? Perhaps it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Tao Wu, but it would mean offending all the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, and they're a group with significant strength. Yet, if the Supreme Headquarters did not punish Tao Wu, how would they appease the rest of the human army? They would have had to choose between two extremely difficult decisions if Yang Kai hadn't executed Tao Wu. Yang Lai nodded in agreement, yes. That's right. That's what I thought too. As if you can think of this with that dull head of yours, Wei Junyang ignored him and continued, once the news got out, it would have caused a rift between the humans and the divine spirits. Now that the Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds, the humans and the divine spirits need to stand together, but this rift might even affect the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass, since at the end of the day, they're also divine spirits, just like the ones from the grand ancient ruins boundary. With how things are going in the 3,000 worlds, who knows when the tides will turn against us? If the humans and the divine spirits can't work together to fend off our common enemy, then it'll lead to endless troubles. Yang Lai nodded fervently, that's just what I was thinking. That's why Tao Wu had to die, and Yang Kai had to be the one to kill him. That way, the human race wouldn't bear animosity towards the divine spirits even after the fact. Yang Lai slapped his thigh, that brat takes after Big Head Xiang and Big Head me. From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. He turned around and eyed Gong Lian, who was right behind him, and admonished him sternly, you should learn from your senior brother Yang. Don't rush into the battlefield like a fool, use your brain more often. Gong Lian was so exasperated he could only feel tired. I'm not the one who rushes into the battlefield like a fool, that would be you, honored master. Also, when did Yang Kai become senior brother Yang to me? He's a lot younger than me. Well, he's stronger than me now, so I guess it's not wrong to call him senior brother. Naturally, Gong Lian dared not refute Yang Lai aloud. Yes, this disciple will remember, thus, he just respectfully replied. After telling off his disciple, Yang Lai began discussing with Wei Junyang, I don't mind if Yang Kai becomes the army commander here, but I'm not sure how old Fei and the others will feel about this. Wei Junyang chuckled and said, what's there for them to think or feel about it? The old ancestors are tied up in wind mist territory and can't leave, and all the battlefields lack capable people who can take charge and be the pillar for others. Yang Kai is powerful and has an enormous small stone race army with him. If he assumes command over profound nether territory, then he will be the rock that everyone can depend on. Old Fei and the others would want nothing more than that. That's true. Yang Lai imagined what the situation at Profound Nether Territory would be like in the future and grinned. It's decided, then. Let Yang Kai be in charge of Profound Nether Territory. We'll be his subordinates and run his errands for him. He did not care about prestige or glory. Even though Yang Kai was younger than him, he believed that the Profound Nether Army would be blessed to have Yang Kai as their commander. Out of the blue though, a thought occurred to him: would Yang Kai be willing to take up the role? He will, Wei Junyang declared with full confidence, and even if he isn't, he will have to. Aboard the warship made from Baishi's soul clone, Yang Kai closed his eyes and focused on recuperating while Su Yan and the others gathered around him as they did the same. In reality, if Yang Kai heard Wei Junyang's analysis about appeasing the human race army and mending the rift between the humans and the divine spirits, his response would have been simple: what the hell are you talking about? He did what he did without considering anything else. He executed Tao Wu simply because the latter disobeyed orders. In Yang Kai's mind, it was all very straightforward. I brought you out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to help us kill off our enemies, so why would I keep you around if you don't put in the effort to do just that? Of course, he did mean for it to serve as a warning to the rest of the divine spirits, and he was fairly certain that they would not have the courage to behave impudently again. Right now, however, Yang Kai was facing a far more difficult challenge. Even though he was focusing on his recovery, he could sense that Ru Meng was glaring at him. Ru Meng, your beloved husband is truly injured. In total, Yang Kai used 4 soul-rending thorn in quick succession, and his soul was heavily damaged. Thankfully, it had not been 4 times in a row, as there had been a short break before the last one was unleashed. He was fairly certain he would be unconscious right now if he had used those 4 soul-rending thorn all at once. While Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, which meant that the core of his soul would not be affected, ripping out 4 large pieces of it within a few days was by no means easy. It would take him quite some time to recover. Ru Meng needs to be taught a lesson. Yang Kai fumed to himself, swearing to spend many long, arduous nights with her doing just that once he recovered. The human race army was busy tending to their wounds and other cleanup tasks after the battle. Though the Profound Nether Army suffered significant casualties in this battle, the Black Ink clan did not have it any better. After such an intense battle like this one, it was likely that Profound Nether Territory would experience a long period of calm. If nothing unexpected occurred, then it was unlikely that a huge battle would break out for many years, though smaller skirmishes were inevitable. This was not only true of Profound Nether Territory, but also of all the other great territory battlefields. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-27, Xiangshan's Arrival. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Kai's condition had stabilized. Though the injury to his soul hadn't fully healed, he had the soul-warming lotus continuously nourishing it, so all that was required was time. He had used soul-rending thorns many times by now and was used to getting injured in this fashion. Moreover, after having torn apart his soul countless times, his soul had become more robust and resilient than before. When he thought about it, this was something that happened often because the path of martial Dao usually followed the principle of tribulation before success, so the process of constantly tearing apart his soul and restoring it could be considered a type of cultivation. It was just that such a cultivation method wasn't widely usable by others. At this moment, Yang Kai was summoning purifying light and sealing it into a purifying black ink battleship. Now, all the battlefields were strained because there were a large number of troops but limited logistical resources. When fighting against the Black Ink clan, the first hurdle the humans had to cross was the corruption of Black Ink strength. Purifying Black Ink pills could solve the greater half of that issue. However, with over a dozen battlefields and more than 10 million troops almost constantly engaged in battle, there was a huge demand for purifying Black Ink pills. Even after gathering all the alchemists in the 3,000 worlds and having them work without rest, there still weren't enough pills to satisfy the demand. Without purifying Black Ink pills to suppress the corruption of Black Ink strength, soldiers wouldn't be able to go all out when fighting the Black Ink clan and would lose about 30% of their combat efficacy. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, the soldiers from all great passes had purifying light, but after so many years of battle, the purifying light from all those great passes had been depleted. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned, and there was an abundance of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe, so they could have as much purifying light as they wanted. Moreover, Yang Kai was no longer the only one who could use purifying light, Sun Yen could as well. In the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai asked Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to bestow him more great sun and moon marks because he was preparing for this moment. Previously, he was the only one who could summon purifying light, which was very inefficient, but now that Sun Yen also had the great sun and moon marks embedded on the back of her hands, she could help Yang Kai share the burden, so summoning purifying light had become less stressful. Not only that, but Yang Kai was preparing to pass out the remaining 9 sets of marks because once that was done, almost all the battlefields would have someone who could summon purifying light, which could greatly relieve the pressure the human race was facing. Of course, if one wanted to take on the great sun and moon marks, one had to have a divine spirit source and bloodline. The source strength from the burning light and serene glimmer was too powerful, making it impossible for those without bloodline ties to them to withstand, so only divine spirits could accept the 2 marks. Yang Kai had let Wei Junyang relay this message to the Supreme Headquarters. There were now more than a dozen battlefields, so the 9 remaining marks naturally couldn't be distributed evenly among them. As for how to allocate these personnel, that was a problem the Supreme Headquarters had to solve. After a long period of being constantly busy, Yang Kai finally had some time to rest. Since Yang Kai was now proficient in many grand Daoists, whether it be alchemy, artifact refining, or arrays, he had some attainments in all of them. As the saying goes, those who were able could do more, so he naturally wouldn't have time to rest. Today, Yang Kai was repairing a warship when a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flew over and landed in front of him before cupping his fist and said, "Sir, someone from the Supreme Headquarters has arrived. Senior Wei and Senior O Yang have asked that you head over there and join the discussion." "Why do I need to head over there?" Yang Kai was a little taken aback. Though he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and could count as a division commander, he hadn't received any official appointment from the higher-ups, so he was still quite free. However, Wei Junyang and the others asked him to head over to join their discussion, which meant they might have something planned for him. Yang Kai knew that very well because 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now the mainstay of the human race, so each 8th Order Master had to take on a leadership role. The main reason Yang Kai was reluctant to go over was that he felt he had the strength and ability but needed more experience, so if he was officially appointed as a division commander, it would be very stressful for him. Moreover, he still had something important he needed to do. If he were appointed as a commander, he might not have much time to do that. Cough. Cough. Yang Kai covered his chest and coughed a few times before speaking with a pale face. "Go back and tell Senior Brother Wei that my injuries have worsened, so I have returned to rest." While saying so, he didn't even bother about repairing the warship and turned around to leave in the direction of his temporary accommodations. Having just reunited with his many wives, Yang Kai had many things to say to them, so Yu Meng and the others had transformed a small universe fragment near the front lines into a temporary palace. No one had said anything about their actions either. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master let out a bitter laugh before dashing over and stopping Yang Kai in his path. He bowed and said, "Sir, it's an order from the higher-ups, so please don't make things difficult for me." Meanwhile, he was thinking, could this sir have discovered something? Otherwise, why is he trying to flee? With a bitter expression, Yang Kai persuaded the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, "I'm not making things difficult for you. My injuries have indeed gotten worse." Saying so, he coughed a few more times and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was speechless. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? But seeing that Yang Kai had gone to such lengths to avoid going there, he couldn't say anything else. Just as he was about to leave, a majestic voice boomed from the main conference hall, smelly brat, get your ass over here." Stunned, Yang Kai looked at the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Who is the person that came from the Supreme Headquarters?" With a slight smile, the Seventh Order Master replied, "It's Senior Xiang Shan who personally came over." Yang Kai felt frustrated. Damn big head Xiang. Can't that bastard stay at the Supreme Headquarters to just oversee everything? Why come all the way here? While he was complaining inside, his pale face gradually returned to normal as he sighed and beckoned to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, "Come on, let's go. Since Big Head Xiang has arrived, I should at least give him some face." Thus, Yang Kai decided that he would go over, but would only listen and not make any comments during the discussion. After all, his goal was to have freedom, so they should just forget about appointing him to a post in the army. "If I had known this would happen, I would have returned to the Star Boundary for a visit because little senior sister is still there." "Sir, please." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master gestured with a smile. His expression was obviously implying, why waste all the effort playing sick when you could have just complied? Soon, Yang Kai arrived before the main conference hall and looked up at its entrance. This main conference hall was also temporarily built, so it didn't have any strong defensive abilities. After all, they were at the front lines and might have to face an attack from the Black Ink clan at any moment. There was no telling when this front line would be broken through, so building a sturdy conference hall was unnecessary. This conference hall was built so that the higher-ups had a place to hold discussions, so even a tent would do. "Senior Brother Yang." A familiar voice sounded from beside Yang Kai, so he turned to look over and saw that it was indeed someone he knew. Or, to be more precise, a divine spirit he knew. It was Ji Lao San from the Dragon Clan. This guy had stopped Yang Kai in front of the no-return pass, but was then humiliatingly defeated. However, since Yang Kai's disappearance after saving him, Ji Lao San no longer held a grudge against Yang Kai. Now, Ji Lao San greatly admired Yang Kai, but his admiration had nothing to do with Yang Kai's life-saving grace, because after spending some time with Yang Kai, Ji Lao San had seen Yang Kai's full abilities. Not only was Ji Lao San there, but there were also 8 other figures, of which all looked quite familiar. Amongst them was a colorful robed young woman who was squinting her eyes at Yang Kai, making her look quite playful. Huang Xin Yang. The one from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass. She was the one who gave Yang Kai one of her tail feathers. Standing beside Huang Xin Yang was the stern-looking Feng Lu Lang. It seemed these two were inseparable and went everywhere together. However, Yang Kai didn't know if they were a real couple. All 9 of these familiar faces were divine spirits. More importantly, most of them were from the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Having understood the situation, Yang Kai knew that the Supreme Headquarters had chosen the divine spirits who would be receiving the Great Sun and Moon marks. Also, it seemed like Xiang Shan coming here personally might have something to do with this as well. These divine spirits did not join the humans in the conference hall but chose to wait outside. "Brother Ji." Yang Kai bowed and then proceeded to greet Huang Xin Yang and Feng Lu Lang. Since he was unfamiliar with most of the other divine spirits, he only nodded at them as a greeting. It seemed like the divine spirits also knew why they came, so they were naturally polite to Yang Kai. After exchanging some formalities, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Ji, how are Senior Fu Guang's injuries?" There were originally 2 divine dragons in the Dragon Clan, but the current Dragon Clan leader had died in the battle on the barren territory, so only Fu Guang was left. Now, not only was Fu Guang the pillar of the Dragon Clan, but he was also the leader of all divine spirits. Yang Kai had long since heard that Fu Guang was injured, but he didn't know how serious his condition was. Hearing that, Ji Lao San sighed. "After the battle in the barren territory, our clan leader died in battle while Senior Fu Guang sustained heavy injuries and almost didn't make it. He has been restoring his health all these years, but at his level of strength, it is just as hard to heal as it is to be hurt." Yang Kai nodded. It was true that cultivators with great strength were not afraid of minor injuries, but if they sustained heavy injuries, it would be even more difficult for them to restore their health. Moreover, judging by Ji Laosan's words, it seemed like Fu Guang was injured by the black ink giant spirit god and almost didn't survive. Is he recuperating inside the dragon pool? Yang Kai asked. Ji Laosan nodded. The dragon pool was the origin of the dragon clan, so it wasn't strange for Fu Guang to be restoring himself in there. Back in the day, the divine spirits that came from the grand ancient ruins boundary were causing so much chaos in the star boundary that it actually alerted Fu Guang. In the end, Fu Guang came forward and deterred them from making trouble, which made the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruin boundary quiet down. Otherwise, those divine spirits would have stayed in the star boundary and continued to cause chaos. Although the human race now had Fu Guang as one of their strongest masters, they wouldn't disturb him unless it was the last resort. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai could only sigh as he couldn't do anything to help. Turning to look at Huang Xinyang, he took out a tail feather that had lost all spirituality. Many thanks for giving me this tail feather, Xinyang. It has now returned to its owner. Huang Xinyang chuckled. I, too, wanted to take a look at the view outside, so there's no need to thank me. While saying that, she reached out and took the tail feather. The dragon and phoenix clans took a bloodline great oath, so they couldn't easily leave the no-return pass. When Huang Xinyang took advantage of a bet with Feng Lu Lang to give Yang Kai her tail feather, which in truth was a type of soul clone, she did so with the thought of wanting to head outside the Great Pass and take a look at the scenery. But now that the no-return pass had been lost, the dragon and phoenix clans no longer had to abide by their oath anymore. The two clans had mixed feelings about the no-return pass because they had been guarding it for eons and now saw it as their home. However, the no-return pass was also a cage to them. Though they wanted to leave the no-return pass, they didn't want to be forced out in such a way. Sooner or later, they would storm in and snatch the no-return pass back from the Black Ink clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5528, Enormous Announcement. It was all laughs at the entrance of the main conference hall. Whether they were people Yang Kai knew or not, they all swarmed over to talk to him. This couldn't be helped, because they all knew the reason they were gathered here. Yang Kai had received 9 pairs of marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer and was about to give them out, so now they owed Yang Kai. Moreover, the divine spirits were guessing that the source marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer might not only allow them to summon purifying light, but it might also have the effect of purifying their bloodline. Before today, the divine spirits had gone through a selective trial because of the matter of who would receive the marks. In the end, it was these 9 who prevailed. Stop chattering. Yang Kai, get inside. Xiang Shan's voice came from the main hall, obviously knowing why Yang Kai was staying outside with no intentions of coming in. With a bitter laugh, Yang Kai cupped his fist at the divine spirits and announced, "Let's continue our conversation another day. Please make yourselves comfortable." The divine spirits didn't object. When Yang Kai stepped inside the main hall, he felt several dozen pairs of eyes instantly fall on him and look at him as if he was some kind of strange being. Inside the main hall were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with no exceptions. There were a few that Yang Kai recognized, but more that he didn't. Sitting upright at the end of the table was Xiang Shan. Yang Kai didn't feel nervous, because he was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master too, and all of them might not be his match when it came to strength, except for Xiang Shan. He didn't know how strong Xiang Shan was because they had never fought each other, but Big Head Xiang had climbed back up after having fallen once, so his ability might have increased even more. He could be considered one of the most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alive today. While facing the crowd, Yang Kai cupped his fist and greeted, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." That's right. I'm just a junior with abilities but no experience, so I can't take up any huge responsibilities. His intentions naturally couldn't escape Xiang Shan's eyes. Big Head Xiang looked at him with a faint smile but didn't make any comments. Instead, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters burst out laughing, "Junior brother, you're too modest. You are now also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and have the same cultivation as all of us, so you shouldn't be referring to us as your seniors but as fellow brothers. Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded before adding, we cultivators only care about strength, not age, unless you're from the same sect, that is. But since you've already reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at such a young age and even recently killed 3 innate territory lords at once, I'm sure you're going to have a very promising future. Not bad for a person so young. We older ones have high hopes for you. Following that was a wave of compliments from everywhere. The only words that weren't said were that Yang Kai was the future of the entire human race. Yang Kai felt defeated and looked at Xianxia grimly. He wouldn't believe it if someone said Xianxia hadn't colluded with these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to do this. This group of 8th Order Masters had even begun spouting utter nonsense, so it was obvious that they had some kind of hidden intentions. At that point, Yang Kai felt even more stressed. After secretly sighing, he knew he couldn't go against so many of them, so he complied and cupped his fist. Senior brothers, you are all too kind. It was just pure luck, so I can't accept your praise. Let's continue exchanging pleasantries later. Yang Kai, find a seat and sit down. It was then that the crowd stopped chattering. Yang Kai looked around the room and saw Ouyang Lai beckoning him over, so he immediately went and sat beside him. Today was just another ordinary meeting between human race higher-ups. With over a dozen battlefields, the masters at the Supreme Headquarters would personally head over to each battlefield and gather intel from time to time. When profound nether territory was almost lost, the higher-ups at the Supreme Headquarters didn't dare take the situation lightly. Moreover, Xianxia personally coming here also had a sliver of such meaning. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here were the mainstays of the profound Nether Army, who were responsible for guarding this place. Therefore, they knew the Black Ink clan in the profound Nether territory very well. So now, they would proceed with reporting to Xianxia about the situation on the battlefield. As time passed, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters took turns giving their reports, and Yang Kai now knew more about the situation in profound Nether territory. However, what shocked him the most was that these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely detailed, including how many battles each army had gone through, how many enemies were killed, how many casualties they had, how many troops they had left, and where they had placed arrays and other arrangements. Yang Kai felt curious, shouldn't these basic details already be known? Why do they need to report such trivial things to Xianxia? Turning his head to look at Xianxia, Yang Kai found him sitting upright while seriously listening to every word while nodding occasionally. The human race needed leaders like Xianxia to be able to band together when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although Yang Kai had decided to only listen but not speak, it turned out that there weren't many opportunities for him to get in a word. He had recently arrived at profound Nether territory, where he would either spend time at the palace fooling around with his wives, casting purifying light, fixing warships, or patching up spirit arrays. There was indeed not much for him to say as he was fairly ignorant of the general situation. There was an infinite joy in the activities done inside the bedroom. After spending over 1,000 years in celibacy on the Black Ink battlefield, 5,000 if the years in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were counted, Yang Kai felt as though he had finally been set free and returned to the time when he could do whatever he wanted. All his wives were constantly blushing every day and Ru Meng wouldn't lose her temper that much anymore, behaving in a gentle and considerate manner most of the time. Yang Kai, do you have anything to add? Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Waking up from his thoughts, Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. No. If so, why are you smiling so happily? Xianxia frowned. Yang Kai coughed lightly. I was just thinking about something interesting. Feeling awkward, he gestured towards the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was currently speaking. Senior brothers, please continue. Has Big Head Xiang come all the way here just to make things difficult for me? Can't I even smile discreetly? The conference continued, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters narrated the comprehensive situation in profound Nether territory. Half a day passed just like that, and the report on matters in profound nether territory had finally ended. The group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt like their mouths had dried up from all the talking. It was then that Xianxia nodded and looked towards Yang Kai. Have you understood the situation in profound nether territory? Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Why is he asking me that? But he still nodded, yes. Very good. Xianxia got up and took a step forward before he boomed, Star Boundaries Yang Kai, come forward and receive your orders. Stunned, Yang Kai froze, so Yang Lai yanked him to his feet and kicked his butt, causing Yang Kai to stumble forward. When he looked up and saw Xiangshan's stern face, he felt his heart sink as he cupped his fist and quickly said, Sir. While looking at him, Xiangshan quickly said, Previously, during the critical battle of profound nether territory, Yang Kai killed 3 innate territory lords on his own and turned the tide of war, successfully saving profound nether territory from its end, making a huge contribution to the human race. In the following battles with the Black Ink clan, he led the charge in every battle and killed numerous enemies, which has won him many military merits and demonstrated the spirit our human race must follow to obtain victory in his war. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters has decided to appoint Yang Kai as Profound Nether Army's army commander. From now on, he will command the Profound Nether Army and stand guard over Profound Nether territory to defend it against the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was shocked and gawked at Xiangshan with a blank expression, seemingly wanting to see if the latter was pulling a bad prank on him. Back when Yang Kai received Xiangshan's order to attend the conference between Profound Nether Army higher-ups, he had already mentally prepared himself, thinking that he was about to be assigned some formal posting. After all, he was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and according to the rules, he was capable of assuming the rank of Division Commander. He was thinking of a way to get out of it despite knowing that the chances of that happening were slim, and he had almost accepted his fate and thought if he were appointed as a Division Commander, he could accept it. It was better to have subordinates than to fight alone after all. However, he never expected that Xiangshan would make such an enormous announcement. The Profound Nether Army Commander was the person responsible for overseeing the entire Profound Nether territory. It was a position completely incomparable to the trivial post of Division Commander. If Yang Kai accepted the position of Army Commander, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here would become his subordinates. Moreover, Profound Nether territory now had about 600,000 human soldiers, a number that would increase in the future. How could Xiangshan just leave all of them to him? No, it wasn't Xiangshan making this decision. Yang Kai turned to look at both his sides of the room and saw the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters smiling as they looked at him, especially Yang Lai, who was even winking like he was doing him some big favor. This was the decision made by all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Profound Nether Army. Without agreement from the ones actually leading the Profound Nether Army, it would be impossible for the Supreme Headquarters to implement such orders. It seemed like Wei Junyang and the other 8th Order Masters had long since agreed to let Yang Kai become the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. At this moment, Yang Kai had no words to describe what he was feeling. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, the highest post he held was squad leader. He had never even experienced being a battalion commander, much less a division commander, but now, he was suddenly promoted to army commander. The difference was too big to fathom. It now made sense why the 8th Order Masters here were being so detailed with their reports. Those matters weren't for Xiangshan to hear, they were for him. They knew that Yang Kai had just arrived in Profound Nether territory and wasn't that knowledgeable about the army situation, so they used this chance to tell him in detail. This was clearly a premeditated plot. Xiangshan using this chance to come here and appoint Yang Kai as army commander might be the real reason for his visit, while everything else was secondary. Bunch of old foxes. Never would Yang Kai have expected that all these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had kept him in the dark about this until the moment they sprung the trap. He was already a little reluctant to take up the position of Division Commander, but now he thought being a Division Commander seemed quite reasonable. Compared to overseeing the entire army, looking after a mere division seemed like a breeze. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's head before he quickly declined, "Sir, this junior is still young and has insufficient experience. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army is a critical position, and I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it, so please choose someone else, sir." Xianxia replied calmly, "Although you're still young and inexperienced, no one can compare to you in regards to military merits. What's more, you have all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master here today to support you, so what's there to worry about? Unless, you're unwilling to take up this role." That was indeed what Yang Kai was thinking, and he immediately nodded, "Sir, please understand. This junior is unwilling to accept this position, and he does not dare to accept it. Once he became the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he would have to stay in Profound Nether territory for a very long time, possibly until the war here was settled. He felt that his talent wasn't in leading an army or in devising battle tactics. His talent was in killing Black Ink clansmen and relieving the pressure on the human race. That was something Xianxia knew, so why was he so insistent on having Yang Kai become the army commander? Frowning, Xianxia asked, "Are you really unwilling to accept this position?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice while looking at Xianxia with sincere eyes. With a light sigh, Xianxia said, "You can't force someone to do what they are unwilling to do. If you're unwilling to take up that position, I won't make things difficult for you. As for the Profound Nether Army, the Supreme Headquarters will have another discussion about it." Yang Kai cheered, "Sir is wise. Why have I never noticed how easy Big Head Xiang is to speak with?" Martial Peak, Chapter 55-29, Do Your Consciences Not Hurt at All? Report. Following a shout, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm soldier ran into the main hall and cupped his fist at Xianxia. "The Black Ink clan army has been sighted advancing from 10 million kilometers outside the Eastern Front. They appear to be rallying for another attack. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be anyone barging into the higher-ups conference, but an urgent military situation was an exception. Obviously, the Black Ink clan on the Eastern Front pressing in on them was an urgent military situation. Bold!" Wei Junyang bellowed, "Those Black Ink clansmen must be courting death." While he spoke, he exuded his majestic 8th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Yang Lai also exclaimed, "It seems like they haven't learnt their lesson yet." Not only were these two cursing the Black Ink clan, but the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all joined in, causing the main conference hall to instantly fill with all kinds of voices. Meanwhile, Yang Kai frowned, "What is the Black Ink clan up to? They have just lost a major battle and 3 territory lords. How could they come back for another attack after such a short amount of time?" Looking back at the 7th Order soldier who came to report the news, Yang Kai could see that he was from Great Battle Heaven because he was wearing distinctive golden armor. Undried blood still marred his armor, which seemed to indicate that he was injured. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was that the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Profound Nether Army were too calm. Since the Black Ink clan army are rallying to attack, shouldn't they be discussing a plan of action and dispatching troops to consolidate the Eastern Front? It's highly improper of them to just be acting loud and rowdy at this moment. While he was lost in such thought, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist to Xianxia before saying, "Sir Xiang, I request permission to fight off the enemy." Xianxia nodded lightly, "It's rare for you, Division Commander Chen, to be so eager to fight. You have my permission. How many troops are you preparing to bring with you?" Division Commander Chen answered proudly, "I don't need much. A single division will suffice." Then, Xianxia warned sternly, "The war between the two races is not child's play." After coldly snorting, Division Commander Chen replied, "It's just a motley group of weak Black Ink clansmen, what's there to be afraid of? If we don't deter the enemy, this Chen will offer his head up to you." "Good." Xianxia nodded unceasingly to show his approval, "Although we humans are at a disadvantage, we do not lack the thirst for blood and bravery. Division Commander Chen is still so enthusiastic at such an old age. You are a role model to all of us." Therefore, I'll permit. Wait a moment. Yang Kai hurriedly interjected. He was beyond shocked as he listened to this conversation. In such an urgent situation, you old 8th Order masters made a snap decision just like that, and Xianxia actually agreed to it? What about the difference between the enemy's army and ours? What about the number of enemies coming over? With such a lack of information, how could you reach a decision so quickly? More importantly, Yang Kai knew Division Commander Chen personally. In regards to age, he was one of the eldest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but when it came to power, he wasn't the strongest and would not stand a chance against an innate territory lord. Under such circumstances, how could this old man have the confidence to say he would only bring a single division out to fight the enemy? Was he just bluffing? However, the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters showed no signs of wanting to stop him. Yang Kai, do you have something to say? Xianxia turned around to look at Yang Kai. Feeling his head pulsing, Yang Kai cupped his fist and suggested, Senior Xiang, if I remember correctly, the number of soldiers in a single division of the Profound Nether Army is about 20,000, right? 20,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was no small number. One had to know that back at the Black Ink battlefield, a division only had 500 to 600 troops. However, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield were 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above. The Profound Nether Army even had soldiers in the 1st and 2nd Order Open Heaven Realm, so when comparing the two types of divisions, although 20,000 soldiers was a lot more than 500, the overall difference in strength wasn't that large. Indeed, Division Commander Chen nodded, my division now has 23,651 soldiers enlisted in it. Though the old man was up there in age, his memory had not deteriorated and he knew his troops like the back of his hand. Feeling speechless, Yang Kai looked at him and asked, do you know how many troops the Black Ink clan has brought over to attack us? Division Commander Chen snorted coldly, who cares how many troops they have? We will kill them all. Once he said that, he didn't even wait for Yang Kai to respond before cupping his fist to Xianxia and announcing, Sir, this Chen will be off then. This mission to defend our homeland will either end with victory or us dying in battle. If the situation comes to that, I would have to trouble all of you to help us gather our corpses. Nodding, Xianxia promised, we won't let our soldiers' corpses rot in the wilderness. Division Commander Chen, please wait. Yang Kai shouted again. He couldn't let Division Commander Chen run away because the squad his wives were in just happened to be under Division Commander Chen's jurisdiction. It wouldn't matter to Yang Kai if Division Commander Chen decided to deploy in force to push back the enemy, but if he was going with his division alone, Ru Meng, Su Yan, and the others would get dispatched too. Yang Kai, how dare you continuously interrupt us when we're discussing sending troops to defend our front lines? Are you trying to disrupt military order? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he quickly cupped his fist, I dare not do such a thing. But what? Xianxia looked at him coldly. But, something isn't right here. Yang Kai looked at Xianxia and then at the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What he saw was Wei Junyang looking up at the sky as if nothing concerned him, while Ouyang Lai was looking down at the floor as if a flower was growing between his feet. Meanwhile, the other 8th Order Masters were either huddled together and discussing something or sitting there calmly with their eyes closed as if everything was under control. At that moment, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter, so, this is how it is. He knew these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had all fought in no less than 1,000 battles, so there was no way they would act this foolishly under normal circumstances. Even if Division Commander Chen was a reckless glory seeker, it was impossible for the rest of them to just let him race off to his death. Moreover, Xianxia was a man with incredible tactical insight. The strategy he came up with to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, and the skill with which he executed it were both extremely shocking, so it was impossible for him to immediately agree when Division Commander Chen asked to lead a single division off into battle with no idea about the enemy's composition. If he did, he wouldn't be Xianxia but someone like Ouyang Lai. After sighing, Yang Kai explained, "Senior brothers, you have all lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, do your consciences not hurt at all, working together to trick a junior like me?" Snorting, Division Commander Chen insisted, "Junior brother, whatever do you mean? I'm getting on in years and my mind is not quite what it used to be, please speak plainly." Yang Kai gave him a sorrowful look, "You're clearly the most enthusiastic one in this plan." Meanwhile, Xiangshan still had the same cold expression, "Speak up if you have something you want to say, stop wasting time with all this nonsense. Haven't I made myself clear enough? It's you old farts that are playing dumb. I guess it's true when they say the older a person, the more cunning they are. Judging from this situation, the Eastern Front probably isn't under threat at all. It's only been about 10 days since the Black Ink clan suffered serious losses, they wouldn't dare launch a full offensive so soon. This was all just a big show. The 8th Order masters in this room and even the 7th Order soldier who came to deliver the report were all in on this matter. They were acting out a play with Yang Kai as the only audience member. These old farts are obviously trying to force me to do something I'm incapable of. It's a fake emergency this time. But what about next time? If there really is a next time, this division Commander Chen will definitely lead his division to charge the enemy. Yang Kai sighed internally. It seemed he couldn't avoid this matter. While he was lost in his thoughts, the 7th Order soldier shouted again in a voice filled with grief and anger, "Sirs, this situation is urgent, please come to a decision as soon as possible, otherwise, the Eastern Front might not be able to hold ****. Cough. Star. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, seeming to be heavily injured. Really? Really? Yang Kai glanced at the soldier who was looking straight ahead and had a pale complexion and a depressed aura. Xiangshan glared and muttered, "Yang Kai, stand down. Since you don't want to be appointed as the army commander, you have no right to speak here. Division Commander Chen, head back and lead your division to reinforce the Eastern Front. If you cannot defeat the enemy, I'll head over there and behead you myself." While cupping his fist, Division Commander Chen replied, "This Chen accepts the order. We will not let you down." After that, he turned around and strode towards the door, but he still stared into Yang Kai's eyes, seeming to say, "If you don't speak up, this old master will really lead my force into battle." It doesn't matter if there were no enemies at the Eastern Front this time, because there were enemies in the Black Ink clan's camp. Are you afraid now? How could this junior be qualified for this? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. However, he was honestly quite touched inside. All these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had worked together with Xiangshan to act out such a performance for him just so that he would take up the position of the Profound Nether Army's army commander. This was a kind of wholehearted trust that was rare to see. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai cupped his fist and boomed, "Since all of you senior brothers think so highly of me, this junior is willing to take up the position of army commander and guard Profound Nether territory. This junior will risk his life to make sure Profound Nether territory is never lost." "So you've changed your mind?" Xiangshan's lips curled up ever so slightly as he teased. While looking at him with a blank stare, Yang Kai didn't say anything. "Do I have a choice? Old man Chen is halfway out of the main conference hall, so if I don't change my mind, he will really leave. His leaving is not that concerning, but my wives will definitely have to follow him to the battlefield." Then, Xiangshan stopped playing with him and spoke sternly, "Overseeing Profound Nether territory is a very heavy task. If this territory is lost on your watch, you'll be punished according to military law." "Understood. Yang Kai, receive your orders." Xiangshan roared before taking out a token. "The Supreme Headquarters hereby appoints Yang Kai as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army. This is the Army Commander token. With this, you will assume full command of all soldiers in the Profound Nether Army. If anyone dares to disobey or rebel against you, they will be sentenced to death without exception." "We accept the order." All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters bowed in unison. "Yang Kai accepts the order." Yang Kai came forward and raised both hands to receive the profound Nether Army's Army Commander token, which suddenly felt quite heavy. This wasn't just a token, it was a physical representation of the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers that were being entrusted to him. At that moment, Yang Kai's aura seemed to have changed and become even more profound and mysterious. Noticing this, Xianxia watched with amazement as the words, "Heavens will," appeared in his head. "Greetings, Army Commander." Wei Junyang chuckled and cupped his fist before bowing. The other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters copied him and did the same. The atmosphere inside the main hall was very harmonious. Division Commander Chen ran back as well and no longer shouted about racing off to kill the enemy. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't take what happened just now to heart and exchanged pleasantries with the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He would be overseeing profound Nether territory in the future, so he would need these old foxes' help. Report. Another Seventh Order soldier dashed into the main hall and cupped his fist. "Sirs, there is news from the Eastern Front. The Black Ink Clan army has retreated. It seems like their previous actions were just a feint. There is no imminent attack." Nodding, Xianxia replied, "It's good that the Black Ink Clan has retreated. Division Commander Chen, you may take a rest as well." Division Commander Chen laughed. The Black Ink Clan retreated before the news about junior brother Yang taking up the position as army commander was released. It seems like the heavens are siding with us today. The group of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Were these old farts still acting even now? They even organized this kind of closing scene to their play. It seemed they really made a full and detailed plan for today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5530, Profound Nether Army's Army Commander. Thinking back to the time when they gathered at Azure Void Pass to form the Great Evolution Army, Xianxia and Lu Zhiping were appointed as Great Evolution's Eastern and Western Army commanders. On that same day, many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were appointed as division commanders and accepted with great solemnity. Back then, Yang Kai was just a Seventh Order squad leader. Never had he imagined he would someday hold the army commander token like today, so he couldn't help but sigh internally. Being an army commander wasn't just any duty, it was a responsibility to become the central pillar for an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Can I do it? Yang Kai didn't know the answer to that question, but since things had already come to this point, he could only give it his all and do his best. From today onwards, his every decision will affect hundreds of thousands of lives directly. I can't spend too long here. Besides the appointment of Profound Nether Army's army commander, there is one other thing I need to accomplish here. Xianxia spoke up. Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. Please say it, senior brother. At first, he thought it was about the great sun and moon marks, but that was just a minor matter because he had already given one set of marks to Su Yan. Moreover, the 9 divine spirits outside were the ones who had been chosen to receive the marks, so all that was needed was to call them inside. He wasn't expecting Xianxia to not talk about this matter but instead summoned his universe chart. Then, with a wave of his hand, a three-dimensional virtual image appeared before everyone. Following that, Xianxia moved his hand and pointed at a particular spot. A month ago, the Supreme Headquarters received intelligence that the cultivators from more than a dozen sects in the Acacia territory have been besieged by the Black Ink Clan and are facing a critical situation. If they don't get any reinforcements soon, they might not be able to hold out much longer. Wei Junyang frowned. Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Xianxia nodded. The intelligence was brought to us by a few different roaming hunter teams, so its likely authenticity was deemed high. Afterwards, the Supreme Headquarters moved and confirmed it. Division Commander Chen raised an eyebrow. Is the Supreme Headquarters asking Profound Nether territory to send out troops to rescue them? That's right. Xianxia nodded. At first, there was no plan to have Profound Nether territory carry out this mission, but all the other great territory battlefields are engaged in heated conflicts right now, so our side is at a disadvantage and can't dispatch troops for a rescue mission. However, Profound Nether Territory could be said to have won a great victory during the previous battle, so there should not be any large-scale battles here for the foreseeable future. Therefore, you are the ones most suited to attempt this rescue mission. While saying that, he looked at Yang Kai, junior brother. Now that you are the army commander, you will be responsible for planning and executing this mission. You must bring our trapped allies back safely. Yang Kai knew this was also a test to see how he would deal with such matters. Although the Supreme Headquarters had appointed him as the Profound Nether Army's army commander, they also knew that the talents he had shown were mostly in charging into battle and defeating the enemy. He had never shown much talent in things like strategy and tactics. This mission to rescue the humans trapped in Acacia territory was a chance to make a contribution and show off his talents. Therefore, he immediately cupped his fist. I have received the order. You can discuss this matter on your own. There is no need to report to the Supreme Headquarters about your plan before carrying it out, but there is one thing you must remember: you mustn't let Profound Nether Territory fall into the hands of the enemy. Xiang Shan enjoined them before shouting towards the entrance, "Enter." He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Previously, we've received news from Profound Nether Territory that you've received 9 sets of great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. These are the 9 divine spirits the Supreme Headquarters chose to receive those marks. I'll leave them to you as well. Understood, senior brother. Later, Xiang Shan, Wei Junyang, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left the main conference hall while Ji Lao San and the other 8 divine spirits came in. It wasn't difficult to pass the 2 marks from the burning light and serene glimmer to them because they were just drops condensed from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's source strength. After the divine spirits received them, they only needed to slightly refine them to condense the great sun and moon marks. The 9 divine spirits only took about an hour to complete this process. Later, Yang Kai distributed the 9 space rings he had prepared beforehand to them, rings filled with yellow and blue crystals. With the 2 great marks and a large supply of yellow and blue crystals, there would no longer be a lack of purifying light on the various battlefields. This could also greatly lessen the pressure on the human race. It could also lessen the alchemist's burden, allowing them to put in more effort to refine other spirit pills. Purifying black ink pills weren't the only spirit pills the human race lacked. Open heaven pills for cultivation and healing pills for healing injuries were all in short supply. As for how these 9 divine spirits would be distributed to each front, that was for the Supreme Headquarters to figure out. Although there weren't enough divine spirits for each great territory battlefield, it might not be too much of a problem for 1 divine spirit to aid 2 neighboring battlefields and provide them with purifying light. Xiang Shan was waiting outside, so Yang Kai led the divine spirits out before seeing them off. Once they left, Yang Kai finally said, "Senior brothers and sisters, please enter the conference hall." The group of 8th Order Masters then returned to the main conference hall and sat down. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and looked around. He saw all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had serious expressions on their faces as they looked straight ahead. Seeing that, Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Since all of you senior brothers and sisters think so highly of me and choose me to take up the position as army commander, I, as your junior brother, will not let all of you down." The atmosphere suddenly became lively, and Yang Lai slumped back into his chair and beamed. "Our generation of cultivators respect strength above all else. Since your fist is bigger, of course it's you who will take up the position of army commander, but you little Br, junior brother, the most important issue you need to deal with now is the matter of Acacia territory. This is your first mission after your appointment, so you have to do it well." Wei Junyang added, "Indeed. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this mission, we must do our best to complete the task and not let the other battlefields look down on us." Nodding, Yang Kai replied, "Both senior brothers are right, but I've only recently returned from the outside. Though I have a basic understanding of Profound Nether Territory, I don't know much about the situation outside of Profound Nether Territory, so I still need you all to catch me up." Fei Yongzhe looked at him. "Junior brother Yang, what would you like to know? Yang Kai answered, according to what I know, after the war in the Barren Territory, the human race army retreated and broke up into many different teams to help the cultivators from the various great territories retreat and evacuate. However, that was a couple dozen years ago, so those who could evacuate should have already arrived. How could there still be humans left outside? Division Commander Chen sighed and replied, that's not a surprise because the purpose of evacuation back then was to let all the sects move to the nearest territory directly controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Afterwards, those cave heavens and paradises would have their masters escort those people to high heaven territory. However, the Black Ink clan moved too fast, so cultivators from a number of great territories could not evacuate in time and were surrounded by the enemy. We have suffered quite a significant number of casualties as a result. Yang Kai nodded as he knew about such incidents as well. When the Black Ink clan invaded Swallowing Sea's territory, Yang Kai was fortunately there to lend his assistance. If Yang Kai hadn't appeared there at that moment, the cultivators from Swallowing Sea's territory wouldn't have been able to escape. In addition to those who failed to evacuate in time, others were ambushed along the way, which might be what had happened to the humans trapped in Acacia territory. When Yang Kai heard this, he frowned, forgive my crassness, but if they were intercepted by the Black Ink clan over 20 years ago, they should all be dead by now. Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow, junior brother, are you thinking this might be a trap? Yang Kai shook his head, perhaps the cultivators in Acacia territory found somewhere to hide all these years but have now been found by the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, they can't have held out until now. While he spoke, he used his fingers to tap on the armrest. What is strange is for word of this to have reached us. Theoretically, Acacia territory has been entirely conquered by the Black Ink clan, so if there were any humans left there, the Black Ink clan should have easily taken care of them, but of course, dragging on. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at the others below him, senior brothers and sisters, do you think that the Black Ink clan are besieging a stronghold to strike at the reinforcements? Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow, why do you ask that? Yang Kai explained, the Black Ink clan should have been able to easily finish off the cultivators in Acacia territory but haven't. It's obvious that they want to attract our side's attention, which led to today's events where senior brother Xiang charged us with this matter. We won't be able to hide the profound Nether army dispatching a large number of troops to the Acacia territory. The enemy is likely planning an ambush in Acacia territory. There should be multiple territory lords and a large army guarding that place. Once he said that, the other 8th Order masters looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Wei Junyang turned to look at Ouyang Lai and teased, are you going to kill a territory lord, or are you going to call me father? Rolling his eyes, Ouyang Lai retorted, you didn't win. What's more, it's just killing a territory lord. How difficult could that be? Wei Junyang chuckled, I'll take it as you choosing to kill a territory lord. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he looked at the others below him, senior brothers, did I say something wrong? Division Commander Chen stroked his beard and chuckled, no, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that your performance shocked us. What do you mean? That answer made Yang Kai even more confused, also, what's up with Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai? Why would they say something like calling the other father? Division Commander Chen explained, junior brother, what you've just said is correct. There is a second-class great force, Acacia sect, in Acacia territory. During its founding, Acacia sect discovered a universe cave heaven left by an unknown 8th Order open heaven realm master after their death, which Acacia sect obtained many benefits from. Didn't you say the cultivators in Acacia territory might have found a place to hide all these years? It's been surmised that they have been hiding inside that universe cave heaven and somehow managed to seal its entrance, which is why it remained safe until today. But their hiding spot has now been exposed, which is why they are now under siege. He continued, it's not that the Black Ink clan doesn't want to deal with them, but it isn't an easy task to break open a universe cave heaven's portal from the outside without appropriate skills. Of course, the Black Ink clan can still do it, but it will take them some time. Also, us receiving this news should also be the Black Ink clan's doing. Junior brother, you were right when you said they were planning to strike at the reinforcements. However, their target is not the various armies from the Great Territory battlefields, but the roaming hunters who have snuck into their territory. A short pause later, he elaborated, there are many human masters that are either unwilling to be governed or are simply not used to functioning in an army and working with others, so they choose to become roaming hunters instead and sneak deep into the great territories that the Black Ink clan controls. Over the years, the hunters have attacked and killed many Black Ink clansmen, and traces of them can be found in many great territories. There are indeed many Black Ink clansmen, but most of them are busy battling the human race army, so those roaming hunters take the chance to cause chaos behind the Black Ink clan's lines by destroying Black Ink nests and raiding their supply lines. The Black Ink clan is clearly frustrated with this, and besieging those in Acacia territory is a good opportunity to attract large numbers of hunters over. They want to clean up as many of them as possible with this one move. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5531, I'll head over there myself. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai had heard of hunters. They were human masters who didn't join the main army on the front lines for all sorts of reasons and would instead form small groups or even act alone to sneak into the great territories that the Black Ink clan had taken over. Then, they would seek opportunities to do damage. Most of them were proud of their great strength or had some unruliness in their personalities, which was why they didn't like the strict regulations of the army. Hunters generally acted in very small numbers, so they lived dangerous lives where the threat of being wiped out was quite high. However, while the risks were high, the rewards were too. The favorite activity for hunters was destroying Black Ink nests. If they could bring back proof of them destroying a Black Ink nest to any of the Great Territory battlefields, they would receive a massive amount of military merits. Once they had military merits, they could use them to exchange for cultivation resources or other benefits. At this moment, there were quite a lot of hunters roaming around outside, and as time passed, even more cultivators joined them. Everyone had their own way of living, so if they dove into the great territories controlled by the Black Ink clan and caused chaos, it could still be considered contributing to the war effort. Therefore, not only didn't the Supreme Headquarters restrict such people, but they even richly rewarded the hunters whenever they succeeded. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's actions before coming here were the standard behavior of a hunter. Of course, what he accomplished was far beyond what any team of hunters could dream to achieve. He alone had caused chaos at the no-return pass and then retreated safely. That was a feat no other human could replicate. The hunters' actions were indeed dangerous as they were moving around the Black Ink clan's territory, after all. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would be targeted by many Black Ink clansmen and would have difficulty escaping. However, narrow escapes were not that frequent. Hunters weren't foolish enough to sacrifice their lives for nothing, so as long as they acted prudently, they would be able to steer clear of trouble. After that, it was simply a matter of luck whether they survived or not. Moreover, as Wei Junyang just mentioned, most of the powerful Black Ink clansmen were busy battling human race masters on the front lines, so there weren't many just sitting behind and guarding their territory. The Black Ink clan had taken over many great territories, but there were only so many innate territory lords. This meant that they couldn't guard every territory they had, making it possible for the hunters to sneak in and hit low-rank Black Ink nests before making their escape, never having to face any true masters. With fewer people, the hunters could more easily find places to hide after they achieved their objectives, which was why the Black Ink clan found it so hard to deal with them. Such situations enraged the Black Ink clan, which caused them to hate hunters to the core. Besieging the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory was a good chance for them to attract many hunters over. The Black Ink clan was planning to use this opportunity to wipe out the hidden dangers in their territories so that they could focus more of their attention on battling the main human force. After listening to Wei Junyang's explanation, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Senior brother Wei, have you known this since the beginning?" Wei Junyang smiled, "Junior brother, please forgive us. This was all Senior brother Xiang's plan and the final test given to you by the Supreme Headquarters." Feeling speechless, Yang Kai asked, "What would happen if I didn't realize all this?" Wei Junyang smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Xiang hasn't gone far, and the news of appointing junior brother as army commander hasn't been announced to the army yet." In other words, if Yang Kai wasn't able to see the bigger picture and accurately assess the situation, Xiang Shan might have returned to take back the army commander token. When Yang Kai heard that, he rolled his eyes. "Fortunately, the news of my appointment has yet to be announced to the entire army. Although I'm young, I would like to keep some face. These old farts simply won't act their age." He didn't bother with these things though, because he understood that it was normal for these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some reservations. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army was an important and powerful position which could affect the direction of their future battles and the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the human race army, so of course they would act cautiously. Moreover, there was also no fault in the Supreme Headquarters giving out a final test. In reality, the test was relatively simple, because anyone with half-decent intelligence could think of such things. Only a ruffian like Yang Lai wouldn't bother thinking things through like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai snuck a glance at Yang Lai, and as he had expected, the latter seemed to be lost in his thoughts, giving Yang Kai a sense of intellectual superiority. Wei Junyang then turned serious. "Since junior brother Yang has seen through the Black Ink clan's intentions, it proves that we old folks have made the right choice. Still, the matter of Acacia territory needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, so please propose a plan of action." Yang Kai nodded. "The other battlefields are in the midst of heavy fighting, so for now, only Profound Nether territory can send out troops. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this task, we must complete it perfectly." This was his first mission after he was appointed the Profound Nether Army's army commander, so it was of utmost importance for Yang Kai. Moreover, with a large number of humans still trapped outside, even if Yang Kai was still all on his own, he would have tried to find a way to save them. "Senior brothers, do any of you have a plan in mind?" Yang Kai glanced around. Kong Qingde quickly said, "Since the Black Ink clan intends to deal with the hunters, there must be at least a few territory lords hiding in Acacia territory. Although we don't have solid intelligence from the hunters, I suspect there to be between 3 and 5 territory lords lying in ambush. The hunters weren't weak, and though there weren't any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, 7th Order Masters weren't lacking. Feudal lords could defeat 7th Order Masters in greater numbers, but killing them was another matter. The Black Ink clan's only option was to have the territory lords move if they wanted this thing to be settled conclusively. 3 to 5 territory lords standing guard in Acacia territory could be said to be an extremely secure arrangement. Of course, the number might be different, but this estimate shouldn't be too far off. The arrangement of territory lords wasn't without consideration because the Black Ink clan needed a lot of territory lords to oversee the main battlefield in order to ensure that they had maintained the upper hand when fighting against the human race army. In addition, territory lords who were heavily injured after battling the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sent back to the no-return pass to sink into dormancy inside Black Ink nests to heal more rapidly. Therefore, although the number of territory lords on the whole exceeded the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had the upper hand when fighting against the human race army, the human race's situation hadn't worsened to the point where they didn't stand a chance against the enemy. Now that Yang Kai had brought back a huge amount of yellow and blue crystals and given out 10 great sun and moon marks, the human situation would only become better. Fei Yongzhe spoke up, "Let's plan for the worst. If Acacia territory has 5 territory lords standing guard, we would have to dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if we want to rescue the trapped cultivators. 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That wasn't a small number, especially when all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Nether territory were overseeing important sections of the front lines and couldn't be easily transferred. However, only by dispatching 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could they be sure they could suppress 5 innate territory lords. Sending 8 was also a precaution against the enemy having deployed more than 5 territory lords. Though the mission to rescue the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory didn't seem difficult, it wasn't an easy mission to execute. Moreover, Yang Kai looked at the crowd of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him and noticed that they each had varying degrees of injuries. The previous battle was only about 10 days ago, so these 8th Order Masters hadn't even gotten a chance to heal yet, which meant they could not exert their full strength at the moment. The territory lords in Profound Nether territory didn't fare much better, so they weren't a pressing concern, but the territory lords in Acacia territory would all be in peak condition. Wei Junyang was clear about this too, so he proposed, perhaps we can ask the divine spirits for help. In its current condition, it would be difficult for the Profound Nether army to carry out this rescue mission on its own, therefore, they could only ask others for help. Hearing this though, Yang Kai shook his head. The divine spirits might not be able to help us. Oh, Yang Lai frowned, how can you say that before trying? Yang Kai answered, if the divine spirits could help us, senior brother Xiang would have told us beforehand, but since he didn't, that could only mean that the divine spirits are also all battling the enemy on the various battlefields. What's more, a few days ago, the Supreme Headquarters even dispatched the batch of divine spirits Tao Wu belonged to, which means that the other battlefields need extra help as well. If it weren't their last resort, the Supreme Headquarters wouldn't have sent the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Hence, even if the Profound Nether army asked for help, the Supreme Headquarters might not be able to mobilize any manpower for them. In contrast with the trapped cultivators in the Acacia territory, the Great Territory battlefields were more important at the moment. If the Supreme Headquarters had to make a choice, they would rather ensure the safety of the front lines rather than save those trapped cultivators. Makes sense, Wei Junyang nodded. At first, he thought it wouldn't be much of a difficult task to save those trapped cultivators in Acacia territory, but now that he thought more deeply about the situation, this matter was indeed a difficult task to complete. Instantly, they were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. It seemed like the Supreme Headquarters had given Profound Nether territory a tough mission. Could this also be a test for Yang Kai after being appointed as an army commander? After everyone fell silent, Yang Kai stood up and announced with a determined expression, I'll head over myself. The crowd of 8th Order Masters was shocked, and Fei Yongzhe was taken aback. Junior brother, are you really going to Acacia territory by yourself? Yang Kai nodded, we have no other options besides this. Profound Nether territory couldn't dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at once, and they couldn't ask the divine spirits for help, so after careful consideration, Yang Kai decided that acting alone was the best course of action. Kong Qingde quickly objected, Junior brother, you can't. You're now the army commander of the Profound Nether army, so how could you risk your safety? Moreover, what will happen to Profound Nether territory after you leave? This statement just made Yang Kai burst out laughing, Senior brother Kong, your words are exaggerated. This junior brother has just been appointed to the Profound Nether army's army commander position, but before now, when have I not been roaming around the dangerous territories? Since I was able to safely cross those territories back then, why can't I do the same now? No matter how dangerous Acacia territory was, could it be any more dangerous than the no-return pass? Yang Kai had safely returned from the very heart of the Black Ink clan's headquarters, so a trivial Acacia territory was nothing to him. Moreover, before I was appointed, senior brothers and sister have kept Profound Nether territory well organized, so there's no way that you all won't be able to do the same without me. The Black Ink clan here has just suffered a heavy defeat and lost 3 territory lords, so there won't be any huge battles in Profound Nether territory for at least a few years. Without giving them a chance to talk, Yang Kai concluded, it's settled then. I will personally take a trip to Acacia territory, and once I leave, I must ask senior brothers and sister to guard Profound Nether territory. This is also the first order I issue after being appointed as army commander. Since he had put it that way, what could the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters possibly say? But after careful consideration, it did seem like Yang Kai personally moving was the best option they had. No longer trying to stop Yang Kai, Wei Junyang said, how many troops do you intend to bring, junior brother? Yang Kai answered, I don't need too many. How about this? I'll bring the original members of Dawn. That should be enough. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-32, Brains and Brawn. When the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw Yang Kai's enthusiastic state, they felt some lamentation and shame. They were lamenting because the younger generation was growing so fast. Though Yang Kai was the only youngster with a high position now, others from his generation had begun showing their talents on the battlefield and would soon rise up. These juniors who had shown their brilliance on the battlefield were the future of the human race and were the reason the Ninth Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to pave the way forward for them. As for why they felt ashamed, it was because these old fellows couldn't help Yang Kai. After calming his thoughts, Wei Junyang spoke, "Since you've made your mind up, we won't try to dissuade you, but you must remember that you're now an army commander, so if you find yourself in a dire situation, you must ensure your own safety first." "I understand," Yang Kai nodded heavily. "Junior brother, when will you leave?" "Immediately." Wei Junyang raised his hand and summoned his universe chart. Then, he moved his hands to display an image of the void. There are 3 territory gates that lead to different great territories in profound nether territory. Junior brother can quietly exit through here. While he spoke, he reached out and pointed at one of the territory gates. One of the 3 territory gates was guarded by the human race so that they had somewhere to retreat if they lost the war. Another one had been taken over by the Black Ink clan, while the last one was still unclaimed. However, both sides had set up camps there to prepare for any spontaneous battles. The territory gate Wei Junyang was referring to was that 3rd gate. Although the human race couldn't claim that territory gate, they could absolutely find a way to send Yang Kai and a small team through the portal. A minor battle would be enough of a distraction to slip through the territory gate. However, Yang Kai instead asked, "Which territory gate is the nearest to Acacia territory?" Going through different territory gates meant they would have to take different routes. Sometimes, a slight difference might mean they had to cross several additional great territories to get to their destination. Wei Junyang studied the 3 territory gates before pointing to the territory gate being guarded by the Black Ink clan, "This one." He was then slightly stunned and asked, "Junior brother, don't tell me you want to go through this one?" Yang Kai replied, "There's no time to waste, so we naturally have to take the fastest route possible." "Nonsense." Fei Yongzhe reprimanded, "The Black Ink clan army's main camp is there. How are you going to pass by them? If you get surrounded, you'll die." Smiling, Yang Kai assured him, "That's why I need the profound nether army's help." Wei Junyang thought about it and asked, "You want the profound nether army to pressure the Black Ink clan? Aren't you afraid they might suddenly rise up and attack you?" Yang Kai explained, "I just killed 3 territory lords a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan is definitely paying more attention to me. Now that I'm overseeing profound nether territory, those territory lords might be feeling on the edge, wondering which one of them would be next. Senior brothers, place yourselves in the territory lord's shoes. If I suddenly try to leave this great territory, would you give your all to stop me, or just let me pass?" Fei Yongzhe was about to continue reprimanding Yang Kai, but hearing this question he frowned and hummed for a moment. The other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were looking at each other. Eventually, Wei Junyang spoke up, "If Junior Brother is the only one leaving, of course, they would pick up a fight because the ability you displayed is too shocking, so the Black Ink clan naturally wants to get rid of you. If you give them the opportunity, why wouldn't they take it? But if you add the profound nether army, that is another story. Would the Black Ink clan really make things difficult?" Originally, the Black Ink clan here had the upper hand and almost seized profound nether territory completely, but Yang Kai appeared and foiled their plans. The Black Ink clan would naturally be wary of a master like Yang Kai, who could easily kill territory lords like they were random chickens or dogs. Therefore, if such a master wanted to leave profound nether territory, it would be great news for the territory lords, so the Black Ink clan might really not stop him but welcome him leaving. Such a plan might sound far-fetched, but after careful consideration, it seemed there was quite a lot of space for maneuvering. At that instant, Wei Junyang looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and remembered how Yang Lai had joked that Yang Kai should be called Big Head Yang. The next generation was very admirable indeed. If one only had brawn but no brains, they would be nothing more than a ruffian. However, like Yang Kai, people with brains and brawn were the bane of the Black Ink clan. It's also fine if they don't let us pass. We can just start another battle, Yang Kai beamed. If they still aren't afraid of me, I'll just kill another 3 territory lords. There are only so many territory lords here, so they will have to let us pass sooner or later. Yang Lai felt his blood boiling when he heard that. I agree. If we really start a battle, I'll be the vanguard. Wei Junyang glared at him before looking at Yang Kai. Even if the Black Ink clan are willing to let you pass, isn't your departure the same as telling the Black Ink clan that their biggest concern has left and that they can start another war without fear while you're gone? Although the human race wasn't afraid to start another battle, they had suffered a significant loss during the last one and still needed time to recuperate. Yang Kai answered, they won't have the guts to do that. Since I can leave Profound Nether territory, I can return as well. How can they rest assured that I've really left? If they see me leave right in front of them, they will only become even more cautious because if they start another battle, they will have to worry about me attacking them from behind. After a short pause, he continued, moreover, it doesn't matter if another battle happens. I've already distributed many small stone race soldiers to the others. I must say, the idea of treating the small stone race as artifacts to be refined rather than beasts to tame is quite ingenious. With their addition, the Profound Nether army's capabilities are much stronger than they were before. The small stone race was a sharp tool when used to deal with the Black Ink clan. The only problem was that they had very low sentience and were hard to control. Many times, the small stone race ran off after killing all the enemies. Those with quick reflexes could capture some of them, but those who weren't quick enough could only watch as they ran away. When Yang Kai first began giving out the small stone race soldiers, he told others to try using beast taming techniques to control them. Although the method worked, the results weren't very good. It wasn't until one day when an open heaven realm master tried treating them like artifacts that a new method was discovered. Using this method to refine small stone race soldiers was far more efficient than using a beast taming technique because this was far easier for most cultivators. By spreading this method, many more small stone race soldiers could be better controlled to kill the enemy and then be brought back after the battle. After all, not every cultivator knew beast taming techniques, but everyone knew how to refine an artifact. This methodology was now widespread throughout the human race army. Now, all humans would use similar techniques to control the small stone race soldiers. The Open Heaven Realm Master who discovered this method was praised and rewarded heavily by the Supreme Headquarters, which made him the envy of many. Yang Kai currently only had a single army of Great Sun Small Stone Race and another of Great Moon Small Stone Race on hand, each with 1 million troops. All the others had been distributed to others. The ones he kept with him were his trump card for dealing with a royal lord. There was only one royal lord left, and there was no telling when he would encounter him again, so Yang Kai wanted to keep a hidden hand just in case. Although it hadn't been long since their last battle, the soldiers of the Profound Nether army now had several million small stone race soldiers on hand, so the overall combat power of the army had only increased, not decreased. If they did start another large-scale battle, the humans of Profound Nether territory wouldn't have to be wary of the Black Ink clan. Inside the main conference hall, all the Eighth Order masters looked at each other and kept silent. Yang Kai had made a clear and concise argument to persuade them, so they had nothing more to say. Seeing that the others were silent, Yang Kai announced, "This matter is settled then. Pass down my order, the center outpost's frontline soldiers are to form up and advance towards the Black Ink clan's main camp." All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood up and bellowed, "Yes, sir." Soon, the Eighth Order Masters dispersed and returned to the frontline universe fragments where Yang Kai's orders were relayed, and all 200,000 recuperating soldiers moved out. When news of their operation got out, a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters overseeing the auxiliary fronts were shocked. Is there something going on at the front line? Didn't the battle there end recently? They went and asked around, and in the end, they were told this was an order from the newly appointed army commander Yang Kai. It was only then that those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the auxiliary fronts found out that the Profound Nether Army had a new army commander. That was because the news of Yang Kai being appointed as army commander hadn't been announced yet. Now, this matter has caused a stir among the army. They said a new broom sweeps clean, and the new broom called Yang Kai was so good at cleaning that he was thinking of cleaning out the Black Ink clan. At that instant, some people were worried while some were excited. The masters from the auxiliary fronts could only cooperate with those at the front lines, so they relayed their orders. All the auxiliary front soldiers also began preparing for battle, increasing the army's momentum. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan were shocked. They had lost 3 territory lords last time, and they only had a limited number of territory lords at the front line, so not only was their army's combat power weakened, but the territory lords were now hiding inside their base camp. The scene of that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their memories, and every territory lord was wary of him. Therefore, they didn't dare take any impulsive actions before they could figure out how to deal with that 8th Order human. During that last battle, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses, but the humans didn't fare much better. Everyone thought both sides would pause and rest for at least a few years, but now the humans were making such a big move within less than half a month. Did the humans get more reinforcements? All the territory lords appeared and observed the situation, but when they discovered that the human race army was really preparing for war, they all felt worried. Though they couldn't figure out what was happening, since the humans were gathering their troops, it was obvious that they were planning to attack. At the same time, inside the main conference hall, Yang Kai sat alone while lost in thought, feeling like he was forgetting something. After careful thinking, he discovered that he was now an army commander but didn't have an adjutant. Before, no matter whether it was Xiang Shan or any of the other army commanders, they all had adjutants, which made it easier for them to relay their orders. After all, it was impossible for people in high positions to do everything themselves. Profound Nether Army wouldn't assign him with an adjutant, as such people were usually the army commander's most trusted associate. Yang Kai didn't have any potential candidates in mind, but he wasn't in a hurry either. This matter would have to wait until he was back from Acacia territory. Hua Qingxi was a good option. While she was the head manager for High Haven Palace, not only had she managed High Heaven Palace well but also the Star Boundary by extension. She was an exceptionally meticulous woman and was perfect for the role of an adjutant. It was a pity that the head manager still needed to oversee High Heaven Palace and had no time to spare. Martial Peak, Chapter 5533, The Next Generation Replaces the Previous. With the mass mobilization of the human race army in the Profound Nether territory, the originally peaceful battlefield became chaotic again. Not only were the Black Ink clan caught off guard by this movement, but the human soldiers were also surprised. Both sides thought that after the previous battle, there would be a long break before the next round of fighting, but it had only been a dozen days or so, and the humans were already planning something big. More than 200,000 human soldiers moved out and headed for the Black Ink clan's base camp. Meanwhile, all the humans from each auxiliary front were also deploying to put pressure on the enemy. One day later, warships carrying the human race army formed up just 10 million kilometers from the Black Ink clan's main base. There was high and low drumming coming from each warship, fueling the army's momentum. Kill. 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 War. 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 The human soldiers roared together, almost shaking the entire Profound Nether territory. Although the soldiers were surprised about this sudden mobilization, now that they were here, they were determined to fight the Black Ink clan to the death. On the Black Ink clan side, their army was also standing by with the territory lord standing in the forefront, looking quite gloomy as they felt humiliated. During the several dozen years of war in Profound Nether territory, this was the first time the humans had arrived at their doorstep. They were usually the ones who initiated the battles, with the humans always defending or at most, counterattacking, never venturing deep into their territory. This was where the Black Ink clan's main base was located, so they couldn't stand such provocation from the humans. If they hadn't been wary of the Eighth Order Master who had suddenly appeared that day, the territory lords would have ordered their army to attack already. When had the Black Ink clan ever been wary of humans? However, even the strongest territory lords couldn't help but tremble when thinking about that strange Eighth Order human master. That man used less than a half cup of tea's time to kill 3 innate territory lords. They had never witnessed such a thing before, but what shocked the territory lords even more, was that this wasn't the first time this Eighth Order human had killed territory lords like this. According to the intelligence they received from the No-Return Pass, that human had caused a huge commotion at the No-Return Pass. He had attacked twice and killed 3 territory lords right under the royal lord's nose. Moreover, he had destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests. Even the powerful innate territory lords were like children before this human. When that news arrived, the territory lords in profound Nether territory couldn't believe their ears. Killing territory lords and destroying high-rank Black Ink nests was one thing, but to be able to do so in the presence of a royal lord was an entirely different matter. What's more, even the royal lord himself couldn't stop that human. The intel they received stated that this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could control a massive small stone race army and used it to summon an extraordinarily massive explosion of purifying light. When that human charged through the No-Return Pass, he unleashed that burst of purifying light to engulf the royal lord and a dozen territory lords, causing the latter to all fall to the feudal lord realm. Those territory lords were still recuperating inside high-rank Black Ink nests now, but it was unknown if they could ever restore their full strength again. This human was a terrifying opponent. No territory lord would dare to make a move without first determining where this human was. That was why the territory lords didn't dare to act rashly despite the human race army pressing in and openly provoking them. They were afraid that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be hiding among the soldiers, seeking a chance to sneak attack them. There were more territory lords than Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but that didn't mean the territory lords would just let themselves be butchered by that human. While the territory lords were searching for Yang Kai had just sent out a message from inside the main conference hall. Meanwhile, among the human race army was a warship transformed from Baishi's soul clone. Yu Meng took out a communication bead, checked the message inside, and gnashed her teeth. That smelly man is abandoning us again. All the madams were shocked with Su Yan quickly asking, "Where's he going?" Yu Meng shook her head, "I'm not sure. He only said he would be heading out and would be back soon. Also, he asked that we not worry and wait for his return." Although his wives were angry about Yang Kai's departure, they were stuck in an urgent situation where a major battle might break out at any moment, therefore, they could only force this issue from their minds and focus on the matter at hand. Inside the main conference hall, Yang Kai had finished sending his message and tried to link his mind with the old tree. Instantly, the void shook and Yang Kai appeared beside the world tree located in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Looking up at the giant canopy, Yang Kai was shocked because even though it had only been a few years, there was a significant change to the old tree. When he came here last, many of the world fruits on the old tree were withering, but at least they were still hanging on the branches. This time, there were far fewer world fruits than before, and even the old tree looked sicklier. Yang Kai realized that the world fruits on the old tree symbolized the known universe worlds, and if a universe world's grand Tao collapsed, it would be reflected in its world fruit, which would decay and eventually disappear. Over the last few years, countless universe worlds had their grand Daoist destroyed and world force stolen, so the situation reflected on the old tree was the loss of many world fruits. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, one of the decayed world fruits fell and disintegrated. "Old tree!" Yang Kai called out softly. The face of the old tree appeared on its trunk, revealing a dark-looking face. It seemed like the old tree had been affected by Black Ink strength. In a strained voice, he asked, "Is there something you need?" Yang Kai nodded. "Old tree, please look into Acacia territory and see if there are any intact universe worlds there." If there were, he could rely on the world tree's power and simply teleport to that existing universe world, saving him much time and effort. Of course, seeing the current state of the world tree, Yang Kai knew that chances were slim. The Black Ink clan had taken over the Acacia territory for many years and would definitely not let off any of the universe worlds because, to them, they were the most delicious delicacies. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already refined and collected every universe world that could be saved. Nonetheless, he came here intending to just give it a try. Unfortunately, as he had expected, the old tree said, at this moment, besides the great territory battlefields that are being occupied by humans and the great territories behind them, there are no more living universe worlds in the other great territories. Since Yang Kai had expected that answer, he nodded. "I'm sorry to trouble you, old tree." Calming himself, Yang Kai linked his mind with a universe world in profound nether territory and took a step forward, immediately finding himself standing above that universe world. There were still a few universe worlds in profound nether territory that had survived. However, if this was the situation in profound nether territory, it meant the other great territories would be in the same situation. After all, there were still humans stationed there. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would have to defeat the human race army before consuming the entire great territory. Sighing, Yang Kai moved back to the main conference hall where he found a distinct-looking warship. Dawning Light. At this moment, a group of people standing on Dawning Light's deck had their heads turned to face the main conference hall. They were the members of Dawn Squad. Dawn was part of the Great Evolution Army, so when it was dissolved, Dawn naturally joined the Profound Nether Army. However, Dawn had been assigned to one of the auxiliary fronts rather than the main battlefield. Yang Kai had been so busy these days that he didn't have time to visit his old friends. Now, Dawn Squad came. They had received transfer orders and came here to receive their next assignment, but their higher-ups didn't tell them who they would be getting orders from. While they were looking around, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. Everyone turned to look at the figure and the few in front were overjoyed and called out, "Squad leader." Yang Kai looked at them and saw Feng Ying in the lead. Then, he saw Shen Ao and Bai Yi, as well as Blood Crow and Miao Fei Ping, followed by over a dozen unfamiliar faces. Not recognizing many of the faces here, Yang Kai fell into a slight trance. Aboard this very warship, he had previously fought side by side with Ning Qi Ji, Qi Tai Chu, and many others. Later, Ren Bing Bai and Yu Ziyu joined Dawn, followed by Blood Crow, Zhang Yang. But now, many of those people were gone. Many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen, and even more in the 5th Order and 6th Order had died. There were only a dozen or so familiar faces among the entire Dawn Squad. The human race had fought 3 huge wars, so even a special operations squad composed of the strongest elites below the 8th Order like Dawn had been reduced to this state. From this alone, it was easy to imagine just how heavy the human race's losses had been over the past 600 or so years. Dawn could even be considered quite lucky because it still existed, though many newcomers had replaced the old members. Back in the day, there were 4 special operations squads in the Great Evolution Army. Yang Kai's Dawn Squad, Chai Fang's Old Turtle Squad, Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolf Squad, and Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad. But now, only Dawn remained. Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolf Squad was wiped out by a 9th Order Black Ink disciple back when the Great Evolution Army attacked the Royal City. Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad was destroyed during the battle at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Chai Fang's Old Turtle Squad was left with only a few surviving members after the battle in the Barren Territory. Their warship was also destroyed, so they had no choice but to disband. Yang Kai sighed. For countless years, generations of humans fell and were replaced by the following generation. No one knew how many elites had died in this never-ending war, and though it seemed like the human race's situation had only gotten worse, Yang Kai was confident that the 3,000 worlds would rise from the ashes and would one day wipe out the Black Ink clan. All their efforts today were to ensure they could survive and thrive in the future. Senior sister Feng, Yang Kai nodded lightly at Feng Ying. Feng Ying had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm before him, so according to standard procedure, she should no longer be a member of Dawn. However, Wei Junyang and the others still called her over, obviously intending for her to assist Yang Kai. After all, there were many things an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master could do that even an elite squad could not. I heard Junior Brother has broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and came to profound Nether territory. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but the Black Ink clan on the Western Front have been quite active lately, so I couldn't leave. I hope Junior Brother won't blame me for not coming sooner. Yang Kai smiled, senior sister is too kind. Then, he nodded at Shen Ao, Bai Yi, and the other familiar faces before looking at Blood Crow and frowning slightly. It seemed like the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture was indeed incomparable to the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai hadn't noticed this before, but now that he took a look at Blood Crow, he saw that though the latter had improved a lot, his aura was unstable, which meant that Blood Crow had faced quite a huge drawback while refining Black Ink clansmen for his cultivation. Stop refining Black Ink clansmen or you might die, Yang Kai exhorted. Blood Crow snorted, you haven't died, so how could this king die? While he sounded standoffish, Blood Crow was secretly thinking to himself, this brat's luck is truly astonishing. Back at the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the others said he was doomed because a royal lord was chasing him. Just how did he escape such a strong opponent when he was only in the 7th Order back then? Some 600 years had passed since then, but not only had Yang Kai returned safely, but he did so as an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. As for the royal lord who was hunting him back then, no one knew what happened to him. Blood Crow silently snorted, they say good people don't live long, while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Could that be the truth? Martial Peak, Chapter 5534, One Warship Moves Forward. If that is true, I'm quite the scourge as well, so I shouldn't die easily. Blood Crow thought about nonsense, while Yang Kai stopped caring about him. Cultivators had to walk their own martial Dao, and the best Yang Kai could do was remind Blood Crow to be careful. Whether Blood Crow would take his words into account wasn't something Yang Kai could control. He wasn't Blood Crow's elder or ancestor, so he had no right to interfere. Shao Kai has advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai looked at a cute young woman in surprise and couldn't help nodding, not bad. Not bad at all. During these years, numerous disciples had left the Void Dao Temple in his small universe. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, several disciples broke through to the Open Heaven realm. Then, after Yang Kai returned to Voidland, he released some 5,000 more who all broke through to the 6th Order and 7th Order, shocking Mo Mei and the others at the time. Among all those disciples from the Void Dao Temple, the one Yang Kai was most familiar with was definitely Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping was the first to ascend from the Void Dao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven realm, making him the eldest senior brother of all the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple. In fact, there was still a statue of him in the Dao Temple to motivate the younger generation. Besides him, Yang Kai was most familiar with this young woman called Shao Kai. Back at Great Evolution Pass, Shao Kai regularly visited Dawn's stationed area and helped out. However, anyone could see that helping out was just an excuse, and her real intention was to visit Miao Fei Ping. It seemed like there was some kind of story between Shao Kai and Miao Fei Ping. In terms of respect, there was only one figure in this young lady's heart, and not even Yang Kai, the Dao Lord, could compare. At this moment, Shao Kai and Miao Fei Ping were standing side by side and looking at each other affectionately, indicating that they had obviously gotten together. When they saw Yang Kai, Miao Fei Ping and Shao Kai were also very excited. Ordinary people would find it hard to understand why the cultivators from Void Dao Temple respected Yang Kai so much, but for those who came from the Void Continent, it was different. Dao Lord, Shao Kai elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Kai's aptitude wasn't bad and could even be said to be extremely high. In fact, all those who could leave the Void Dao Temple and break through to the open heaven realm had outstanding aptitudes. Back then, Xiao Kai was able to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm directly, and now she had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm after a mere 700 years or so. She must have encountered some kind of opportunity, or else it would be impossible for her to grow so quickly. However, Yang Kai didn't ask about it because the opportunities one obtained were considered private matters. The disappointment in his heart disappeared as he thought that at least Dawn still had over a dozen surviving veteran members. Yang Kai's expression then became serious as he announced, "This time, you will be following me on a mission." Feng Ying asked, "Squad leader, what's our mission?" Yang Kai replied, "We will be heading to Acacia territory. There are a few cultivators trapped there, and our mission is to rescue them." Frowning, Feng Ying asked again, "There are still cultivators trapped in Acacia territory?" She didn't know about this because the Supreme Headquarters had only recently received the news. Though Feng Ying was also a division commander now, she was still new and couldn't get her hands on such news. Yang Kai nodded, "This mission will be quite dangerous, so if any of you don't want to take part, I won't force you to go. If that is your decision, you may leave now." Turning around and looking at everyone, Yang Kai saw that the veteran members of Dawn all looked unperturbed and didn't show any signs of retreating. However, a newly joined 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up, "Sir, how many troops will be deployed for this mission to Acacia territory?" While looking at him, Yang Kai replied, "Dawn squad plus me." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was dumbfounded. How could Yang Kai think to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory with just one squad? Although Dawn was a special operations squad with 50 members, that was still far too few people. Since the Black Ink clan could surround the cultivators in Acacia territory, it meant there would be quite a lot of them, and there might also be territory lords guarding that place. Looking around, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Shen Ao and the others showed no signs of surprise or disapproval. Instead, they all looked eager to head out. After a short pause, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up again, "Sir, there have been rumors about you killing 3 territory lords on your own during the last battle, are they true?" "They are." Despite knowing that it was unlikely that such news was fake, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai personally admitting it. When had there been an 8th Order Master strong enough to kill 3 territory lords in a row? The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had previously seen battles between 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and innate territory lords, but the powerful 8th Order Masters never got the upper hand, which showed how strong innate territory lords were. Yet now, 3 such powerful innate territory lords died in one battle, and they were all killed by the same man. Shen Ao laughed while patting that 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's shoulder. "Old Ho, back when our squad leader was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had teamed up with Junior Sister Bai Yi and killed a territory lord. Now that he's an 8th Order Master, so there's nothing unusual about him killing a few territory lords." Meanwhile, Bai Yi didn't say anything as she silently noted that territory lord was already half crippled, which is why Yang Kai and I were able to kill him. If it had been a territory lord in his prime, Yang Kai and I might not have returned alive that day. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Ho chuckled wryly as this wasn't the first time he heard Shen Ao mention this matter. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a territory lord was indeed an impressive feat, but the territory lords from the Black Ink battlefield were entirely different from the innate territory lords of today. The current innate territory lords possessed extremely high strength because they had sacrificed all their future potential for immediate power. Despite there being many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the human race army, less than 10 of them could kill an innate territory lord in a one-on-one fight. Old Ho had previously heard a lot about Yang Kai, and after he joined Dawn, Shen Ao and the others had regaled him with many heroic stories of the past. Those veteran Dawn members respected Yang Kai to the extreme. Now that he also had the chance to fight alongside the original squad leader of Dawn, the Seventh Order Master suddenly began looking forward to this mission. He thus cupped his fist and quickly said, "I am willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." "We are willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." The crowd vowed in unison. Yang Kai looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, let's go." The crowd dispersed and took their stations. Soon, dawning light turned into a ray of light and shot towards the depths of the void. At the Black Ink clan's base camp, large numbers of Black Ink clan soldiers were frantically moving about, forming a line of defense. The human race army suddenly moving against them had caught them off guard. What further confused the territory lords though was that the humans didn't take advantage of this opening to start a battle and instead just stayed outside while acting like they would strike at any moment. Such a situation, where the enemy didn't attack or retreat, made the territory lords feel very uncomfortable. If they weren't wary of that particular Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they wouldn't need to suffer such humiliation. However, that Eighth Order human still hadn't shown up, and no one knew where he was. The territory lords were constantly sweeping the surroundings with their divine senses, trying to seek out his whereabouts. While the territory lords were in doubt though, it seemed like someone with high authority had arrived. The human army separated to the left and right, and a warship larger than an ordinary squad-class warship suddenly appeared before the territory lord's eyes. That warship was charging straight at the Black Ink clan's base camp without any intention of turning around or stopping. What was even more shocking to the territory lords was that they saw a familiar figure standing on the deck of the incoming warship. It was that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the one who killed 3 territory lords in the last battle. They thought he had been hiding in the dark, but they never expected that he wasn't even here in the first place. At this moment, he was standing aboard a warship, looking down on them with insufferable arrogance. The territory lords were furious as they suddenly had a feeling of being humiliated and felt vexed. Somewhere among the huge human fleet, atop a warship transformed from Baishi's soul clone, Yuhi's sharp eyes spotted something and she pointed in that direction while yelling in shock, "Madams, young master is over there." All the women aboard the ship looked over and saw the scene of Yang Kai coming over aboard Dawning Light. Yu Rumeng frowned. "What's he doing?" The two armies were in a situation where they might start a war at any moment, so how could his warship charge straight for the Black Ink clan's base camp all on its own? Thinking back to the message Yang Kai had sent her just before, Yu Rumeng felt confused. As Dawning Light continued forward, Yu Rumeng and the others felt their hearts tighten. Dawning Light had completely separated from the human race army at this point and continued sailing ahead alone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they met the Black Ink clan army. If the Black Ink clan army attacked them at that point, would their husbands still be alive? That bastard! Yu Rumeng was furious. That smelly man never considers us when doing things. Kill! 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 War! 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 The human race army hadn't stopped chanting even now, their voices shaking the surroundings. Added to the full might of the human race army assembled here, the Black Ink clan couldn't help shivering slightly. At that moment, if any of the Eighth Order Masters ordered an attack, the human race army would bravely charge forward. The war was about to begin. Dawning Light continued to move forward, confusing not only Yu Rumeng and Yang Kai's other wives, but also the rest of the humans and the Black Ink clan. The two clans had been battling each other for so long, but this was the first time a situation like this had appeared, so the territory lords also couldn't figure out what was going on. However, they had to admit that Yang Kai's appearance had attracted every Black Ink clansman's attention. The invisible pressure formed from all the gazes focused on Yang Kai was so strong that it almost warped the void. Atop Dawning Light, one of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt his legs trembling as he looked at the Sixth Order Master beside him with a bitter expression. "Senior brother, I'm almost at my limit." With so many territory lords releasing their invisible pressure towards them, the force wasn't something a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could resist, even if it were still a large distance away. That Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master also looked pale, but he still encouraged the junior brother. junior brother, you have to believe in yourself. You can do it. Just hold on as long as you can. The two armies are now facing each other, so if we fall here, we will be embarrassing the entire human race while giving the Black Ink clan something to laugh about. When the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master heard that, he instantly gritted his teeth and said, I understand, senior brother. We may shed blood and die in battle, but we will never surrender. Following his low shout, he slowly straightened his legs, but he was still trembling while sweating profusely. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master noticed that and gritted his teeth as well, trying to hold on as long as he could while feeling confused. Yang Kai said they were heading to Acacia territory to save the humans trapped there, so why did he bring Dawn to the front lines of an impending battle? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5535, Six Arms. After moving forward for a while longer, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and exuded his might just as those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could no longer resist the Territory Lord's might. At that instant, the terrifying pressure was like snow meeting the sun, gently melting away. This foray to the Black Ink clan's base camp was not only about passing through the Black Ink clan's territory, but also a type of message. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't activate the protective measures on Dawning Light, leaving it in a completely exposed state. Seeing Yang Kai easily ward off the Territory Lord's pressure, the humans became even more motivated and chanted even louder. Meanwhile, the Territory Lords all looked gloomy. That Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is indeed too powerful, no wonder he was able to escape from the Royal Lord's grasp. Dawning Light continued to move forward and stopped just 3 million kilometers away from the Black Ink clan army. To powerful innate Territory Lords and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, such a distance could already be considered meeting each other face to face because they were within striking distance of ordinary secret techniques. Any sudden movement from either side could set off a great battle between the two clans. During all of the previous clashes, there hadn't been anyone brave enough to take such actions when both armies were facing each other because it was equivalent to courting death. If the humans had provoked the Black Ink clan to this extent, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have endured it and would have simply attacked. But now, even when Dawning Light was sitting alone right in front of the Black Ink clan army, the Black Ink clan still didn't move. Meanwhile, all the members aboard Dawning Light were nervous and excited. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that one man could deter the entire Black Ink clan alone. The cultivator surnamed Ho was even more shocked. He was a new member who had joined Dawn only a few decades ago and had heard many anecdotes about Yang Kai from Shen'ao. He used to think that the latter was exaggerating, but after following Yang Kai here, he discovered that all those stories were real. Not only was the man surnamed Ho excited, but Shen'ao and the other veteran members of Dawn were also elated. Every one of them was smiling and had rosy cheeks. During the battle at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, Yang Kai disappeared while many members of Dawn were either injured or killed. Later, Dawn almost fractured under the weight of their losses in the following wars. Although new members were joining in, it was difficult for Dawn to return to its former glory. That was because Dawn lacked a leader. Now, their leader had returned. This was their first mission, and the first thing Yang Kai did was lead Dawn to stand before the entire Black Ink clan army. Under the gazes of both clans, Shen'ao and the others didn't feel scared but excited, feeling like they had returned to the days when they followed their squad leader, Yang Kai, to kill the enemy. The chants continued to shake the void while both the Black Ink clan and human race army faced off with Dawning Light anchored between them. This scene was meant to be written down in history books, destined to be remembered by all who witnessed it today. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly and signaled the humans to quiet down. It was only then that the continuous chants finally ceased. Then, Yang Kai strode forward on the deck and looked at the Territory Lords who were before him with a smile on his face. Is there a commander among you all? The Territory Lords either looked gloomy or ghastly pale, but none of them spoke. While raising an eyebrow, Yang Kai asked, "What's wrong? Every one of you is a powerful innate Territory Lord, so you can't be afraid of me, right? If that is true, you should just return to your source domain as there's no need to embarrass yourselves here. The territory lords naturally couldn't stand such provocative words and immediately began cursing Yang Kai from all directions. However, Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and looked around, sneering, "I will remember all of you who cursed at me. You will be the ones I deal with first." Immediately, the roars of indignation and curses stopped. If another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had made such a threat, the territory lords wouldn't have taken it to heart because they weren't wary of Eighth Order humans in general. But Yang Kai's record of killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their minds, so they didn't dare to ignore his threats. The war between the human race and the Black Ink clan was ongoing, so if any one of those territory lords found themselves alone while being targeted by Yang Kai, they would almost certainly die. It was also impossible for them to always move together, therefore, the Black Ink clan's already weak momentum was dampened even further with just a few words from Yang Kai. Only then did one territory lord with several long arms step forward from the crowd. There was a straight almond-shaped mark on his forehead, making him look quite strange. He was originally unwilling to speak with Yang Kai because he knew and had experienced how cunning humans could be. His way of thinking was simple: when dealing with humans, it was best to just kill them. No matter what the humans said or did, the solution to any matter was to fight. But if he didn't come forward now, the situation would only worsen. Yang Kai looked over and observed the territory lord, especially the almond-shaped mark on his forehead. He thought, that mark isn't just some kind of decoration, it carries some sort of powerful means. 6 arms. Back where the human race army stood, Ouyang Lai snorted coldly. He had been battling the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory for a couple dozen years now, so he knew quite a lot about the Black Ink clan's masters here. Though innate territory lords were stronger than ordinary territory lords, there were still differences between them, possibly related to how much of Mo's source chi they possessed. Innate territory lords were spawned directly from Black Ink nests using Mo's source chi, therefore, the more source chi used, the stronger that territory lord was. 6 Arms was the strongest territory lord in profound Nether territory and had severely injured Ouyang Lai during their last battle. Although Ouyang Lai kept bragging to Wei Junyang that he had also caused significant injuries to his opponent, the truth was that Ouyang Lai's wounds were much more severe because while 6 Arms was only slightly injured, Ouyang Lai almost lost half his life. Xiangshan had previously snuck into profound Nether territory and launched a sneak attack on 6 Arms while the human race and Black Ink clan armies were locked in combat, but was unsuccessful. Even Xiangshan couldn't deal with 6 Arms with the element of surprise on his side, which showed how hard it was to deal with this fellow. Hence, 6 Arms was indeed the territory lord who could command the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory. Ouyang Lai quickly informed Yang Kai about 6 Arms. On the other hand, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. To be able to survive Xiangshan's sneak attack meant that this territory lord called 6 Arms was indeed impressive. If Yang Kai were to compete with 6 Arms in terms of pure strength, he might not come out as the winner, as it hadn't been long since Yang Kai advanced to the 8th Order, meaning his heritage was still somewhat weak. However, Yang Kai's biggest advantage when killing territory lords now was his soul-rending thorns, so if it was he who made the sneak attack, he might have succeeded in killing 6 Arms. While Yang Kai was observing 6 Arms, 6 Arms was also observing him. 6 Arms had received footage of Yang Kai's attacks on the no-return pass and was sure that the human before him was the one who caused all that chaos. Not only did this human kill 3 territory lords, but he also destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nest. 6 Arms felt his heart sink as he didn't dare to belittle Yang Kai, eventually opening his mouth to shout, "Human, who gave you the guts to provoke us?" Looking around, Yang Kai smiled. "This king came here with only one warship to discuss some matters with you. Does this count as a provocation?" Yang Kai touched his chin and nodded gently. "If you think it is, then so be it. What can all of you do about it? If you want to attack, go ahead. See if this king doesn't beat you senseless." While saying that, Yang Kai had his nose pointed upwards, looking incredibly arrogant. The territory lords were furious, and Six Arms also looked grim after hearing these words. During the years they had battled the humans, they had never been in a disadvantageous position. However, they didn't expect that the momentum they accumulated for so many years would be smashed by a single Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master aboard a lone warship. This human only had one warship with him, but the Black Ink clan was acting like they were facing a powerful enemy. Their behavior was indeed quite embarrassing. Seeing the human side spirits rising even further, Six Arms didn't dare to continue this topic and snorted coldly. The Black Ink clan has previously experienced the human race's sharp tongue, so let's get straight to the point. If you humans want to start a war, the Black Ink clan will gladly accompany you. Yang Kai nodded. Good, let's get straight to the point. I came here today with only the intention of discussing something with you all, not to start a fight. Your side suffered quite a huge loss after the last battle, so you should take some time to recuperate. We humans have always been generous and would never bully the weak just because we're strong. Meanwhile, Six Arms looked at Yang Kai with a blank expression, thinking that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. They don't want to start a battle? The human race army is already at our doorstep. How can that not be counted as wanting to start a war? If the humans didn't want to start a battle, the human race army wouldn't be standing here. Moreover, the situation in Profound Nether territory today was that the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan, therefore, Six Arms didn't know where this Eighth Order Master found the courage to say that the humans wouldn't bully the weak. Shameless as well as arrogant. That was the first impression Six Arms had about Yang Kai. What do you want to discuss? Six Arms asked. If you want the Black Ink clan to retreat, that is not up for discussion. Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, I naturally wouldn't ask you to retreat. The Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory have killed so many of my fellow comrades, so who would I seek revenge on if you guys ran away? No, you must stay and not leave so that someday, the Profound Nether army can kill all of you. Six Arms frowned. If you came here just to taunt us, I don't see the need to continue this conversation. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists. My apologies. My murderous intent was provoked by your words and I've forgotten my original intentions. This king came here today to ask that you grant us easement. Grant easement? Six Arms looked confused. What do you mean? Grant what easement? Does the Black Ink clan have an easement to grant? Not only was Six Arms baffled, but the humans were also confused. As this was a decision made after private discussion, only a few higher-ups knew the whole story while the ordinary soldiers had no information at all. Moreover, the news of Yang Kai being appointed as the army commander of the Profound Nether army hadn't been released yet either. Just as they were feeling confused, they heard Yang Kai continue, I want to leave Profound Nether territory, through that portal. While saying so, Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate behind the Black Ink clan's base camp. Once he said that, both the humans and Black Ink clan were shocked and finally realized what Yang Kai was referring to when asking to be granted an easement. They were purely asking for easement because that territory gate was under the Black Ink clan's control, so if the Black Ink clan was reluctant to let them pass, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to get past, no matter how strong he was. However, many were dazedly looking at Yang Kai while secretly exclaiming, has he gone mad? How can he discuss such a thing with the Black Ink clan? Isn't this the same as humiliating them? If the Black Ink clan are determined not to yield, it would be impossible for them to agree to this. In fact, there were signs of a riot building among the Black Ink clan army already. If it hadn't been for the territory lords and feudal lords stopping them, the Black Ink clan soldiers would have already charged at Yang Kai to rip him apart. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-36, The Rise of the Profound Nether Army. The humans were astonished while the Black Ink clan was in an uproar. At that instant, the already tense atmosphere became even tenser. Wei Junyang secretly relayed his order for the soldiers behind him to get ready for battle. Although all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were on board with Yang Kai's plan and thought that it was feasible, no one could be sure it would work until it actually did. If the Black Ink clan were so enraged by Yang Kai's provocation that they decided not to endure anymore, the battle today would be inevitable. Judging by their current situation, the human race and Black Ink clan would have a hard time in the battle because, as Yang Kai said, it hadn't been long since the previous battle, and both sides still needed time to recuperate. While the human race were secretly arranging their next move, the commotion on the Black Ink clan side was growing louder, with even the territory lords having gloomy expressions while yelling things like, "How dare he?" and "Courting death. How arrogant is this human? Not only did he come here with a single warship, he even dares to boast so shamelessly. He clearly disdains us territory lords entirely." Though the territory lords admitted that this Eighth Order human was indeed very powerful, it didn't mean they would accept any audacious request he made without reasonable grounds. If they did, how could the territory lords continue to command the soldiers below them? What would their subordinates think of them? The leader of the bunch, 6 Arms, had a dark expression as he stared at Yang Kai while gritting his teeth. "Do you humans like to joke about such things?" Yang Kai remained calm. "Do I look like I'm joking?" 6 Arms frowned because he thought Yang Kai was really joking and just using this opportunity to show off his prestige and weaken the Black Ink clan's morale, but after careful observation, 6 Arms discovered that this human didn't seem like he was pulling a poor prank and was sincerely asking them to grant him an easement. Enraged, 6 Arms roared, "Impudence!" Yang Kai casually retorted, "I'm only asking for an easement that wouldn't cost the Black Ink clan anything. Why are you getting so riled up?" Hearing that, 6 Arms was even more furious. If Yang Kai only wanted easement, the Black Ink clan naturally wouldn't suffer any losses, but if they agreed to this request, wouldn't that be admitting that they were afraid of the humans? That would be a great blow to the already weak morale of the Black Ink clan army. No matter what, they couldn't agree to such an outrageous request. In fact, if the sides were reversed, the humans wouldn't grant the Black Ink clan easement either. "What if I refuse?" 6 Arms asked coldly. Without saying anything, Yang Kai summoned the army commander token. In an instant, the token glowed and illuminated the void. Then, Yang Kai used his strength to carry his voice throughout the void. "If the Black Ink clan still won't let us through after 1 incense stick's time, the entire Profound Nether army and Black Ink clan will fight to the death." The token floated above dawning light, and Yang Kai stood arrogantly on the deck while his voice, boosted by his world force, sounded deafeningly loud. The human race army was shocked for a moment before they immediately began chanting so loudly that it felt like the entire Profound Nether territory would shake apart. "War! War! War! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Once the army commander token appeared, no one among the hundreds of thousands of troops in the Profound Nether army dared to disobey. It was only now that the humans learned that the Profound Nether army had a new army commander. Wei Junyang was the de facto army commander of the Profound Nether army before, and though his performance was average at best during the several decades of war, he was at least able to maintain Profound Nether territory. But when comparing the two, obviously this new army commander was bolder and more courageous. He had just been appointed and had already made such a big move. That was something the older and more prudent Wei Junyang would find difficult to do. With such an army commander overseeing Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan would no longer have easy days. "Young master is the army commander?" Aboard the Baishi warship, Yuhi was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yu Meng and the others were all shocked as well. Their husband was the army commander? They had no idea about this and hadn't received any news of this matter. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't even tell them about this. But while looking at the figure enveloped by the token's halo, who was also the center of everyone's attention, all the madams felt an inexplicable sense of pride. That was their man. Profound Nether Army's army commander. When the army commander token was summoned, 6 Arms' eyes immediately lit up. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had suddenly appeared in Profound Nether territory was actually the Profound Nether Army's army commander. If 6 Arms could kill this human before the human race army moved, that would be a crushing blow to the enemy's morale. A sudden urge began to fill his heart as his gaze turned vicious while staring at Yang Kai. Not only 6 arms, but many other territory lords had similar thoughts. At that moment, several divine senses surged as the territory lords began secretly discussing their next move. 6 arms soon suppressed such thoughts though while sending a warning to the other territory lords to not make any rash moves. This human before them wasn't easy to deal with, and if they acted on impulse, they might be the ones killed rather than their opponent, which clearly wasn't worth it. Since this human had summoned the army commander token before the eyes of the 2 armies, he might have something planned. While suppressing the anger and ambition inside him, 6 arms said through gritted teeth, "If you humans want to start a war, so be it. Do you think the Black Ink clan is afraid?" Since they were forced to this point, no matter how reluctant 6 arms and the other territory lords were, a clash between the clans was inevitable. When 6 arms finished his words, he suddenly stopped and frowned because he could sense another divine sense surging inside the void. It seemed like someone was contacting 6 arms. Yang Kai smiled as he swept his gaze across all the territory lords and finally fixed his gaze on a figure that was enveloped by a dark shadow. It was another territory lord, but he seemed like a shadow and was neither real nor illusory, which was quite strange. As if sensing Yang Kai's gaze, the pair of eyes amidst the dark shadow glanced back at him. A short while later, 6 arms had a strange expression on his face when he raised his head to look at Yang Kai. The anger he felt had disappeared entirely, and he asked with a frown, "Are you only looking for easement? What else can I ask for?" Yang Kai asked him back. 6 arms coldly snorted and said, "Even if we offered you this easement, do you have the courage to take it?" The territory gate was located behind the Black Ink clan's base camp, so if the humans wanted to go through it, they would have to pass through the Black Ink clan army. Weren't the humans afraid they might walk into a death trap? "You'll know the answer after you accept." Yang Kai looked at 6 arms with a slight smile. Though 6 arms was strong, he didn't have the sharpest mind. In contrast to him, the territory lord who looked like a shadow was a quick thinker. It was the shadow territory lord who had contacted 6 arms just now and made him forget about his decision to fight the humans. Just like how Yang Kai had persuaded all the 8th Order masters at the main conference hall, that shadow territory lord might have realized that Yang Kai's departure from profound nether territory would benefit the Black Ink clan. Perhaps, they might still be thinking about suddenly launching an attack after I'm halfway inside their territory. That was something Yang Kai had to be prepared for. Even though he was sure the Black Ink clan would likely agree to grant an easement, he couldn't be sure that they would be able to hold back their urge to kill him. If that happened, there would definitely be a huge battle today. However, it didn't matter if things came to that because Yang Kai had considered such a scenario. He could just kill a few more territory lords and bring Dawn to escape any ambush set up at the territory gate. He had a 2 million strong small stone race army on hand, which was his trump card to use against the last royal lord. Although it would be a waste to use them here against mere territory lords, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy when faced with a critical situation. After all, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were still nurturing the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory, so he could just head there and borrow some more after a few hundred years. Therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. The 2 pairs of eyes met each other, one looking sincere while the other seemed doubtful. A long while later, 6 arms sneered, "Since you claim to have the guts, prove it." While saying so, he waved his hand, "Let them through." Once that order was given, the Black Ink clan army gathered in front, separated to both sides and left a narrow path towards the territory gate. The scene stunned the human race army. When Yang Kai said he wanted to pass through the territory gate, everyone thought he was just taking this opportunity to provoke the Black Ink clan and suppress their momentum. After all, how could the Black Ink clan agree to such a humiliating request? Though puzzled, the human race and Black Ink clan had a blood feud, so since both sides had gathered their troops, they would just start another battle. The stronger and the weaker side would be determined after the fighting was finished, so what was the use of such provocation? However, who would have thought that the Black Ink clan would agree to such an absurd request and let Yang Kai pass? What's happening? Did the lead territory lord lose his mind? Doesn't he know that agreeing to the request is a big blow to their army's momentum? No matter what the Black Ink clan were thinking, the humans were elated. The Black Ink clan had given in. Yang Kai alone had managed to threaten the Black Ink clan to compromise to this extent. This was something no one had ever seen or even heard of before. Although they didn't attack or kill any Black Ink clansmen today, the current situation was better than slaughtering a couple of territory lords. Before Yang Kai's arrival in profound Nether territory, the situation here wasn't looking good. They were constantly at war, and the humans were in an extremely passive situation. Moreover, they would suffer quite a significant loss after every battle. Profound Nether territory was almost lost during the last battle. Now, they had such a new, powerful army commander who could ask for an easement from the Black Ink clan alone and with only a single warship. Though the Black Ink clan had snarled viciously, they still compromised in the end. The hundreds of thousands of human soldiers looked at the figure above the deck of dawning light and couldn't help but feel astonished. That figure seemed so high and mighty. Profound Nether army had risen. Once the excitement had died down, the humans quickly became worried because even the dumbest among them knew that Yang Kai was about to face a life-or-death crisis. If the Black Ink clan suddenly decided to attack, Yang Kai and Dawning Light would be utterly surrounded. Despite their preparations for war, no one could be sure that the humans could save Yang Kai from the Black Ink clan's besiegement in time. On top of the Baishi warship, Yu Rumeng and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Their husband was still so reckless, but they could do anything about it. They could only support their husband, but could they stand to watch him battle the enemy alone? Though they were women, they weren't weaklings. Ever since they met Yang Kai, they had mostly lived apart. Although that didn't affect their relationship, these wives were thoroughly fed up with waiting at home and not knowing whether their husband would return alive. If he was destined to die, they wanted to die with him. Wasn't living and dying together the best ending for husbands and wives? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5537, Human, what's your name? Yu Rumeng looked at Su Yen, who just happened to look over at her, and then looked at all the others, their eyes filled with longing. Having lived with them for over 1,000 years, Yu Rumeng didn't have to speak and only had to look into their eyes to know what they were thinking. With a smile, she called out, "Senior, please." Baishi sighed, "Can't you show an old man some mercy?" Yu Rumeng smiled and assured him, "It's just a soul clone. I'll get husband to make it up to you if you suffer any damage." Baishi bargained, "I want to cultivate in the dragon pool. Help me convey my request to that boy." He had a dragon clan bloodline and it was extremely strong, so if he could cultivate inside the dragon pool, it would be beneficial to him. However, it was a pity that only pure-blood dragon clan members could enter the dragon pool, so despite being a veteran divine spirit, the dragon clan wouldn't allow Baishi in. More importantly, Fu Guang was still healing inside the dragon pool and couldn't be disturbed. However, if Yang Kai spoke up for him, perhaps the dragon clan could make an exception. Also, Yang Kai had previously saved Ji Laosan's life, and the dragon clan were beings that knew how to repay favors. Done, Yu Rumeng agreed straight away. Sit tight, Baishi reminded them, and the warship instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Division Commander Chen, who was overseeing this section of the army, was shocked when he noticed this, but was too late to stop them as Baishi's soul clone had already shot away. At first, he thought it was a squad acting rashly and was about to reprimand them, but then he saw the female figures on the warship. He moved his lips, but didn't stop them because he could roughly guess their thoughts. At the same time, Yang Kai sensed something and looked behind him to see a warship speeding over. Yu Rumeng stood proudly on the deck of the warship with a group of alluring women behind her. Yang Kai couldn't hold in his laughter and stood upright while waiting for them. Meanwhile, Six Arms had also noticed the incoming warship and his eyes flashed as he raised his hand to stop the Black Ink clan from taking any action. They weren't sure about the situation on that other warship, but it didn't seem like it was looking for trouble, so Six Arms didn't want to start a dispute over something so minor. A short time later, Baishi's soul clone arrived beside Dawning Light and quietly stopped. Standing on the warship, Yu Meng raised her chin daringly at Yang Kai. In the past, when Yang Kai was fighting all on his own, they could only hide behind him because they weren't strong enough to help their husband and share his burdens. But now, they were all Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and were no longer burdens. They didn't want to stay behind anymore and worry every day because they were afraid they might receive bad news about their husband. Even if they were to die, they would do so together. Follow close behind. Yang Kai nodded lightly at Yu Meng and the others before turning back to look at Six Arms and shouting, "Move out." Dawning Light moved forward with the Baishi battleship closely behind. Yu Meng and the others were in high spirits, while Wan Baifeng was the only one shivering in fear. These women have all gone mad. Even if they were willing to give up their lives for some smelly man, she wasn't. She and Yang Kai had no feelings for each other, and her life was previously under Yang Kai's control. It was only when Yang Kai decided to head to the Black Ink battlefield and removed all names from the loyalty list that Wan Baifeng and Chen Tianfei were able to get their freedom back. Aboard the Baishi battleship, Wan Baifeng was so desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. If she left the warship now, she would die, so she could only helplessly stay silent at the back while keeping her guard up. As Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship moved forward, the Black Ink clan on both sides stared at them like a flock of hawks, numerous divine senses surging about as they communicated with each other. Meanwhile, on the human side, hundreds of thousands of human soldiers remained ready for battle. The warships had begun humming, prepared to charge at a moment's notice. In an instant, no matter whether it was the humans or Black Ink clan, both armies were ready for battle. The humans were worried that the Black Ink clan would attack after surrounding Yang Kai and the others, while the Black Ink clan soldiers were just waiting for orders from the territory lords. Once the territory lords gave the signal, the Black Ink clan would charge forward and tear the two warships to pieces. However, the territory lords didn't make that call. Under the exchange of divine senses, the territory lords found it difficult to come to a unanimous decision. On the one hand, they thought this was a hard opportunity to come by. This might be their best chance to kill this Eighth Order human scourge. Though the other faction didn't deny this, they were worried about things on a deeper level. The humans weren't idiots. After so many years of battling them, the Black Ink clan had deeply experienced how deceitful and cunning humans could be. Since that human wanted to pass through the Black Ink clan army so recklessly, how could he not have come prepared? Without mentioning the battle that would break out once the Black Ink clan initiated an attack, would they really be able to kill that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master if they attacked? How could this human have acted so boldly if he wasn't confident about this matter? Or perhaps, this was what the humans had planned. At that moment, the territory lords were still arguing in secret. In the end, all the pressure rested on Six Arms' shoulders because he was their leader in profound nether territory. The other territory lords dared not to act rashly without his orders. On the other hand, Six Arms was sweating profusely. Several territory lords supported the idea of attacking and killing that Eighth Order master, so how could he not want to do the same? He had already secretly devised a plan earlier and was just waiting for that human to head deeper into their ranks before making a move. No matter what scheme the humans had, that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was the key, so the Black Ink clan would have won half the battle if they had managed to kill him. Even if it meant they would have to suffer huge consequences, it would be worth it. Such a strong Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was someone all territory lords were wary of. However, just when Six Arms was about to give the order, he suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis wash over him, as if he would immediately die if he made a move. The sense of danger made him break out in a cold sweat, and he hesitated to decide. He had never felt time pass so slowly before. It was as if each breath was 1,000,000 years long. Suddenly, the sense of crisis disappeared entirely. Six Arms raised his head in shock and saw that Yang Kai was almost at the end of the Black Ink clan army's formation and was moving straight towards the territory gate. Six Arms felt dismayed, as if he had lost all strength in his body, but he also felt frustrated and relieved at the same time. It wouldn't be suitable for them to attack now because they had lost their best opportunity. At the same time, Wei Junyang, Ouyang Lai, and the others also felt relieved. Yang Kai and the others had passed the most dangerous area. Since the Black Ink clan didn't attack, there was a high possibility that they wouldn't try anything now. However, they still couldn't let their guard down because anything could happen before Yang Kai entered the territory gate. Sometime later, Yang Kai had already arrived above the Black Ink clan's base camp. He looked down and saw numerous densely packed low-rank Black Ink nests and more than a dozen mid-rank Black Ink nests here. Also, he could make out large numbers of Black Ink clansmen moving in and out of these nests. If he made a move now, he could destroy a few mid-rank Black Ink nests, but he didn't want to cause any chaos because the main purpose of this trip was to pass through this region. Instead of trying to destroy the Black Ink nests here, it was better for him to think up a way to wipe out the high-rank nests at the no-return pass. As long as the high-rank Black Ink nests remained, there was no meaning in destroying the Black Ink nests here and now, as all that would do is set off another battle. Without slowing down, the two warships sped past the Black Ink clan's base camp and soon arrived at the territory gate. There was a territory lord and a Black Ink clan army standing guard here. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, the territory lord took a good look before waving his hand. Only then did the Black Ink clan army split apart. Though they were reluctant to accept what was happening, Six Arms and the others had compromised, so he didn't want to cause any trouble either. "Human, what is your name?" Six Arms' shout came from behind. Even now, they didn't even know what Yang Kai's name was. Dawning light had already entered the territory gate, so Yang Kai didn't turn around. However, his voice came from afar, "Profound Nether Army's Yang Kai." Yang Kai, Six Arms muttered the name while engraving it in his heart. Today's events were a humiliation for the Black Ink clan, and they had the right to know the name of the one responsible for their embarrassment. From today onwards, they would spread that human's image and name to all the battlefields and remind the Black Ink clansmen there to be wary of him. This was how such an enemy master should be treated. A moment later, they were gone. Under the human race army's watch, Yang Kai led two warships through the territory gate and entered the neighboring Great Territory. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan didn't move and just let them leave. For a while, many were confused because this disastrous world indeed followed the principle of respecting the strong. The Black Ink clan had always been overbearing and unruly, but when facing an army commander who could kill 3 territory lords all on his own, they didn't even dare to make a sound. Not only did they agree to such an absurd request, but they also made way and watched them leave without the slightest hindrance. The younger generation is indeed more daring. Wei Junyang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back when they were at the main conference hall, though Yang Kai had successfully persuaded him, he still knew that there was a huge risk to this plan. Any slight problem would have led to a war breaking out between the two sides, putting Yang Kai and those with him in a precarious position. He wasn't a fan of such risky moves. However, this was Yang Kai's first order after being appointed as the army commander, so he couldn't undermine his authority by disagreeing. This was also why, although he agreed to the plan, he also made preparations to save Yang Kai if anything happened. As it turned out, his worries were all for nothing. Yang Kai did manage to deter the Black Ink clan and made them grant him an easement. The moment Yang Kai led the two warships through the territory gate, Wei Junyang had a feeling that he had passed his prime and failed to stifle his laughter. He was old. And he couldn't deny it even if he didn't want to. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at the Black Ink clan before announcing, "Six Arms, the Profound Nether Army's army commander has left. If the Black Ink clan wishes to start a battle, we humans are willing to accept the challenge." Six Arms looked at Wei Junyang before coldly snorting. "He left? Who knows if he's really gone?" Maybe he's hiding just beyond the territory gate, waiting for us to start a battle so he can sneak up on us from behind. Moreover, Six Arms recalled that when Yang Kai appeared that day, he brought along a massive army of small stone race soldiers that helped the human race army attack the Black Ink clan army from both sides, causing them to suffer a huge loss. He couldn't see any signs of that small stone race army, so there was no telling where they might be hiding. Humans were indeed treacherous and filled with ill intentions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5538, Not Any One Person's War. Yang Kai's figure disappeared, but the Black Ink clan didn't show any signs of attacking. Whether they were wary or powerless, such a situation was what the humans wished for. After all, it wouldn't do them any good to start a war now either. Wei Junyang and the others soon gave the order, and the human race army that was pressing in at the border slowly retreated in an orderly manner. A while later, the noisy profound nether territory became peaceful again, and the situation was back to when both armies were separated, each resting, recuperating, and preparing for the next battle. In the great territory beside profound nether territory, Yang Kai turned around and stared at the huge territory gate. The Black Ink clan didn't set up any defenses on this side, so Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship had made it through without any hindrance. Meanwhile, the others were also looking at the territory gate, still unable to believe what had happened. Their request for easement had gone smoothly. When Yang Kai was standing before the Black Ink clan army's formation on the lone warship, they had already prepared themselves to fight to the death. They all thought that the Black Ink clan wouldn't agree to Yang Kai's request. In the end, the result was surprising. It was obvious that the human race army pressuring the Black Ink clan was only a part of the reason they granted passage, while the main reason was the intimidation Yang Kai represented with his powerful abilities. To the Black Ink clan, a strong master like Yang Kai leaving profound nether territory was something they hoped for because, at the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about him ambushing them for now. Squad leader, why don't you seal up the territory gate? Feng suddenly asked. If they sealed up the territory gate to profound nether territory, the Black Ink clan would have no way of contacting the outside world and would also die while being trapped. Then, the humans only needed to weaken the Black Ink clan's forces slowly and could one day wipe them out. However, Yang Kai chuckled when he heard this suggestion and slowly shook his head. No. If we did do such a thing, it would only force the Black Ink clan to immediately start an all-out war. The profound nether army isn't ready for such a battle. After listening to his reasoning, Feng understood that she was being hasty. What Yang Kai said was true. The Black Ink clan had suffered a huge humiliation by granting them an easement, but since Yang Kai had already left, they couldn't do anything about it. However, if they took the opportunity to seal this territory gate, the Black Ink clan wouldn't just endure anymore. By then, no matter how wary they were, they would still insist on fighting it out with the humans. Yang Kai had left large amounts of small stone race soldiers behind, and the humans might not lose such a battle, but the best outcome would be both sides suffering crippling losses. The Black Ink clan could afford such heavy casualties, but the humans couldn't. Yang Kai had thought about sealing the territory gate too, but that idea only lingered in his mind for a moment before he gave up on the idea. At that moment, he suddenly understood something and said, "This is not any one person's war, it is the entire human race's war." One powerful master could not change the humans' current situation alone, not even a group of powerful masters could do that. Only when the human race could continuously produce more masters would they be able to truly defeat the Black Ink clan. It was at that moment that Yang Kai understood the intentions of the Ninth Order Old Ancestors. The Old Ancestors were already extremely strong, but they still chose to sacrifice themselves on the barren territory battlefield to clear a path forward for the younger generation, opening up space for them to grow and mature. It seemed like the Ninth Order Old Ancestors had already foreseen everything back then. The Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds. Without the Black Ink clan's invasion, the 3,000 worlds would still be flourishing, and many living beings in the numerous universe worlds wouldn't have died. However, the situation was what it was, and now, the humans needed to find a way to fight back. Numerous thoughts surged inside Yang Kai's head, and he suddenly realized many things that he had never thought about before. That was because he used to be a lone soldier, and though he had great strength, he didn't need to manage anything and could do whatever he wanted, as there would be others to worry about the bigger picture whenever problems arose. Now that he was the profound Nether Army's army commander and in charge of the war for an entire great territory, he had to think about things from a much broader perspective, allowing him to see things he had never realized before. He originally thought that after this mission, he would have to find time to seal up a large number of territory gates and cut off the Black Ink clan's supply lines and communication channels. But now that he thought more deeply about it, that seemed like the worst possible plan. If he went with this idea, though the humans would have a chance to wipe out the Black Ink clan on the dozen or so current battlefields, it wouldn't bring them any closer to solving the root of the problem. In the end, there would still be an endless number of Black Ink clansmen that needed to be killed. To the humans, the wars in the dozen or so battlefields were a constant source of danger, but also an essential training ground. Life or death situations were not only crises, but also opportunities. Flowers grown in a greenhouse would never be as strong as the wild grass that had gone through rain and storms. For now, the human race needed the Black Ink clan to be their life-or-death enemy. Yang Kai himself got to where he was by going through continuous life-or-death battles with the Black Ink clan, so he knew how these experiences could help one grow. There was a vague idea forming in his mind, and perhaps after this mission, he could head to the Supreme Headquarters and discuss it further with Xianxia and the others. For now though, the two warships continued moving at full speed through the void. Dawning Light was a superior warship. Back then, it had cost Yang Kai and Dawn an enormous amount of military merits to customize this warship into one with outstanding offensive and defensive capabilities far beyond that of an ordinary warship, but the Baishi battleship was even better. Although it was just a soul clone, Baishi was a powerful mature divine spirit, so in terms of speed, the Baishi battleship was even faster than Dawning Light. Moreover, the Baishi battleship had an extremely strong defensive ability, which was why Yu Rumeng and the others did not need to worry about protecting themselves. If it hadn't been for the Baishi battleship's sturdy defenses, Yu Rumeng and the others might have been injured or even killed during all those large-scale battles despite being 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Since they had the Baishi battleship protecting them, their squad of women was still fully intact. Their journey to Acacia territory would take them through 6 great territories. That was already the fastest route, but even with the speed of their warships, it would take at least 2 months to arrive. This was the route they needed to take even when exiting through the territory gate that the Black Ink clan controlled in profound Nether territory. Their journey would be significantly longer if they chose to go through another territory gate. As there were cultivators trapped in Acacia territory in a critical situation, Yang Kai didn't want to waste any time, which was why he decided to ask for an easement from the Black Ink clan. After all, what would the point of arriving late be? When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, almost every living being in the various universe worlds died or was enslaved. Everywhere the Black Ink clan went, they would destroy universe worlds, leaving these previously flourishing places in dead silence. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan left all the universe temples intact. The Black Ink clan could use the universe temples to save them a lot of time moving about, therefore, they intentionally left them standing and even posted guards to protect them. When Yang Kai returned from the no-return pass, he used many of the universe temples as transit points and also killed every Black Ink clansman who was guarding them. Those Black Ink clansmen left to guard the universe temples weren't very strong, and since the Black Ink clan didn't have so many territory lords, most of the defenses were led by feudal lords. Yang Kai had killed more feudal lords than he could count by now. On this journey to Acacia territory, Yang Kai didn't have to make a move to deal with the Black Ink clansmen guarding those universe temples because they were easily dealt with by Dawn and the all-female squad. Later, they encountered a few Black Ink clan teams sending resources to each of the front lines. Those Black Ink clansmen naturally wouldn't have a good end, and the resources they carried were pocketed by the two groups. This was also something the hunters enjoyed doing. Currently, in the entire 3,000 worlds, besides the 20 or so great territories that weren't fully taken over by the Black Ink clan, the rest counted as the Black Ink clan's territory. The Black Ink clan were now mining resources they found in all those great territories and sending them to the front lines. The battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan was never-ending, so the demand for resources was enormous. As such, the hunters would have many opportunities to snatch these resources. Although the hunters could gain military merits from killing the enemy and use them to exchange for resources, that couldn't compare to what they obtained by looting the Black Ink clan. Every Black Ink clan supply team carried an enormous amount of resources on them, therefore, killing them and looting them was far more profitable than simply earning military merits on the battlefield. For the past couple dozen years, the hunters and Black Ink clan teams that were tasked with delivering resources had been constantly waging a battle of wits against each other. This resulted in the Black Ink clan sending out more powerful troops when transporting resources because they didn't want the hunters to snatch away the goods. There were even some territory lords patrolling around the various great territories, trying to find any traces of hunters. In this way, although hunters weren't fighting alongside the army, they did manage to lessen the burden of the frontline soldiers because they occupied quite a number of territory lords. A part of the dozen or so territory lords that suddenly appeared in Profound Nether territory were dispatched from these patrols. It was said that back in the day, many hunters traveled alone and would only have 2 to 3 good friends accompanying them. But as the Black Ink clan began sending larger escorts for the supply teams, the hunters gradually formed groups similar to army squads to respond. The Black Ink clan hated hunters more than any other humans and wished to slaughter these vultures clean. It was unfortunate for them that the hunters were all bold yet cautious, and since they were quite strong, the Black Ink clan couldn't kill them all off. The trapped cultivators in Acacia territory were a great opportunity, so the Black Ink clan didn't kill them immediately and instead released news of this matter, trying to lure a large number of hunters over to wipe them out. The Black Ink clan weren't afraid of the hunters finding out their intentions because there were always some who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and acted recklessly because they believed themselves strong enough to do so. Moreover, even if the territory lords in Profound Nether territory didn't initially understand why Yang Kai had left, they would soon understand he was moving to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory. Otherwise, why would the army commander of the Profound Nether army leave instead of overseeing Profound Nether territory? As such, Acacia territory would only become more dangerous and a large number of territory lords would surely be lying in wait. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5539, Yang Kai's Arrival. 2 months later, Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship finally arrived at Acacia territory. When the 2 warships passed through the territory gate, everyone on board, from the members of Dawn to Yu Ru Meng and the others, silently circulated their world force in preparation for a large battle. However, there were actually no Black Ink clansmen defending the territory gate. Yang Kai stood on the deck of Dawning Light, his gaze flashing slightly as he observed his surroundings. Thanks to his demon eye of annihilation, he could vaguely detect traces of Black Ink strength surging on a universe fragment in the distance. The Black Ink clan scouts were most likely monitoring them from afar. The situation was not too bad. Seeing as the territory gate was only being monitored and not defended, it would seem that the Black Ink clan was not ready to spring their trap yet. If the Black Ink clan had deployed a large army to garrison the territory gate, it would be an indication that they were prepared to annihilate the humans in Acacia territory once and for all. If that were the case, Yang Kai and the others would already be too late. Therefore, the current situation was undoubtedly what Yang Kai had hoped for. Yang Kai ignored the Black Ink clansmen monitoring them, not wanting to startle the enemy. Taking out his universe chart, he checked his direction and then guided the 2 warships into the depths of the void. On the distant universe fragment, a team of Black Ink clansmen quietly lay in ambush. The leading Black Ink clan feudal lord was carefully observing the situation at the territory gate as it was just as Yang Kai had guessed. These Black Ink clansmen were only monitoring the movements here while calculating the number of hunters that entered Acacia territory. The sudden appearance of dawning light and the Baishi battleship startled the feudal lord slightly, and he quickly took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it to check its contents. A short while later, his eyes flashed and he shouted, "Send a message to Sir Mo Na Yi and inform him that those 2 warships have appeared." Mo Na Yi was one of the innate territory lords overseeing Acacia territory. Furthermore, he could be regarded as the commander of this area. His strength was powerful enough that he was not inferior to the territory lord commanders on the primary battlefields. The feudal lord had previously received an order from above to pay close attention to the whereabouts of these 2 warships. Although he did not know the reason these 2 warships were receiving so much attention, he could only obey the orders he was given. The jade slip he took out earlier contained a detailed description of the 2 warships, but he never imagined that these 2 warships would actually enter Acacia territory, just as the higher-ups had predicted. Located on the universe fragment was a low-rank black ink nest that had not hatched completely. The black ink nest was only several meters tall and could not produce more black ink clansmen. However, it was not only convenient to carry around but also provided them with a means of long-distance communication. As soon as the words left the feudal lord's mouth, a high-rank black ink clansman immediately plunged into the black ink nest to report their discovery to their superiors. Elsewhere, 5 figures of different shapes and sizes lay dormant at an extremely hidden and secluded spot. These 5 figures had concealed their aura to the point where they almost seemed dead. If one was not powerful enough, they might not discover their presence even if they passed by them. There was no saying how long these 5 figures had been lying in ambush here, but they didn't even move a muscle. Judging by their posture, they seemed prepared to lay dormant forever. At this moment, a large figure in the middle abruptly opened his eyes. He took out a communication bead and immersed his mind into it before checking the contents. His eyes flashed a moment later, and he muttered, "Everyone, Yang Kai, has arrived." The remaining 4 figures opened their eyes at the same time, and their dormant auras quickly began to recover. Although they did not reveal their full strength, their auras clearly indicated that they were territory lords. One of the territory lords flicked his forked tongue, hissing softly like a snake as he chuckled, "Did he really come?" These 5 territory lords were originally tasked with wiping out the human hunters that were lured over by the imprisoned cultivators in Acacia territory. Otherwise, 5 Black Ink clan territory lords couldn't remain in Acacia territory when the battle on the front lines was raging so intensely. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, the hunters were simply too troublesome to ignore. Over the years, at least 30% of the resources that the Black Ink clan transported to the front lines had been intercepted by these hunters, and countless Black Ink clansmen had fallen at their hands. The actions of the hunters enraged the territory lords, and in retaliation, they began to patrol the various great territories in search of the whereabouts of these hunters. Although their efforts were somewhat successful, the effects were minimal. The hunters were extremely cunning and shrewd. If there was the slightest hint of danger, they would not show themselves. On the contrary, they would strike like a thunderbolt and flee at the speed of lightning if their victory was certain. A large number of human cultivators had recently been discovered in Acacia territory. It was a splendid opportunity for the Black Ink clan, hence, they deliberately spread the news far and wide in hopes of luring many hunters into rescuing these human cultivators. With 5 territory lords and a vast army hidden around Acacia territory, the Black Ink clan certainly regarded the hunters very highly. According to their original plan, once enough hunters had entered Acacia territory, the hidden Black Ink clan army would move to secure the various territory gates. Then, the territory lords would emerge to attack. That was their strategy to block off the enemy's retreat and wipe them out. However, they received a critical piece of news from Profound Nether territory a month ago, stating that the army commander of the Profound Nether army, Yang Kai, had personally led 2 warships out of Profound Nether territory. His destination was unknown, but there was a high possibility that he was heading to Acacia territory to rescue the trapped humans. They had never heard of Yang Kai's name before, but his status as the army commander of the Profound Nether army was enough to garner the attention of the Black Ink clan territory lords. The army commanders of the human race were among the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Fighting any of the army commanders was extremely difficult, so if the territory lords could kill such a master, then the morale of the human race army would suffer a heavy blow. That in itself was enough to be tempting, but Yang Kai's identity as the army commander of the profound Nether Army was not worrying enough to make special plans. It was his other identity that left the territory lords unable to remain calm. He was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who previously caused a huge commotion at the No Return Pass, destroyed 7 high-rank black ink nests, and escaped alive from the pursuit of the Royal Lord. It was said that not only were 7 high-rank black ink nests destroyed at the No Return Pass, but 3 territory lords had also been killed. In addition, the cultivation of more than a dozen Black Ink clan territory lords had regressed to that of feudal lords as a result of that battle. They were currently recuperating inside the Black Ink nests, but it was unknown how long it would take, or even if they could fully recover. After that incident, the Royal Lord had flown into a rage and issued a command for all the territory lords to search for the whereabouts of this human and kill him no matter the price they had to pay. Nobody could have expected that human to appear in profound Nether territory, much less become the army commander of the profound Nether army. Furthermore, he was now taking another huge risk by leading just 2 warships to Acacia territory. Not only was this an opportunity for the Black Ink clan, it was a rare and precious opportunity. The Snake-Tongued territory lord asked rather excitedly, "Are you certain it's Yang Kai?" Mo Na Yi nodded, "It's almost certain." Although Yang Kai himself was not observed on the warships, the appearance of those 2 warships matches the information from profound Nether territory. Be it Dawning Light or the Baishi battleship, both were different from ordinary squad-class warships. Their special characteristics were extremely distinguishable. These were the 2 warships that Yang Kai had led out of profound Nether territory. Since they were currently in Acacia territory, it was only natural that Yang Kai was too. "Not bad, not bad. I can't believe we managed to catch a big one." The Snake-Tongued Black Ink clan territory lord looked eager for blood. Originally, the Black Ink clan only planned to target the hunters. However, if they could eliminate Yang Kai along with their original targets, then they would have contributed greatly to the war. It wasn't just the Snake-Tongued territory lord who looked excited, the other territory lords also had the same reaction. Yang Kai's name was well known throughout the Black Ink clan. The lower-ranked clansmen might not know of him, but almost all the feudal lords and above had heard his name before. This person was the Black Ink clan's greatest enemy. We must not act carelessly. Yang Kai attacked the No Return Pass twice and killed 3 territory lords. In profound Nether territory, he only attacked once but killed another 3 territory lords. Although we are innate territory lords, even we would not get away lightly if we encountered him alone. Mo Na Ye's words made the territory lord's expression somber. An innate territory lord was very difficult to kill, but be that as it may, the information they received indicated that as many as 6 innate territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands alone. One of the territory lords with fleshy wings on his back quickly said, "It's not like we've never fought 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before. Even the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are nothing special. This Yang Kai is also just an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It does not make sense for him to be so powerful." That was one of the questions that had been puzzling the Black Ink clan for a long time. It would take more than an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to kill a territory lord so easily. Such a feat was only possible for a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Mo Na Yi spoke in a solemn voice, "The human race has many unpredictable means in their arsenal. In a life-or-death battle, one's strength cannot be determined through generalized standards. Judging from the information we have on Yang Kai, his true strength might not be as great as shown so far, so he must have used some strange method to kill those territory lords in one blow." At the No Return Pass, the Royal Lord speculated that Yang Kai's secret technique might have something to do with his divine sense. That speculation has been confirmed by profound Nether territory. It seems that there is a flash of spiritual energy every time Yang Kai makes a killing move. Turning to look around him, he continued, everyone, just imagine this scene. What would happen if your soul was struck by an unexpected and heavy blow and you were then immediately attacked by a master of equal strength? The snake-tongued territory lord hissed, "We'll be gravely injured even if we survive the attack." Mo Na-yi nodded, "It only takes a moment for Yang Kai to kill, so I believe his method is highly related to this unique secret technique of his. Therefore, the most important factor when dealing with him is to protect your soul and prevent him from finding an opportunity to ambush you." The Black Ink clan was not stupid, so how could they not have learned anything after suffering such heavy losses? Not to mention, Yang Kai had activated the soul-rendering thorn in front of the royal lord at the no-return pass, so there were bound to be traces of his attack that could be noticed. In addition, the royal lord has observed that Yang Kai also suffered some kind of backlash to his soul after activating his secret technique. He is probably using some kind of sacrificial technique that harms both his enemy and himself. In other words, he can only wield this secret technique a limited number of times. The eyes of the fleshy-winged territory lord gleamed. "Are you certain?" Mo Na-yi nodded again. "Profound nether territory has confirmed this fact. After Yang Kai attacked and consecutively killed 3 territory lords, he did not target the territory lords. In other words, using that secret technique thrice is his limit. The burden is too great on his soul for him to unleash it a 4th time." One of the territory lords with a humanoid appearance, who had remained silent all this time, joined the conversation. "In that case, we will be able to restrain him if 4 of us act together." There were 5 territory lords here, so if 4 of them were to work together, then one of them would be free to move about. However, if all 5 of them were to act together, it would be equivalent to being completely restrained by Yang Kai instead. Mo Na-yi slowly shook his head. "There's no need to be so cautious. A team of 2 should be more than enough. Even if Yang Kai were to attack, he could only deal with one enemy at a time. The other one should be fully capable of restraining him. As long as he is restrained, it will be easy for us to take him down together." The other territory lords nodded in agreement. For territory lords acting together was certainly making a mountain out of a molehill. It was more than enough for 2 territory lords to cooperate to pin Yang Kai down. Martial Peak, Chapter 5540, Unavoidable Confrontation. Besides, they could not make a foolproof plan if they wanted to take down somebody like Yang Kai. On the contrary, they had to allow him to exploit so that he would take the risk of attack. If 4 territory lords were to openly work together, he would probably end up hiding without showing himself, which would only make things more difficult for the Black Ink clan. What's more, Mo Na-yi continued, the message from the royal lord indicates that Yang Kai is extremely proficient in escaping. His movements are elusive and unpredictable. Yang Kai managed to escape even though the royal lord himself gave pursuit. If you encounter him by accident, you must make sure to keep him pinned down at all costs. He must not be allowed to escape. The other 4 territory lords nodded, understood. The snake-tongued territory lord eagerly asked, "Mo Na-yi, are we going to tighten the noose now? The big fish has already taken the bait. There's no need to wait any longer." Mo Na-yi was silent for a moment before he nodded. "We can seal off the territory gates now, but we should not rush to make a move. There are 5 other territory lords on the way right now and they should be arriving soon." The other 4 territory lords were stunned, with the winged territory lord asking, "Did you call for more reinforcements?" There were 5 other territory lords on the way. Combined with the 5 territory lords that were already here, there would be 10 territory lords gathered in Acacia territory alone. 10 territory lords against a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That was certainly a high valuation of their enemy. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Mo Na-yi quickly said, "If we can get rid of Yang Kai once and for all, then the royal lord will definitely be pleased with our efforts. If a little extra help can accomplish that, why hesitate?" Seeing as Mo Na-yi had brought up the royal lord as his reason, the other territory lords could not say anything to refute him. A short while later, Mo Nai issued an order. The Black Ink clan armies that had been hiding around the 5 territory gates in Acacia territory emerged and formed a blockade. There were now 1,000,000 troops at each territory gate, and although no territory lords were overseeing them, such armies were simply insurmountable. Even if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master tried to break through their defenses, the Black Ink clan would be able to stop them if they disregarded the losses that they would sustain. Just as Mo Nai and others were having their discussion, Baishi's soul clone suddenly seemed to notice something and turned to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be an aura that was extremely similar to his coming from that direction. Although they were separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers, the aura from the same source could not be blocked by such a trivial distance. He immediately became confused. Why is he here? If that guy is here, then wouldn't the little ones also be here? Why aren't they cultivating in the star boundary? Why did they appear in Acacia territory? They truly do not fear the heavens. What if something happens to them? How am I supposed to explain it to Yang Kai? He quickly calmed himself and sent out a message to the other side, "Why did you bring the little ones here?" The other side answered quickly, "Why are you here?" He replied, "It's a long story. Young boy wanted to come to Acacia territory. Yu Meng and the others insisted on following him, so I had no other choice." The other side fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, he seemed slightly guilty. "Has young boy returned?" "Ahem. Did he return to the star boundary?" "Probably not," he responded angrily, "you are too bold. How could you bring them here?" The other side said, "I had no choice. These little ones had some success in their cultivation, moreover, they are young and ambitious. How could they bear just hiding away in the star boundary without doing anything? They've been complaining incessantly. As you know, I've gotten old. I can't stand the endless begging and coaxing of the little ones. In a moment of weakness, You're such a useless fool." Baishi's soul clone spat in disdain. The other side was silent for a moment. "You are me, and I am you. If you scold me, then you are scolding yourself too." Baishi's soul clone was at a loss for words for a moment. Thankfully, he did not forget the main issue at hand and quickly said, "There's something wrong with the situation in Acacia territory. The Black Ink clan is probably trying to lure us all into a trap. You should take them away before the situation becomes chaotic. You don't have much time, so move quickly." "Good." The other side responded just as rapidly. It was obvious that he had also realized something was wrong in Acacia territory. After their simple exchange, both sides immediately cut off contact. Baishi's soul clone couldn't help feeling slightly melancholic. Should I tell Yang Kai about this? If I tell him, he won't be able to ignore their situation, but if I don't tell him, how will I explain myself if he learns about this matter in the future? Just as Baishi's soul clone was feeling hesitant and indecisive, Yang Kai suddenly looked back with a frown from where he stood on the deck of Dawning Light. He vaguely felt as though there was a strange energy fluctuation coming from behind him earlier. However, he did not discover anything when he carefully searched for the source, which left him puzzled. With his strength, it was generally impossible for him to mistake such a subtle feeling, so he couldn't help feeling worried. Could someone from the Black Ink clan be spying on us from the shadows? He immediately sent a divine sense transmission to Baishi's soul clone. "Senior brother Baishi, did you notice anything abnormal just now?" Baishi's soul clone felt extremely guilty but still hastily replied, "No." "Did you detect something abnormal?" Yang Kai felt even more confused. "Could I have been mistaken?" Just in case, he surged his divine sense and swept his surroundings. His investigation immediately revealed the presence of 5 powerful auras in the distant void, traveling at a high speed. 5 territory lords. The Black Ink clan sure is determined. I can't believe that 5 territory lords are overseeing Acacia territory. It seems the Black Ink clan truly harbors a deep hatred for the hunters. Of course, it might also have something to do with me. The Black Ink clan had probably predicted that he would come to Acacia territory, so these 5 territory lords might have made a special trip here just to eliminate him. When Yang Kai detected the 5 territory lords, the 5 territory lords also noticed his presence. Their powerful divine senses immediately traced back his probe and discovered the whereabouts of Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship. It was just that the distance was too great, so they could not learn much other than that there was a powerful human race master spying on them from afar. It was one thing if they had not discovered the warships, but having noticed them, they could not ignore their presence. They were territory lords after all. Across the vast universe, the only 2 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were fully occupied and unable to move, so why should they be afraid of anyone? They immediately turned around, transformed into black ink clouds, and rushed in the direction of the warships. Aboard Dawning Light, Yang Kai immediately withdrew and concealed his aura so that he resembled a dead rock as he shouted, "We've got incoming. Continue at full speed." After the words left his mouth, he vanished without a trace. On Dawning Light, Feng Ying's expression turned solemn as she hastily cooperated with the rest of the squad members to fully activate the warship's strength. Behind them, Baishi's soul clone mustered all his strength to follow. The 2 warships transformed into 2 streams of dazzling light as they shot forward with astonishing speed, but regardless of how fast they moved, there was no way they could outrun innate territory lords, so the distance between them closed rapidly. In less than a stick of incense, the 2 warships appeared in the eyes of the territory lords. When the 5 territory lords detected the 2 warships with their divine senses, they immediately became overjoyed. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a dozen or so 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was certainly a huge harvest. These 5 territory lords were the reinforcements that Mo Nayi had requested. They only knew that they were here to cooperate with Mo Nayi against a human race master, but did not know the identity of their target. They never imagined that they would encounter 2 human squads as soon as they arrived at Acacia territory, much less that their discovery would be so plentiful. In any case, they did not think much of a lone 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as any one of them was enough to restrain the other party. Nevertheless, they couldn't help feeling puzzled for a moment. Did the hunters have 8th Order Masters among their ranks? The situation did not match the information that they possessed. As the human race did not have many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, each one of them was a pillar of strength that would have to join the front lines in the primary Great Territory battlefields. Although there were many hunters, there had never been any 8th Order Masters among them. There were many 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as well as 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Needless to say, none were weaker than that. The hunters who roamed the various great territories would not survive without a certain level of strength, so low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters generally did not have the necessary capabilities. Mid-rank Open Heaven Realm was the lowest acceptable limit. The reason hunters were extremely difficult to kill was that they were extremely elusive and hard to find. Now that the 5 territory lords had encountered the 2 hunter squads, how could they allow them to escape? They naturally gave chase with all their might. After a brief period, the distance between them grew even closer. The pursuing territory lords surged their strength, sending out numerous divine abilities and secret techniques towards Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship. A short while later, the void shook as both warships lit up with a thick and durable defensive spirit array that constantly flashed from the impact. The occasional counterattacks were also easily deflected by the pursuing territory lords. The battle that took place here seemed to set off the entire Acacia territory. In the distant void, a warship was speeding in the direction of a territory gate. 10 figures were standing on the deck of the warship, 5 of them very young, consisting of both males and females. There was a pair of children, a little girl with delicate and adorable looks and a boy with a large gaping mouth that dripped with saliva. The little girl constantly wiped his saliva for him, but there was no end to his drool. Be that as it may, she did not show any impatience. She simply repeated her actions over and over again, which made the boy giggle endlessly. There was a small stone man. From his external appearance alone, he seemed very similar to the small stone race which was actively playing a role on the various Great Territory battlefields. However, a closer inspection would reveal that he was a different species altogether. Whether strong or weak, the small stone race generally had low sentience. Even the 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members who could rival an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master would only act according to their instincts and did not seem to have the ability for autonomous thinking. On the contrary, the small stone man was clearly different. Not only was he sentient, he was highly so. At this moment, he was climbing the edges of the warship in disinterest as he stared into the void with a look of loneliness and forlornness in his eyes. There was also an ominous beast lying on the deck with its eyes closed. It was obvious that this ominous beast was a divine spirit of similar rank to Tao Wu that Yang Kai slaughtered in profound nether territory. Beside the ominous beast was a delicate little girl. She was stroking his fur lightly with a leisurely expression. She looked rather young, but her eyes were filled with the vastitudes of countless years. It was obvious that she was not just a simple little girl. The lineup in this group certainly looked very strange. However, everybody in the group, be it the young people, the two children, or the ominous beast, seemed to be rather powerful. At first glance, even their warship looked very similar to Yu Rumeng and the others. That was another Baishi battleship, one that was modified and formed from Baishi's soul clone. The other party in the communication with Baishi's soul clone on Yang Kai's side earlier was none other than this warship. They were both Baishi's soul clones, therefore, they had no problems communicating with each other regardless of the distance between them as long as they were in the same great territory and unaffected by a heaven-sealing earth-locking array or technique. They could also communicate in secret. Even a master like Yang Kai could not detect anything. He could only perceive a slight disturbance in the void, which had prompted him to investigate his surroundings. Nevertheless, he never expected to catch the attention of 5 traveling territory lords, which was just an unfortunate coincidence. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-41, The Little Ones. When the 5 territory lords in the distance unleashed their attacks, the heavens shuddered and the earth shook. Everybody aboard the warship immediately noticed the commotion and turned to look in that direction. Among the 5 youths was a young man dressed in all white clothes. Even his hair was snow white. His expression became solemn. A master from the Black Ink clan is attacking somebody. Moreover, this aura. It's a territory lord. Standing next to him was a young woman. She was also dressed in white, but her hair was black. She nodded at his words, more than one at that. I believe there are at least 3 of them, possibly even more. The black-haired young woman had a sweet appearance that was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's. Were the whereabouts of a roaming hunter exposed? Among the 5 youths, a simple-looking young man approached the side of the warship with a vague look of worry on his face. Over the past few days, the whereabouts of several hunters hidden in the vicinity had been exposed. The exposure of their whereabouts had naturally attracted the pursuit of the Black Ink clan. However, the strongest among those Black Ink clansmen were mere feudal lords. Although the people aboard this warship had rescued many hunters from the grasp of the Black Ink clan recently, it was their first time seeing a territory lord here, not to mention that there was more than one. It will be difficult for them to escape seeing as a territory lord is personally attacking them. Standing beside the simple-looking young man was a woman with a cold and sharp expression, making her seem extremely unapproachable. It was only when her gaze landed on the simple-looking young man that a glimmer of warmth entered her eyes. Should we rescue them? Out of the 5 young people, the last person was a young man with bowl cut and an eager expression. We've never fought a territory lord. Eldest senior brother, let's go save them. His last sentence was directed at the simple-looking young man. The small stone man who had been staring into the void in boredom all this while suddenly leapt up and climbed to the top of the bowl-cut young man's head. Hammering his chest with his fists, he let out a battle cry. He was clearly very excited, and his fighting spirit was overflowing. Let's save them. The simple-looking young man announced with a determined expression, Senior Baishi, turn around. We're going to rescue them. Of course, Baishi's soul clone ignored the simple-looking young man as he scoffed to himself, "Your honored master is there, why would he need you to save him? We should leave Acacia territory as soon as possible before he discovers the situation here. If he learns that the little ones are here, this old master will be in trouble." He thus remained unmoved by their pleas. Seeing that Baishi's soul clone not only showed no interest in rescuing those people but was also moving further and further away instead, the simple-looking young man quickly yelled, "Senior Baishi, it's not this way. The other way." While the simple-looking young man was yelling at Baishi's soul clone, the cold and arrogant young woman simply leapt off the warship and sped towards the direction of the commotion. The bullhead young man immediately panicked and shouted, "Wait for me, second senior sister." Then, he chased after the young woman, his speed quite extraordinary. The small stone man tried to grab at the bull-headed young man's hair to steady himself, but there wasn't much to cling onto. With no other choice, he held onto the youth's ears instead to prevent himself from being thrown off. "Don't be reckless." The simple-looking young man hastily yelled after them. However, his junior brother and junior sister had already flown off into the distance. With a frustrated grunt, he hurriedly gave chase. "Little ant, let's go." The white-haired young man dressed in white shouted. Then, he floated off the warship hand in hand with the young woman beside him. The ominous beast that had been resting with its eyes closed abruptly stood up while the little girl who was stroking his fur immediately got on his back. In the next moment, flames appeared at the feet of the ominous beast and he leapt into the void without hesitation. Before leaving, the little girl did not forget to reach out and grab the pair of children to bring them along. In the blink of an eye, there was nobody left on the Baishi battleship. You. Baishi's soul clone was desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. He had planned to sneak the little ones back to the territory gate and quietly leave Acacia territory as soon as possible. Who could have known the little ones would be so reckless? This is bad. This is bad. I knew I should never have brought them out of the star boundary. He deeply regretted being so indulgent towards them and believing in their promises of just coming out to see a bit of the world. Look at the situation now. They had deserted him and left him alone in the void. He couldn't help feeling extremely worried about them, so with no other choice, he quickly turned around and chased after the little ones. While chasing after them, he sent a transmission to his other soul clone, "How is the situation on your side? Why did you suddenly start fighting?" The other party replied, "We encountered 5 territory lords, but it's nothing to worry about." He was shocked by the response and asked, 5 territory lords? How is that nothing to worry about? Hurry up and hide. The territory lords are not to be trifled with. Not to mention, they are innate territory lords. Every one of them is comparable to a peak 8th order master in strength. No need to worry, it's just 5 trivial territory lords after all. Those words stunned him as he secretly thought to himself, I don't have the habit of boasting. What is with my other soul clone? There are 5 territory lords. How is that trivial? From the way the other party was talking, he did not seem to think much of the 5 territory lords. It had to be said that even Baishi's true body could only handle 1 territory lord at a time. If 2 territory lords were to cooperate against him, he would surely be at a serious disadvantage. Needless to say, Baishi had an extraordinary defensive strength, so while he might not be able to defeat 2 territory lords, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. Baishi's soul clone had no time to ponder on the issue though, so he could only inform the other party, the little ones have gone there. Don't let anything happen to them. The other side inquired, how many little ones came? He sighed and helplessly said, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Yang Kai's 3 disciples, Xiao Xiao, Qiong Qi, Lu Yan, Xiao Hong, and even Xiao He. The other side was clearly shocked, did all of them come here? These were all the little ones who were left behind in the star boundary. He helplessly replied, I know. If anything were to happen to them, we won't have any way to explain the situation to Yang Kai. Ha! The little ones had charged forward, so they were bound to run into Yang Kai, therefore, Yang Kai would surely question the reason they were in Acacia territory. How was he supposed to explain the situation once that happened? The more Bai Shi's soul clone thought about the situation, the wearier he became. He was such an old man, yet he had to take care of the children of others. The most important point was that he failed to take good care of them. However, his other self clearly did not have such reservations and became excited instead. Great timing. Tell them not to expose their whereabouts. We might need their help to kill these territory lords. He exclaimed in astonishment, kill the territory lords? When did my other soul clone pick up such a terrible habit? Who did he learn it from? Although the little ones were undeniably strong, even if all of them worked together, they could only handle one territory lord at most. However, the enemy was 5 territory lords. It was only natural to flee as fast as possible when faced with this many overwhelming enemies. We're going to kill these territory lords. Just trust me, the other soul clone sounded confident and calm. Bai Shi's soul clone was at a loss for words. They were both soul clones of the true body, so there was no differentiating between them in terms of sense or strength, so he could not figure out the reason for the other soul clone's confidence. Now that things had reached this point though, he could only choose to trust in the other party, which was himself. As for how to call the little ones back, that was simple. They did not know that the commotion ahead was caused by Yang Kai and simply assumed that one of the hunter squads had been exposed. As long as he told them the truth, they would come back immediately. To prevent them from exposing their whereabouts, he quickly sent a divine sense transmission and sure enough, the figures charging forward hastily came to a stop and returned to the warship. The white-haired Yang Xiao who was dressed in all white exclaimed in astonishment, Senior Bai Shi, is adoptive father really up ahead? The honest-looking Zhao Yi Bai was extremely excited, is it really honored master? Although the others did not ask any questions, their eyes were filled with pleasant surprise and anticipation. That's right. Yang Kai is there. The territory lords are chasing him, Bai Shi's soul clone replied. The cold and arrogant Zhao Yi immediately summoned a long spear. Her long hair flew in the wind as her murderous intent flared, bold. I must go assist honored master. Xiao Xiao, who was standing on top of Su Yi's head, also became impatient. He jumped up and down on top of Su Yi's head, causing the latter to become somewhat dizzy as a result. Seeing that Zhao Yi was about to rush off again, Bai Shi's soul clone hurriedly called out, calm down. Yang Kai does not want you to expose your whereabouts yet. He might need your help to kill the enemies later. Those were the words of the other soul clone. It was just that he was not in the position to explain too much under the current circumstances, so he simply took those words as Yang Kai's. In any case, he believed that his other soul clone would inform Yang Kai about the situation and then get back to him. Zhao Yi did not dare to disobey the orders of her honored master, so after hearing those words, she slowly withdrew her murderous intent and turned to look into the distance. It felt as though the commotion in that direction was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Yan, who was riding on top of Qiong Qi, frowned and asked, Senior Bai Shi, although Master has reached the 8th order, there are quite a lot of territory lords there. Can he handle them all? They knew that Yang Kai had become an 8th order open heaven realm master. After all, he previously stopped to visit Bai Shi's true body on his way back from the Black Ink battlefield. Afterwards, the news spread to the people of the Star Boundary when Bai Shi's true body retreated there with the cultivators from Void Land. What they did not know was Yang Kai's feats over the last several dozen years, including his battle record of killing 3 territory lords in profound nether territory. It had not been long since that incident took place. Besides, the hunters were scattered across the various great territories which made it difficult to keep up with the latest news. Bai Shi's soul clone coughed lightly, don't you know the strength of your master? Judging by what he said, I'm sure he has his means. Lu Yen considered for a moment before agreeing. Since her master was acting in such a manner, then he must have his own reasons. There was no need for her to overthink the situation, she only needed to obey his orders. The whole group immediately calmed down while Baishi's soul clone exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I managed to fool them for now. As for what happens after this, that's not up to me anymore. Activating a secret technique, he concealed his aura and secretly moved forward. Baishi not only had an outstanding defense, but his ability to conceal his aura was also unmatched. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for so many masters to fail at detecting his presence despite passing by Void Land for so many years. It was not until Yang Kai took over Void Land and Zhu Jiao-yin went on a rampage that the sleeping Baishi awakened and made his presence known. One of the reasons why this group of youths could leisurely wander around the various great territories for so many years was undeniably thanks to their outstanding strength, but the other reason was that they had Baishi's protection. After killing Black Ink clansmen, they would only need to hide deep within the void. Even if the Black Ink clan mobilized a large force to search the area, they would have a hard time locating a lone warship. At the same time, far off in the void ahead, Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship carrying Yu Rumeng and the others were being bombarded indiscriminately by the territory lords. Fortunately, both Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship had extraordinary defensive capabilities. As long as they did not suffer an endless barrage of attacks from the territory lords at close range, they would be fine for some time. Baishi's soul clone avoided the attacks from the pursuing territory lords while at the same time, he sent a secret divine sense transmission to Yang Kai and told the other party about the situation on the other side. Martial Peak, Chapter 5542, A Promising Future. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, my three disciples, Xiao Xiao, Lu Yen, Qiong Qi, Xiao Hong, and even Xiao He are in Acacia territory. When Yang Kai received the news, he was so shocked that he nearly revealed his aura. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure quickly. At this point, he had no time to question why all the little ones were in Acacia territory. In any case, it would not be too late to question them later. His top priority at the moment was to slaughter these territory lords. After pondering for a moment, he sent a divine sense transmission. Senior brother Baishi, how strong are they now? He had not gone back to the star boundary since his return from the Black Ink battlefield, so aside from meeting Xiao Hong and Xiao He in Void Land previously, Yang Kai had not seen the others in close to 1,000 years. Hence, he truly did not know their current cultivation level. However, they were bound to have a certain level of strength if they were courageous enough to become hunters, and that was especially true for his three disciples. Therefore, he had great confidence in them. Baishi's soul clone sent a transmission. After Yang Xiao followed the dragon clan to the divine spirit ancestral land, he returned as a grand dragon. Yang Shui has been in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm for many years and should be at the very peak by now. As for your three disciples, all of them advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Although all the cultivators who came from the Void Dao Temple in Yang Kai's small universe more or less received some inheritance from him, only Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi could be regarded as his legacy disciples. Those three little ones had respectively inherited his three grand Daos, namely the Tao of Space, the Spear Tao, and the Tao of Time. Among his three disciples, his second disciple Zhao Ye was undoubtedly the most talented in terms of aptitude. Her cultivation speed could be said to progress at 1,000 kilometers a day. Back when she had been cultivating in his small universe, Yang Kai had instructed her to suppress her cultivation at all times lest it advance too quickly. Otherwise, she would not receive the full benefits of the feedback from the World Tree clone when he transferred her to the star boundary. Many cultivators originated from the Void Dao Temple, and about 10% of them advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had yet to meet another cultivator who could compare with Zhao Ye in terms of cultivation aptitude. She was the kind of individual who was inherently suited to cultivation. No matter the secret art or secret technique, she would quickly attain mastery over it, hence, she was truly extraordinary even among the myriad geniuses out there. Su Yi came next. Although he was not as good as Zhao Ye, his aptitude was undeniably good. His most commendable aspect was that he had great compatibility with the Tao of time. Zhao Yibai had the worst aptitude by far among the three. To put it nicely, he was average, but to put it bluntly, he was slow. However, Yang Kai was the most optimistic about Zhao Yibai out of his three disciples. Being average and mediocre meant that Zhao Yibai would work harder and build a stronger foundation. As the saying went, all buildings began from the ground. The more solid the foundation, the greater the heights one could ascend to. Zhao Yibai might be slow-witted, but he had an extremely keen perception towards the Tao of space. Yang Kai sent his three disciples back to the star boundary before he departed for the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, they not only received feedback from the World Tree in the star boundary for many years but also enjoyed large amounts of cultivation resources provided by High Heaven Palace. Thanks to these factors, his three disciples had successively advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm several hundred years ago. In the past, they would have been treated like the most precious of treasures by the various cave heavens and paradises. As candidates to become future Ninth Order Old Ancestors, any one of them would have been raised as the future successors of their sects. It was just that the powerful feedback from the World Tree in the star boundary had resulted in the constant emergence of juniors who advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm nowadays, which made these future Ninth Order Old Ancestor candidates less rare in comparison. Even so, any cultivator who advanced directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm would receive the highest level of attention and resources from the cave heavens and paradises because they were the future hope of the human race. Lu Yen, Xiao Xiao, and Qiong Qi had divine spirit bloodlines and sources, and had cultivated in the divine spirit ancestral land for many years. Now that their bloodlines had been further purified, they were each comparable to Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters in strength. Since they were also experienced divine spirits, they were most likely stronger compared to the average Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters. As for Xiao Hong and Xiao He, they were unqualified to enter the divine spirit ancestral land because their bloodlines were too impure. They had been cultivating by Bai Shi's side all this time though, so while their strength was slightly inferior, it was still comparable to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Out of the 10 people aboard the warship, there were as many as 7 on par with the Seventh Order and 3 on par with the Sixth Order. If they included Bai Shi's soul clone, they could even put up a fight against an innate territory lord. They had been hunters for more than 10 years now. It was partly thanks to the protection they received from Bai Shi's soul clone that they remained safe and sound for so long, but their immense strength also played an important role. The foundation of anyone's strength was themselves. If one's strength was not enough, then one would remain weak and useless no matter how much protection they received from others. How could Bai Shi fail to see through their intentions when he initially agreed to bring them out? He too believed that flowers grown in a greenhouse would not grow strong enough to withstand wind and rain. Blindly cultivating behind closed doors would not bring about much progress now that the world was in chaos. Wandering around and fighting the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly serve as an excellent training experience. Unfortunately, the enormous battles between the two races' armies had too many uncontrollable variables. On the contrary, one would have more freedom and convenience as a hunter. After learning about the growth of the little ones from Bai Shi's soul clone, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed. Not only was he growing stronger, but the little ones were also growing stronger. The entire human race was working hard to increase their respective strengths. The future of the human race was certainly promising. With the sudden appearance of such a powerful and still hidden reinforcement, Yang Kai realized that he could make some changes to his original plans. He might be able to take this opportunity to let the little ones experience the strength of an innate territory lord directly. After all, none of them had fought such an enemy before. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he sent out a divine sense transmission. In the next moment, the two warships immediately separated and fled in different directions, seemingly escaping in a panic. Seeing this, the 5 territory lords chasing behind the warships immediately split up and continued their pursuit without any hesitation. 2 territory lords went after the Baishi battleship and 3 went after Dawning Light. To the 5 territory lords, the 2 warships before them were undoubtedly big fish. Although an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was protecting the 2 warships, they did not think much of her. Only 1 territory lord was needed to restrain that 8th Order Master, while the others could easily slaughter the remaining humans. That was exactly what the 5 territory lords planned to do. Everything was within their calculations. Gradually, the distance between them closed to just over 100,000 kilometers. The speed of the 2 warships might be fast, but they could not escape from the pursuit of the territory lords. The human cultivators aboard the Baishi battleship evidently realized this fact. After suffering another round of attacks from the 2 territory lords, countless cracks appeared on the warship's shields, and the defensive light barrier seemed ready to collapse at any moment. When one of the territory lords saw the opportunity, he did not hesitate to stretch out a large hand to grab at the Baishi battleship. Black ink strength surged and the universe went dark. In that moment, the Baishi battleship that was escaping in a hurry abruptly turned around and brazenly charged towards the 2 territory lords. The territory lord who attacked just now gave a cold snort, overconfidence. He then slammed his palm down hard. These human cultivators clearly knew that it would be difficult for them to escape their current crisis and had prepared themselves to fight back like a cornered beast. Numerous secret techniques and divine abilities blasted out from the Baishi battleship, slamming towards the 2 territory lords. It was just that their attacks seemed weak and pointless to the territory lords. These 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed ridiculously weak. If all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were only at this level of strength, then they wouldn't even be difficult for a feudal lord to defeat. Black ink strength gathered in the enormous palm as it pressed down on the Baishi battleship. The warship shuddered violently under the impact. Yu Meng and the others who were standing on the deck lost their balance, looking extremely miserable, their expressions turning ugly. The territory lord abruptly clenched his large hand as if to grab hold of the entire Baishi battleship, laughing loudly as he increased his strength to completely crush its defenses. Once the shields were broken, his black ink strength would be able to penetrate the warship directly. He had no intention of killing these humans. Regardless of how weak they were still 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If he could convert them into black ink disciples by corrupting them with the black ink strength, they would become his pawns. He could order them to disguise themselves as hunters and then kill or lure out others, making his next mission easier. Due to the scheming thoughts in his head, he held back the strength of his attacks, but it was at that moment that a sense of crisis suddenly washed over him, causing him to panic for some inexplicable reason. He immediately focused his mind and glanced in the direction of the Baishi battleship, hoping to see why these ants were now giving him such a strong sense of terror. Before he could get a good look though, a flash of spiritual energy appeared next to him. Immediately after that, the defenses of his soul were ripped open and he felt as though something was stabbing into his mind, giving him a splitting headache. He howled from the pain, and the black ink strength coming from his large hand that was restraining the Baishi battleship immediately dispersed. At the same time, a ripple emerged in the void beside him and a humanoid figure stepped without any warning, thrusting a spear towards him in a slow manner. Both space and time seemed to warp at that moment as many different Dao strengths fluctuated and wove together as they pierced out. The spear stabbed out at a speed that could not be considered fast. The territory lord suffering from the splitting headache saw the spear heading towards him and tried to avoid the attack. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that he could not avoid the spear no matter what he did. At that moment, all his senses and reflexes seemed to have been dulled. The other territory lord, who stood beside him but had not made a move so far, gave a loud yell, "Watch out!" Among the 2 territory lords chasing after the Baishi battleship, one had attacked while the other had held back to monitor the situation. When Yang Kai attacked, the territory lord he targeted suffered heavy damage to his soul. Although the first territory lord could not save himself, the second one quickly recovered from the shock and retaliated. He opened his mouth, and a whip-like black light blasted towards Yang Kai. It was too late to save his companion, so he could only choose to attack the enemy instead. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that their ambusher was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. One of them drew our attention while the other lurked in the shadows. All 5 territory lords had been distracted by the 2 warships and failed to detect the hidden 8th Order Master. This was probably not a premeditated plan, but one that they had come up with at the last moment after their whereabouts were exposed. Although the territory lord did not think much of this newly appeared 8th Order human, he did not hold back in his attacks. If the other party did not wish to die, then he would need to withdraw his spear to defend himself. In that way, his companion territory lord would survive, but in the next moment, he discovered that he was mistaken. Despite facing a territory lord's all-out attack, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who suddenly emerged from the shadows showed no intention of dodging or even responding. The spear in his hand stabbed forward firmly, and he looked as though he was determined to drag his enemy down with him even if he were to die as a result. What a fierce and merciless human! He is not only merciless towards the Black Ink clan, but also towards himself. The territory lord was horrified. Nevertheless, this situation was favorable to him. Even though his companion might be heavily injured or even killed by this 8th Order human, he would be able to take down the latter in return. It was not a bad deal. In any case, he was not the one who would die. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-43, A Strong Enemy. Life and death became apparent in an instant. The soul-rending thorn was a double-edged sword that harmed both the enemy and the user. The impact of the attack was enormous, but Yang Kai had experienced the same pain many times before, so he had gotten somewhat accustomed to his soul being torn apart. Any enemy who was struck by the soul-rending thorn would instantly suffer pain worse than death. In the next instant, the targeted territory lord died. The moment his powerful aura swelled up before withering into nothing, the abrupt change was felt in all directions. The little ones aboard the second Baishi battleship, who were secretly but rapidly approaching the battlefield, were shocked. After they were told to assist Yang Kai in killing the enemy by Baishi's soul clone, they prepared themselves for a difficult, possibly life-threatening battle. Contrary to their expectations though, a territory lord was slain as soon as the confrontation began in earnest. The burst of power that erupted from that direction was too fierce and profound and contained a myriad of Dao strengths like the Dao of Time, Dao of Space, and Spear Dao. How could Yang Xiao and the others fail to perceive these energy fluctuations? Many of them were experiencing Yang Kai's true strength for the first time in their lives. Even if they only perceived the burst from afar and did not witness the scene with their own eyes, that level of strength was enough for them to admire and worship him. On the battlefield, the territory lord who made the first move lost his life on the spot. Similarly, Yang Kai grunted in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. To kill the first territory lord in a single blow, he had abandoned all forms of defense during his attack. As a result, his flesh was pierced by the black light that the second territory lord spat in his direction. Dense black ink strength lingered around his wound, quickly corroding his flesh. The territory lord was filled with a mixture of astonishment and delight. He had known that his companion would suffer a miserable fate. Being ambushed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at such a close distance, even an innate territory lord would suffer grave injuries if he survived at all. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling taken aback to see how easily his companion was slain. It was fortunate that he had injured the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his counterattack. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's vulnerability, he threw his palm out at Yang Kai once more. He was merciless in his attack since he had no intention of trying to corrupt an 8th Order Master with black ink strength. An 8th Order human was not easy to corrupt. During all the years of war between the Black Ink clan and the human race, the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were corrupted by black ink strength could be counted on one hand. Moreover, most of them were only successfully corrupted because a royal lord had personally used the royal lord's secret technique on them. The territory lords might be powerful, but they could not corrupt an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with their black ink strength unless they continuously used it to corrode a human that was completely restrained. I have to kill this 8th Order human quickly. Losing a fellow territory lord was not a glorious thing, but killing this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be enough to make up for the loss. At the same time that the territory lord attacked, the other humans aboard the first Baishi battleship sent out a barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques, accompanied by the momentary emergence of dragon and phoenix phantoms. The imposing dragon roar and striking phoenix cry sliced through the void with unparalleled speed and momentum. One such attack might be nothing to a territory lord, but 10 was another story. Even an innate territory lord would not dare to look down on the combined attacks of 10 7th Order human masters, much less if there were several powerful divine spirits among them. These humans were feigning weakness earlier. The territory lord suddenly had a realization. He previously felt that these 7th Order humans were ridiculously weak, far more so than he had anticipated, but at this moment, he suddenly realized the truth. It was not that these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were weak, they were just acting on purpose so that he and his dead companion would drop their guard. This was a trap all along. The territory lord felt a chill shoot up his spine. Faced with the 10 secret techniques and divine abilities blasting towards him, he did not dare to be negligent in his defense and hastily took action to intercept these attacks. He had no time to bother about the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whom he injured earlier as, in reality, he did not know whether he could kill the other party even if he attacked again. That was because the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's expression did not change in the slightest even though his flesh had been pierced by a bolt of black ink strength. There was only a look of cold indifference on his face. In the next moment, the spear in the 8th Order human's hands transformed into a barrage of spear shadows that covered the entire sky as they rained down on the territory lord. Under normal circumstances, an innate territory lord would be strong enough to defend against the joint attack of 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, defending would be difficult if there were several powerful divine spirits among those 10 masters. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to join in, then even the strongest innate territory lord would panic. A violent force spread out in all directions, causing the void to distort and eventually shatter. Following the brief moment of confrontation, the 10 figures aboard the Baishi battleship were brutally shaken and even the Baishi battleship itself was thrown backwards by the impact. Yang Kai was also forced back, blood spurting wildly from his wounds. Likewise, the territory lord was in no better condition. After the violent barrage of attacks, his tall figure was left in tatters with countless wounds all over his body and black blood trickling from his wounds. His expression was terrified. The strength of these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters exceeded his expectations, and the strength of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely tyrannical. This human was no ordinary 8th Order Master, but instead one of their peak masters. Despite it being such a brief confrontation, the territory lord realized that he might not be able to defeat his opponent in a one-on-one battle, much less when the other party had 10 powerful 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assisting him. I have to flee as soon as possible. If not, I will definitely suffer a disastrous fate. The territory lord turned and sped towards his 3 other companions who were chasing after the other warship. Only by joining up with them as soon as possible could he escape his imminent death and retaliate against the enemy. In that fleeting moment, the territory lord decided to flee. Taking advantage of the moment when the Baishi battleship and Yang Kai were thrown backwards by the clash, he transformed into black ink cloud with a shift of his body and tried to escape. Solidify. Yang Kai's gaze remained cold, and following his shout, the surrounding space solidified, causing the speed of the black ink cloud to plummet, as if the territory lord was now trying to trudge through a quagmire. At the same time, aboard the Baishi battleship, the shadow of an enormous spider appeared behind Shan Qing Luo. Moreover, there was a conspicuous crescent moon on the spider's forehead. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. When she opened her mouth, a spider web spewed forth to cover the territory lord. Numerous bursts of energy that were invisible to the naked eye simultaneously emerged in the surroundings. The energy radiated in all directions and quickly formed a shockingly large net with the territory lord in the center. The territory lord was already being restrained by space principles, so stuck in the spider web, he instantly felt excruciating discomfort as he struggled to escape with all his might. Before he could break free from the shackles though, several figures charged towards him from different directions. Meanwhile, the dragon roar and the phoenix cry became louder. At the same time, a battle broke out on Dawning Light's side as Dawn couldn't escape with 3 territory lords pursuing them. The reason why 3 territory lords had split chased after Dawning Light was because there was an 8th Order master aboard this warship. At this moment, Feng Ying had left Dawning Light to engage one of the territory lords in a one-on-one battle. Unfortunately, she had only advanced to the 8th Order recently, so her heritage was not very strong. A short battle was already enough to push her into a dangerous situation. Dawning Light was in an even more perilous state. With the strength of Dawn and the abilities of Dawning Light, they would stand a chance of repelling a single innate territory lord, but that was still nothing more than a chance. Now that 2 such territory lords were besieging them, they were no match whatsoever. The light of the warship's shields was becoming increasingly dim, and without its protection, Dawn would immediately be exposed to the attacks of the territory lords. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might be able to flee, but those below the 7th Order were doomed to die. Fortunately, Dawn knew that they were not the main force in this operation, so there was no need for them to fight the territory lords in desperation. They only needed to buy some time. The speed of the warship had already been pushed to its limits. Controlled by a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, the warship was as agile as a fish in water, constantly changing directions to avoid the incoming attacks. Nevertheless, they could not escape the fate of being pummeled by the enemy. 30 breaths. That was the maximum amount of time that Dawning Light could hold out against the pursuit of 2 innate territory lords. Once 30 breaths were up, Dawn would be at risk of total annihilation. At the 15-breath mark though, the commotion caused by the death of a territory lord spread out without warning. The members of Dawn were overjoyed knowing that Yang Kai had made his move. On the other hand, the expressions of the 2 territory lords chasing after Dawning Light changed drastically and they turned to look in the direction where their companion had fallen, giving Dawning Light some time to catch their breath. The same was true for Feng Ying. She was at a complete disadvantage, so she had been struggling just to preserve her life. She even had the feeling that the time she could last against her enemy was shorter than Dawning Light. For an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like her who advanced less than 600 years ago, the gap in strength between her and an innate territory lord was simply too great. Although she would not be killed instantly, she was bound to die in a one-on-one battle. When Yang Kai made his first kill though, the territory lord attacking Feng Ying was also affected. The 3 territory lords were shocked as they all wondered, what is happening over there? It had not been long since they split up, so how did one of their companions die? Immediately after that, they detected the fallout of a fierce battle coming from that direction and the aura of another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But even if it was another 8th Order Master that made a move, it should have been impossible for them to slaughter a territory lord in such a short time. Even an ambush would not work. What waste! Be it Feng Ying's opponent or the 2 territory lords chasing after Dawning Light, they cursed soundly in their hearts and after a brief moment of shock, their subsequent attacks became more ruthless. Their companion was dead, so there was nothing they could do even if they rushed over. If their other companion wasn't a fool, then he would now be making his way towards them, there was no need to go and meet up with him. Besides, it was more important to deal with the humans before them. Just 10 breaths later though, the fallout caused by the death of another territory lord appeared. The 3 surviving territory lords were now completely stunned. The death of their first companion might have been caused by carelessness, but what did the death of their second companion signify? What's more, the time between the deaths of their 2 companions was too short. Just who could have such impressive strength? Was it a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? But, they did not detect the aura of a Ninth Order human, only a single Eighth Order Master. A powerful enemy. When Mo Na-yi asked them to come to Acacia territory as reinforcements, he mentioned that he was planning to deal with a powerful enemy. The 5 territory lords had not paid much attention to the issue, believing that the so-called powerful enemy was most likely just one of the strongest Eighth Order human masters. After all, it was not like they had never fought such enemies before. They believed that Mo Na-yi was just worrying for nothing. There were already 5 territory lords in Acacia territory, so how could they not deal with a single Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? It was not until this moment that the 3 surviving territory lords understood the gravity of the situation. This was truly a powerful enemy indeed, one that could even frighten territory lords like themselves. Should we fight? Or, should we flee? This new Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had slaughtered 2 territory lords in a very short time, so it was obvious that he was far stronger than any other Eighth Order human they had ever met. However, he was bound to have paid a heavy price to achieve this, hence, now might be the best time for them to eliminate him. Before the 3 territory lords could come to a decision, the territory lord fighting Feng Ying suddenly felt the space in front of him turning hazy for a moment as a blood-stained young man with a cold expression emerged before him. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-44, Consecutive Kills. The murderous intent radiating from this human race master was practically tangible. Moreover, the spear in his hand was clearly stained with the fresh blood of a black ink clansman. This aura. Isn't this the aura of the Eighth Order human I sensed just now? The territory lord fighting with Feng Ying turned pale with shock. How did he arrive here so quickly? Despite his surprise, there was one thing that gave him a slight sense of relief. The other party seemed to be quite seriously injured. Yang Kai was indeed heavily wounded. For the sake of ending the previous battle as quickly as possible, he had ambushed and used a soul-rending thorn on the first territory lord. Unfortunately, he was pierced by a ray of black ink light shot by the second territory lord while he was focused on his first target. It was only thanks to his intrepid physique that Yang Kai remained standing. If it had been an ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master instead, they would have lost most of their combat ability by now. Afterwards, he cooperated with Yu Ru Meng and the others to slaughter the second territory lord in just 10 breaths of time. However, killing the second territory lord in such a short time was not without a cost. He did not use a soul-rending thorn to defeat the second territory lord, relying solely upon his immense strength in addition to the support of Yu Ru Meng and the others to restrain the enemy. As a result, Yu Ru Meng and the others were wounded in the battle. Likewise, Yang Kai received additional injuries on top of his previous ones. It was fortunate that such wounds were not critical, and with his recovery abilities, they would not hinder him as long as he did not suffer a fatal blow. Yang Kai had experienced countless battles of such intensity over the years, and one of the reasons he survived until today and managed to slaughter so many powerful foes was that he often was even more unrelenting and ruthless than his enemies. The second territory lord could be said to be very unlucky. A territory lord was hard to kill, and an innate territory lord was even harder to kill. If he had encountered another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master cooperating with Yu Ru Meng and the others instead, he would have had the chance to escape even if he could not defeat them. Even a master like Xianxia might not be able to stop an innate territory lord like him if he was determined to escape. Unfortunately for him, the person he encountered was none other than Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. Under the effects of the space solidification, the territory lord had no hope of escaping, so what else was there for him other than to die in battle? Yang Kai knew Dawn could not hold out for long, which was why he decided to end the battle as quickly as possible and without any regard for the cost. He could only unleash 3 soul-rending thorns in a row as it was too risky for him to do so a 4th time, but with the appearance of 5 territory lords, he became greedy and wanted to end all of their lives here today. That was why he refused to use his soul-rending thorns unless there was no other choice. Nevertheless, now was the right time to strike. Yang Kai leapt across the void and arrived in a flash, then immediately unleashed a soul-rending thorn while the territory lord facing Feng Ying remained in shock. The territory lord's soul was instantly pierced, causing him to howl like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Furthermore, he was struck by the combined attacks of Yang Kai and Feng Ying during the brief moment when the defenses of his soul were ripped apart. Feng Ying's divine manifestation emerged, and the myriad swords dragon enveloped her body. An overwhelming sword intent subsequently pierced towards the territory lord while a myriad of Dao strengths intertwined and interlaced around the azure dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand. These two attacks practically blew apart the territory lord's body, however, he did not die. The death of his two companions might have caused him to be more vigilant, so he managed to survive even under such dire circumstances. Nonetheless, his aura weakened significantly. Yang Kai was genuinely surprised as this was the first time he failed to kill his enemy after unleashing a soul-rending thorn, but regardless, he did not have the luxury to ponder over this anomaly. Dawn was in great danger at the moment, and if he did not head to their rescue soon, Dawning Light would be at risk of being blown to pieces. With a shift of his figure, Yang Kai left the half-dead innate territory lord to Feng Ying and appeared in front of Dawning Light. At that very moment, the defensive light barrier around Dawning Light shattered to pieces. Led by Shen Ao and the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the members of Dawn assembled on the deck and prepared themselves to fight the two territory lords to the death. Yang Kai's arrival was just in time. Faced with the powerful joint attack of the two territory lords, Yang Kai could not dodge as Dawning Light was right behind him. If he evaded the attacks, then the members of Dawn would surely suffer severe casualties. A great sun leapt into the sky as a golden crow cried out. Immediately after that, the full moon rose up as moonlight illuminated the void. Time principles and space principles wove together as the sun and moon shone simultaneously, causing profound space-time strength to permeate the world. The sun and moon immediately began to spiral forward like a giant top towards the two territory lords and swiftly enveloped them. In the next moment, a violent force erupted, and regardless of whether it was the two innate territory lords, Yang Kai, or Dawning Light, all of them were overwhelmed by the explosion. Aboard Dawning Light, every single member of Dawn spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and their expressions became sluggish. Likewise, Yang Kai's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. The two territory lords were in a state of utter shock. They had never seen such a mighty 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. Even though the other party was also wounded, their combined attack containing their full power was still blocked by the other party. The power of the divine ability unleashed by the other party earlier was so overwhelming that it simply seemed impossible to believe. Not just the raw force behind this attack, but the profound effect it had on both them and the world around them was beyond their ability to comprehend. Even after the shockwave had faded, the mysterious space-time strength lingering around their bodies left them feeling extremely uncomfortable. Do we fight? Or do we flee? This newly appeared human was too strong. If they could kill him here, then all the sacrifices they made in this battle would be worthwhile. Be that as it may, the other party did not seem like an easy target, and they were not sure if it was him or them who would die if they fought here today. At this moment, the two territory lords were certain that this person was the powerful enemy that Mo Na Yi mentioned, hence, they couldn't help cursing the latter in their hearts. Mo Na Yi only mentioned that a powerful enemy might appear in Acacia territory but failed to give them any specifics. It was his fault that two of their companions had been killed. If Mo Na Yi knew what they were thinking, he would have roared at the injustice. Information about Yang Kai had come directly from profound Nether territory where he had slain 3 territory lords in a single battle. It was later confirmed that he was the same human who caused a huge disturbance at the No-Return Pass. In response to this information, Mo Na Yi decided to err on the side of caution and made an immediate request for 5 additional territory lords to be sent as reinforcements. He thought that 10 territory lords gathered together would be enough to defeat Yang Kai, but who could have imagined that those 5 territory lords who came as reinforcements would encounter Yang Kai before they even had the chance to meet up with the others. The fact that 5 territory lords would be killed one after another in this intense battle was a situation that the Black Ink clan never even dreamed of. Just as the 2 territory lords were hesitating over their decision, the commotion caused by the death of a 3rd territory lord came from nearby. It was Feng Ying who had slain her opponent. The 3rd territory lord was struck by Yang Kai's soul-rending thorn just now and also suffered a joint attack from Yang Kai and Feng Ying that blasted half his body away. Although he managed to survive that initial barrage, his strength had plummeted to the point where he had essentially lost all combat capability. Yang Kai had to rescue Dawning Light, so he did not bother to stick around until the end of the battle. Naturally, Feng Ying exerted her full strength after his departure. She had been suppressed by her opponent and forced into a precarious situation earlier. However, the territory lord was no longer a match for her. There was no helping it as his injuries were too severe. It was already impressive that he could bring out half of his full strength. Under Feng Ying's fierce onslaught that completely disregarded the damage she sustained, the 3rd territory lord only managed to hold out for several breaths of time before he was slaughtered by her. This was her first time killing a territory lord with her own hands after she advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. However, it was not that impressive a feat as without Yang Kai laying the foundation for her, she was the one who would have suffered a disastrous fate by now. Feng Ying did not stop there though. Clad in a layer of sword light, she immediately spun around after defeating her opponent and rushed towards Yang Kai. The 2 remaining territory lords, who had been waffling over their decision to fight or flee, did not hesitate for a moment longer. They were not confident about defeating Yang Kai in the first place, but not only was there another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master coming to join the fight, they also sensed the other warship rapidly closing in on them. Things would not end well for them if they were encircled by the enemy, hence, they immediately came to a decision. Their figures flashed, and they fled into the distance. Yang Kai had taken precautions against their escape though, and seeing them flee, he surged his space principles and solidified the local space again. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe now and he was unable to smoothly mobilize his strength. If it were just one territory lord, he might have been able to restrain his opponent. However, the 2 territory lords cooperated and quickly broke open the blockade to escape. Yang Kai grit his teeth and raised his spear to pursue. It was not easy to come across the opportunity to slaughter a territory lord, so how could he give up so easily? Now that 3 out of 5 territory lords were dead, killing the last 2 territory lords would be much easier. Feng Ying followed closely behind while Ru Meng and the others, who were rushing to provide support, also hastily adjusted their course. Aboard Dawning Light, the members of Dawn quickly followed suit after suppressing their injuries. The 2 figures and 2 warships doggedly moved to intercept the 2 innate territory lords and in the blink of an eye, they had already crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. The persistence of their pursuers enraged the 2 territory lords. They had never suffered such humiliation in all the years since they left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. It's all the fault of that damn Mo Nai for giving such an unclear message. We will make him pay for this. The 2 territory lords vowed in their hearts, but then, their expressions abruptly stiffened as they looked up and stared into the distance. There seemed to be an ambush in that direction. Numerous human race masters were waiting up ahead for them. At the same time, a majestic palace soared through the void. The palace was extremely simple looking but had an ancient air about it. Moreover, there was a plaque above the main gates of the palace with the characters, "Flowing Time," emblazoned on it. 2 figures stood in front of the palace gates, a young man and woman both dressed in white. The young man and young woman stared at the approaching innate territory lords, but not only did they seem unafraid, they even seemed excited. It was almost as though they had caught a big fish in their net. They had clearly cultivated the same secret art, and under their joint efforts, the flow of time in the local region became distorted. From the enormous palace, 10,008 glowing grains of sand shot out and the 2 figures disappeared. The grains of sand flew towards the 2 territory lords and enveloped them, causing their sense of time to dramatically slow. It was the work of Yang Shao and Yang Shui. They were the inheritance disciples of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and ever since they inherited the Flowing Time Temple, they had been cultivating the Tao of Time diligently. In particular, the Tao of Time was Yang Zhao's bloodline talent, as he was part of the Dragon Clan. He could gain twice the result with half the effort when cultivating the Tao of Time, and thanks to his careful teaching and her innate talents, Yang Shui also shone brilliantly in this extremely esoteric Grand Tao. At present, their attainments in the Tao of Time had reached an incredible height. Nevertheless, they were not arrogant or overconfident. They knew that they were no match for a territory lord, so they did not attempt to actually harm the two territory lords. The gap in their strength was simply too wide for that to be a realistic plan. On the contrary, their goal was only to hinder the escape of the two territory lords. Even if they could only delay them for a single breath, it would be enough. If it were an ordinary Black Ink clansman, they would have had a hard time defending against such a mysterious secret technique. However, the strength of the two innate territory lords was enormous. There was no need for them to search for flaws in this secret technique to break through. They simply surged the Black Ink strength in their bodies as they threw out a punch in unison. In the face of overwhelming force, all tricks and tactics become meaningless. With a single blow, the flying sand that covered the entire area abruptly recoiled, and the giant palace which had seemingly vanished reappeared and was sent tumbling through the void. Under the violent impact, the Flowing Time Temple rumbled loudly as countless cracks appeared all over it. Simultaneously, both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were standing at the palace gates, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-45, There are 5 other territory lords. Impudence. One of the territory lords was livid. How dare a mere pair of humans in the 7th and 6th order block our way just because they have the support of mysterious secret techniques? Even if they did not dare to confront the 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master from earlier, how could they fail to defeat a 7th order and a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Just as they were about to unleash a barrage of ruthless attacks, a warship emerged from behind the Flowing Time Temple and Zhao Ye's beautiful figure charged out. With an ice-cold expression on her face, she unleashed a barrage of spear shadows that pierced forward with an indomitable spirit. To her left, the honest-looking Zhao Yi channeled space principles into the spear, causing it to become even more blurred and unpredictable. From the right, time principles surged and gathered around Su Yi's body before he channeled them into Zhao Yi's spear like Zhao Yi had. Instantly, time principles merged with space principles to form a brand new form of strength. The 3 disciples were highly accomplished in their respective cultivation, and even though each of them had inherited a different Grand Tao from Yang Kai, the long years they spent together gave them an innate understanding and familiarity with each other's strengths. In turn, this allowed them to work together and achieve the perfect combination attack. This was a secret technique that the 3 of them developed to merge their strengths and defeat more powerful enemies. The burst of power unleashed by these 3 7th order Open Heaven Realm Masters was comparable to the attack of an ordinary 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, the spear technique had a clear semblance to the one Yang Kai had used. The 2 territory lords were horrified. Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Will had injured them earlier, and the space-time strength from that attack lingered around their bodies even now. Therefore, it came as a great shock for the combined attack of these 3 7th order humans to contain a trace of that same mysterious space-time strength. These 3 must be related to that 8th order master from earlier. They are most likely master and disciples. They immediately made a swift decision in their hearts and unleashed a barrage of ruthless attacks. Under the effect of the violently surging Black Ink strength, Zhao Ye, Zhao Yi and Su Yi convulsed as though struck by lightning. Their complexions turned deathly pale in an instant, and they each spat out a mouthful of blood. Without waiting for the enemy to strike again, Zhao Yi made a decisive move, wrapping his space principles around his junior brother and junior sister, then forcefully teleporting them 100,000 kilometers away. The secret technique unleashed by one of the territory lords blasted out only to hit empty space. Nevertheless, the fallout still swept over the trio and sent them flying even further away. At that moment, 3 more figures rushed out from behind the surging black ink strength. One of them was a small stone man leaping through the black ink cloud. He hammered his chest with his fists and gave a deafening roar. At the same time, his small body swelled rapidly and abruptly transformed into a towering giant. Divine Spirit, Tai Yu. Xiao Xiao swiped at the 2 territory lords but failed to grab them in his hands, though the reckless effort caused countless broken pieces of rock to tumble down his massive arms. This attack was followed up by a piercing phoenix cry as a scorching flame spread across the void. A fire phoenix emerged out of nowhere and opened its mouth to spew burning flames towards the 2 territory lords, warping the surrounding space with the intensity of their heat. Xiongqi also charged forward, his figure darting about as his claws slashed out. Aboard the Baishi battleship, Xiao Hong and Xiao He used various secret techniques to bombard the enemy from range, while even Baishi's soul clone charged forward menacingly. The 2 territory lords were absolutely incensed now. This annoying band had hit them with a rapid succession of attacks, and as a result, they did not have time to catch their breath, annoying them greatly. Under normal circumstances, these attacks would not have fazed this pair in the slightest, but what was the current situation? They were desperately fleeing for their lives with 2 Eighth-Order Masters and 2 incredibly powerful warships chasing after them. If they did not escape now, they would soon follow in the footsteps of their 3 other companions. Scram! One of the territory lords roared, causing a violent force to spread out in all directions. Xiao Xiao, Lu Yen, Qiongqi, and even Baishi's soul clone were instantly sent flying and became dizzy from the impact. Although none of them were weak, there was still a significant gap between them and an innate territory lord, hence, the all-out assault of the territory lords wiped out all their attacks in an instant and even struck them hard. Nevertheless, that was enough. In the brief moment their squad held back these 2 territory lords, Yang Kai, Feng Ying, Dawning Light, and the other Baishi battleship arrived and immediately surrounded the 2 territory lords from all sides. A huge battle immediately broke out with countless secret techniques and divine abilities blasted forth. Groans of pain could be heard among the numerous explosions as this confrontation was an all-out life-and-death battle where no one held anything back. All of a sudden, a hole opened in the encirclement. The 2 territory lords did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and escape through the gap. One of them fled so swiftly that he was a mere dot on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Even Yang Kai failed to stop his escape. On the other hand, the 2nd territory lord was 1 step slower and Yang Kai's spear swept towards him before he could rush through the opening. Stay behind! A violent force erupted, forcing the territory lord to retreat helplessly in a fit of anger and frustration. He was instantly surrounded again. Yang Kai did not waste his time on this territory lord and hastily sent a divine sense transmission to Feng Ying, "I'll leave things here to you." Then, he chased after the territory lord who fled earlier. With the combination of Feng Ying, Dawn, Yu Ru Meng's squad, and the group of little ones, they were enough to compete against this territory lord. Besides, Yang Kai did not expect them to kill him, just keep him trapped here. He was going to kill the escaped territory lord first, then return to deal with the last one. Space principles fluctuated wildly as Yang Kai quickly closed in on the escaped territory lord, however, his expression changed drastically before he could attack the other party. At the edge of his divine senses perception range, he detected 5 mighty auras approaching rapidly from afar. There are 5 more territory lords here. Yang Kai was thoroughly shocked. He had initially assumed that the 5 territory lords he encountered were the main force of the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory. Even if the 5 territory lords did not make up the entire force, they should account for most of it. After all, there were only so many territory lords, so they could not be mobilized easily. Who could have known that there would actually be 10 territory lords here? Yang Kai never even dreamed that Mo Nai, the territory lord who oversaw Acacia territory, would think so highly of him. After learning that Yang Kai had left Profound Nether territory and might be heading to Acacia territory, Mo Nai immediately called for reinforcements, but the 5 territory lords who came were extremely unlucky. Before they could meet up with Mo Nai, they encountered Yang Kai along the way. As a result, 3 of them were dead and the other 2 were wounded. While Yang Kai was stunned, Mo Nai was on the verge of spitting blood. If Mo Nai could gather the strength of 10 territory lords, then Yang Kai would not have been able to cause much trouble regardless of his immense strength. Information about Yang Kai came from profound nether territory, and after analyzing it, Mo Nai did not hesitate to double the number of territory lords for this mission. Unfortunately, the 5 territory lords who came as reinforcements seemed to be rather ignorant about Yang Kai, otherwise, they would not have suffered such heavy casualties. As soon as Mo Nai detected the traces of battle in this direction, he immediately led the 4 other territory lords over to provide support. He did not bother to bring any of his subordinates as, in a battle of this level, anybody who was not a territory lord would only end up dead. It was a pity that the commotion caused by the death of the 3rd territory lord spread out before they could arrive. There were now just 2 territory lords from their reinforcements left. From a distance, Mo Nai could see the distressed figure of the fleeing territory lord. Yang Kai's appearance was just as miserable as the fleeing territory lord, but the death of the latter's 3 companions left him with no courage to fight back alone. Who knows whether this human was deliberately acting weak to seek an opportunity to kill him? Upon detecting the auras of Mo Nai and the other territory lords, the fleeing territory lord was overjoyed and rushed towards them with all his might. "Protect your soul!" Mo Nai shouted a warning hastily. According to initial speculations, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Yang Kai had a secret technique that could severely injure his opponent's soul in an instant, allowing him to finish a one-on-one battle against a territory lord in a single move. Faced with an enemy like Yang Kai, it was vital for them to protect their souls in order to survive. The fleeing territory lord was no fool, so after hearing Mo Nai's warning, he recalled the scenes of his 3 companions' deaths earlier. Realization struck him suddenly, and he quickly surged his spiritual energy to protect his soul. "Bastard!" Yang Kai cursed in his heart. It would seem that he had used his soul-rending thorns too many times, which caused the territory lords to notice the flaw in this method. This was within his expectations though. Although the soul-rending thorn itself was practically invisible once activated, the large fluctuation of spiritual energy could not be hidden from those who were paying attention. Not only did he use his soul-rending thorns to consecutively kill so many territory lords, he also activated this secret technique right in front of the royal lord at the no-return pass. If the Black Ink clan failed to notice anything after so long, then something must be wrong with their heads. It was just that the soul-rending thorns were extremely overpowering because they were fueled by the sacrifice of part of Yang Kai's soul. Even if the territory lords defended themselves, they could not block out the effects completely. Nevertheless, Yang Kai no longer had the confidence to swiftly slaughter this fleeing territory lord. If he could not kill his opponent in one move, then his opponent would only need to restrain him for a moment before the other 5 territory lords arrived as reinforcements. Once that happened, the one stuck in an unfavorable situation would be him. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai thrust out his spear one last time before turning around without looking back. Since he could not slay his enemy, he decided to give up. Besides, there was another territory lord who was trapped behind him. Killing that territory lord would be good enough. The fleeing territory lord guarded his soul carefully after receiving Mo Nai's warning, but contrary to his expectations, it was Yang Kai's spear that stabbed forward and made a mess of his back. He cursed angrily in his heart, not knowing whether to thank Mo Nai or scold him. Mo Nai roared from the distance, "Stop him!" How could he bear to watch Yang Kai escape? 3 territory lords had been killed in such a short time, so it would be difficult for him to explain the situation to the higher-ups if they failed to kill Yang Kai here. Unfortunately, they were still some distance away. As such, he could only call out to the lone territory lord who was being chased by Yang Kai. That territory lord naturally ignored Mo Nai. It had not been easy for him to escape alive, so his top priority was to join up with his allies as quickly as possible. Staying alive was his primary objective now. If he turned around and pursued Yang Kai instead, he might find himself in a precarious situation if the latter was forced into a corner. Mo Na Yi and the others would not be able to rescue him in time. A short while later, the 6 territory lords gathered together and Mo Na Yi was practically spitting fire from his eyes. Glaring fiercely at the territory lord who looked scared after narrowly escaping death, he roared, "You Gong, are you deaf? I told you to stop him." The territory lord called Yu Gong sneered coldly in response, "If I had tried to stop him, I'd be dead by now. It's because you didn't see how easily he killed the others that you can even say something so stupid. If you saw what I saw back there, you'd run even faster than I did." Mo Na Yi ground his teeth in frustration. Nonetheless, now was not the time to quarrel among themselves. There was still the aura of another territory lord coming from up ahead and they had to rescue him as soon as possible, or it would be too late. "Follow him," he shouted before leading the other 5 territory lords and rushing forward. On the other side, the trapped territory lord was filled with rage. The people who had trapped him in this place could not be considered very strong. There was only one 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them, and she was clearly not his opponent at all. Unfortunately, the other side had a massive numerical advantage, with almost 30 enemies on par with 7th Order Masters alone, many of whom were powerful divine spirits. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-46, How can he be so strong? 2 other warships did not resemble ordinary warships. On the contrary, they seemed to be the incarnation of a divine spirit with extremely thick skin. Thanks to their strong defense, most of the attacks from the territory lord were successfully blocked by these 2 warships. As the saying went, a cornered beast will undoubtedly fight back. That was the best portrayal of the territory lord in his current situation. His numerous attempts to break free had been stopped by the forces surrounding him, hence, he was feeling very vexed. He initially rushed here in high spirits as reinforcements only to fall into such a miserable state not long after he arrived at Acacia territory. It would have been one thing if his opponent was a human race master he could not defeat. There was nothing much to complain about if his skills were inferior to the enemy. However, the key point was that these people were not such opponents. He could easily kill any one of them in a single blow if they were on their own, but they were extremely hard to handle when they teamed up against him. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning behind the human saying, 2 fists cannot not block 4 strikes. While he was fighting, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. It felt as though his soul had been sliced open by a mysterious force. The agony was not something he had ever experienced in his life and for a time, he lost control of his strength entirely. Shit! The territory lord was panicking now. Any careless mistake could lead to eternal doom in a life and death battle, what more a sudden loss of strength due to damage to his soul. He knew that he had been ambushed, but he could not figure out how. In the next moment, countless attacks rained down on him from all directions, and under the violent and chaotic storm, his aura abruptly vanished without a trace. The 4th territory lord was dead. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since Yang Kai began his assault, but in that short span, the fallout caused by the death of 4 territory lords had already spread throughout Acacia territory. Damn! Mo Na Yi, who was pursuing Yang Kai, nearly went mad with rage. He had requested 5 territory lords as reinforcements, confident that 10 of them would be enough to defeat Yang Kai. However, he never imagined that Yu Gong would be the only survivor out of the 5 sent in such a short time. For a time, he couldn't help feeling vexed. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the other territory lords to meet their reinforcements immediately. He had not expected Yang Kai to arrive so quickly, or for the 5 territory lords he invited to die so easily. Yu Gong also had an ugly expression on his face, but a greater part of him was filled with relief. If not for his swift escape just now, the one being killed right now would have been him instead. That human. How can he be so strong? All the current innate territory lords came directly from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Seeing as every one of them was exceedingly powerful, they were confident and arrogant about their strength. They did not think highly of the 8th Order human masters, so only the 9th Order old ancestors could frighten them. It was not until today that Yugong finally learned something new. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not the only ones who could kill them. There was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose strength was beyond imagination. Let's go. On the battlefield ahead, Yang Kai's complexion was deathly pale. He gave a low roar and activated space principles to envelope a large part of the void before hurriedly bringing the others with him in a quick escape. They had to flee now, otherwise, the tides would turn on them and the situation would be reversed. Although they had not suffered any casualties so far, every single one of them had been wounded in the battle and they could no longer exert their full strength. It was mostly thanks to fortuitous timing that they managed to slaughter 4 territory lords in a row, with the other reason being that these 5 territory lords had been overly careless. If they had not split up to chase after Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship, Yang Kai would not have had the opportunity to make a move. With the deaths of 4 territory lords serving as an example, the other 6 would no longer be so easy to handle. If those 6 territory lords caught up to Yang Kai and the others, Yang Kai was the only one with the confidence to escape alive. The others would most likely lose their lives here, therefore, they had to escape immediately. The faster they fled, the better. Yang Kai's head was aching after unleashing 3 soul-rending thorns in a row and fighting 4 territory lords to varying degrees, so it was very difficult for him to perform consecutive instantaneous movements with 3 whole squads in tow. Not to mention, the Dawn was a special operations squad, so instead of a dozen members, they had 50. The more people there were, the greater Yang Kai's burden. If not for the time constraints, he would have preferred to open his small universe for the rest to enter, as that would have made things more convenient for him to escape. Fortunately, he was not the only person who was proficient in the Tao of space in this group. Zhao Yibai was Yang Kai's first disciple. Having been born in Void World, he boasted an inherently high affinity with the Tao of space. Now that he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, his attainments in the Tao of space were considered extraordinary even if he could not compare with his honored master. With Zhao Yibai's support, Yang Kai's burden was reduced significantly. Even though it was a long-awaited reunion between master and disciple, they were forced to flee for their lives before they could even reminisce about the past. In addition, Yang Kai was severely wounded in the previous battle, so it was only natural for Zhao Yibai to step up and contribute under such circumstances. Thus, he mustered all his strength and pushed his space principles to the limit. During the cat-and-mouse chase, they traveled across several tens of millions of kilometers. Behind them, Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords were furious. They initially assumed that it would be easy for them to hunt down the weakened and injured humans, but who could have known that they would be left behind in the dust of their opponents instead? The royal lord was right. Yang Kai's ability to escape was unparalleled. It was no wonder that the royal lord himself was helpless against Yang Kai at the no-return pass. They are trying to escape from the great territory. One of the territory lords shouted. The direction in which Yang Kai and the others were escaping was obvious. They were heading towards one of the territory gates in Acacia territory, and their intentions were as clear as day. This was the most logical choice. With so many injured and 6 powerful territory lords chasing them from behind, it was only natural for Yang Kai's group to find a quiet place to reorganize themselves as soon as possible. Leaving the great territory was the best option, as it would not be too late for them to return for revenge after they had recovered. Seeing as Yang Kai managed to kill 4 territory lords this time, he would surely have another opportunity to kill a few more once he was back at his peak. How many more territory lords in the Black Ink clan would he kill after that? By the time he finished terrorizing the Black Ink clan, the situation in Acacia territory would fall apart on its own. In your dreams. Mo Na Yi coldly snorted and hurriedly sent out a message. A short while later, a feudal lord with an impressive aura stood in front of the territory gate and shouted at the top of his voice, "Sir Mo Na Yi has issued a command. Several human race masters are heading in this direction, and we must stop them at all costs. The Black Ink clan army of 1,000,000 troops responded fervently and swiftly got into formation. This territory gate was the same one that Bai Shi's soul clone had wanted to escape with the little ones through, but what none of them knew was that the Black Ink clan had swiftly deployed an army of 1,000,000 troops to block this territory gate after Yang Kai entered Acacia territory. An hour later, a group of people swiftly approached the territory gate. Yang Kai looked up and saw a sea of Black Ink clansmen spreading out into the horizon. The Black Ink clan army stood strong outside the territory gate, forming a tight barricade around it. Looking at the scale, Yang Kai judged there to be at least 1,000,000 troops. Yang Kai could not help cursing at the sight as he wondered why there were so many Black Ink clansmen here. An army of 1,000,000 was certainly not small. Even if he did not detect the aura of a territory lord coming from that direction, it would not be easy for him to break through such a blockade. Besides, the Black Ink clan army was practically burning with fighting spirit. It was obvious that they had prepared themselves for an intense battle. The territory lords chasing from behind must have given them an order to fight to the death to stop them. We can't head this way anymore. Under normal circumstances, it would not have been difficult for Yang Kai to break through the Black Ink clan army's barricade, even if they had 1,000,000 troops on their side. He had the confidence to succeed, eventually, but the circumstances this time were different. 6 territory lords were chasing after him, so even a slight delay would lead to a disastrous end. Damn it, why are there so many Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory instead of on the front lines of the war? Helpless, Yang Kai could only change direction and speed towards the next nearest territory gate. One day later, Yang Kai nearly thought that he had gone back to the same territory gate when he arrived at the second one and saw another 1,000,000-strong Black Ink clan army. What's going on? It's just Acacia territory. Isn't this an insignificant place? Even if there are human race survivors trapped here, is there a need for the Black Ink clan to mobilize so much manpower? Or, could it be because of me? At this moment, Yang Kai had the vague realization that the unexpected incidents in Acacia territory were related to him, and he was correct. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan only planned to use the human refugees trapped in Acacia territory to lure out some hunters and did not deploy many troops or masters here. After all, 100,000 troops was more than enough to block a territory gate, as the human masters they were expecting to face weren't that strong or united. After receiving the news from profound nether territory though, Mo Nai deduced that Yang Kai would most likely appear in Acacia territory. Hence, he hastily mobilized the armies from the nearby great territories and invited 5 additional territory lords over as reinforcements. That was how the current lineup was formed. It would now seem that he indeed had great foresight. With 1,000,000 troops guarding each territory gate, even Yang Kai would not dare to force his way through under the current circumstances. There were 5 territory gates in Acacia territory, but based on the situation at the 2 consecutive territory gates he visited, Yang Kai felt there was no need to check the situation at the 3 other territory gates. It was almost a given that the Black Ink clan would also have heavy defenses around those territory gates. At this point, Yang Kai was barely holding on, while Zhao Yi Bai was about to reach his limits. He was wounded in the first place, so after supporting Yang Kai for so long, the burden was too much for him. It was just that he had a stubborn personality, so even though he was as pale as a sheet, he did not utter a single complaint. Hurry up and enter my small universe. In the middle of their escape, Yang Kai shouted and opened the portal to his small universe. At this point, he had no choice but to gamble. Once Zhao Yi Bai became exhausted, he would have to facilitate the escape of so many people with his strength alone. Under those circumstances, it would only be a matter of time before their enemies caught up to them. When Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe, the others did not hesitate and quickly poured inside. During this brief delay, the 6 territory lords pursuing them quickly closed the distance, with Mo Nai looking overjoyed as he roared, "Humans! Today you die!" Immediately after that, the 6 territory lords joined forces and attacked in unison. The surging black ink strength caused both Yang Kai and Feng Ying to cough up blood. Even Yang Kai's small universe was shaken by the aftermath because he failed to close the portal in time. Fortunately for him, nothing serious happened since there was a world tree clone in his small universe to shelter it from external forces. Otherwise, the impact would have been enough to put his small universe at risk of destruction. The others, including Baishi's soul clone, could enter Yang Kai's small universe to hide, but Feng Ying could not. That was because she was also in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, the same as Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Feng Ying's injuries became increasingly severe, but before the 6 territory lords arrived, Yang Kai grabbed Feng Ying and vanished from the spot with a flash. It was a pity they could not run very far before the territory lords would track down their location and pursue them again. Yang Kai swore fiercely in his heart, "Just you wait. I will definitely pay you back for this humiliation one day." Seeing as the Black Ink clan army had blockaded 2 territory gates, the same was most likely true for the remaining 3. In other words, there was no way for them to leave Acacia territory. In addition to the pursuit of the 6 territory lords, they were in a desperate situation indeed. At this moment, there was only one place left for them to go. Upon making his decision, Yang Kai focused on making his escape. Compared to how mighty he seemed earlier when he slaughtered those territory lords, he was now fleeing with his tail between his legs. It truly was the perfect example of karmic retribution. Now that the tides of fortune had turned on him, he was helpless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-47, Can't Run Anymore? They're heading towards the universe cave heaven. One of the territory lords quickly figured out Yang Kai's intentions. The 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were heading towards the location of a universe cave heaven in Acacia territory. It was also the place where the other human refugees in Acacia territory were hiding at the moment. The Black Ink clan only came across this place by accident. The main reason was that the human race masters left the universe cave heaven to investigate the situation in Acacia territory and accidentally revealed their whereabouts. That was how they were targeted by the Black Ink clan. A universe cave heaven was generally hidden in the void, so if one did not know its precise location and the method to open its portal, it was very difficult for an ordinary person to discover. Even a territory lord was no exception to this rule. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, there were numerous universe paradises and universe cave heavens scattered around each great pass thanks to the innumerable human race masters who died in battle. It was a pity that nobody could open these universe paradises and universe cave heavens. In the end, Yang Kai took matters into his own hands and opened these portals. His actions allowed various great passes such as Blue Sky Pass and Yinyang Pass to set up traps and ambushes in these locations. It was thanks to this method that they massacred large numbers of Black Ink clansmen. At present, a Black Ink clan army was standing guard outside the universe cave heaven. They had no intention of attacking, only forming a siege around the trapped humans inside to lure out hunters who came here to rescue them. The humans hiding in the universe cave heaven did not dare to emerge carelessly. After all, there was no particularly strong master among their ranks. Now that they were besieged by the Black Ink clan, they could only wait for their deaths, thus, they passed each day in fear and anxiety. If the location of the universe cave heaven had not been exposed, then they would not have faced any trouble whatsoever. No matter how many Black Ink clansmen there were, the enemy would not be able to figure out the location of the universe cave heaven if they were not proficient in the Tao of space. Unfortunately, the location of the portal had been exposed, so it was now very easy for the Black Ink clan to attack them. They only needed enough Black Ink clansmen to unleash a fierce onslaught in the direction of the portal to shatter the void and force it open. There was no need for too many Black Ink clansmen. In fact, if 2 innate territory lords joined forces, it would only take them about half a day to forcefully break open the portal. At that time, none of the humans hiding within would survive. It was only because the Black Ink clan wanted to use these humans here as bait to lure out as many hunters as possible that those inside the universe cave heaven hadn't been wiped out a long time ago. The Black Ink clan army was heavily guarding all 5 territory gates in Acacia territory at the moment. In addition, there were 6 territory lords doggedly chasing after Yang Kai and Feng Ying. For Yang Kai, there was only one place they could go to seek shelter under these circumstances. He knew about the location of this universe cave heaven as, before departing for Acacia territory, he had already gathered all the necessary information regarding the situation here. However, he only knew the general position and not the exact location of the universe cave heaven. That was not a problem though, for he was a master of the Tao of space. Besides, if his guess was right, there would be a Black Ink clan army standing guard outside the portal. He only needed to find the location of that Black Ink clan army to find the location of the portal. Right now, he could only hope that there were not many enemy troops stationed outside the universe cave heaven. If the Black Ink clan had another army of 1,000,000 troops waiting there, he would be in trouble. Regardless, Yang Kai had no time to consider these matters. His greatest priority was figuring out a method to create some distance from their pursuers. He would need some time to open the portal when he arrived there, so if the territory lords chasing him were too close, he would not have enough time to work. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, an idea formed in Yang Kai's heart. He excelled at shaking off pursuers. Back when he caused such a huge commotion at the no-return pass, even a royal lord could not do anything to him, so what were a few innate territory lords worth? It was just that his injuries made manipulating space principles difficult. Otherwise, with only Feng Ying traveling with him, he could have flung off his pursuers a long time ago. A short while later, Yang Kai and Feng Ying abruptly split up and fled in 2 different directions. The 6 territory lords chasing behind them were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events before Mo Na Yi gave a low roar, split up and chased them. The 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were heavily wounded, so Mo Na Yi refused to let a single one escape alive. Yu Gong suddenly noticed that the scene in front of him felt very familiar, and upon further consideration, he realized something. Isn't this the same situation I encountered when I was traveling with the 5 territory lords who came here as reinforcements? At the time, the 2 warships abruptly separated and escaped in different directions. The 5 territory lords responded by dividing their forces and giving chase. In the end, Yang Kai hid in the shadows and took the opportunity to ambush them. It's the same thing all over again. This must be part of that human's schemes. After suffering a terrible loss earlier, Yu Gong was very wary of Yang Kai, thus, he immediately objected, "We must not split up. We will be defeated by that human one by one if we do so." Mo Na Yi glanced over at Yu Gong coldly, disdain overflowing from his eyes. How dare he question my decision at such a critical juncture? Split up and give chase. Protect your soul so that you don't end up being ambushed by him. Time was running out, so Mo Na Yi had no time to waste on Yu Gong and simply repeated his orders with greater emphasis. Yang Kai's strength was terrifying indeed, but even he had his limits. As long as they took the necessary precautions, it would not be difficult to deal with him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 territory lords divided into 2 groups. One group chased after Yang Kai while the other pursued Feng Ying. Yu Gong stuck tightly to Mo Na Yi's side. Among all the territory lords present, Mo Na Yi was the strongest. If any unexpected situations were to occur, he was certain that staying by Mo Na Yi's side would be the safest option. How could Mo Na Yi fail to realize what Yu Gong was thinking? The very thought enraged him. Has Yu Gong been scared out of his wits? How is he also considered an innate territory lord? How embarrassing. However, now was not the time for internal squabbles. Their top priority was to eliminate the 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for Yu Gong, he would be sent back to the no-return pass to receive his punishment after this incident. Territory lords were also needed to oversee the Black Ink clan's new conquests, so with Yu Gong being heavily injured, it would be just right for him to be stuck with such a tedious mission. Observing the figure that flickered around from time to time in a frantic attempt to escape, Mo Na Ye's expression turned gloomy. How could he fail to see that Yang Kai was heavily injured? That might be the reason why Yang Kai could not completely escape their pursuit. After all, according to the information from the no-return pass, he was perfectly capable of escaping the pursuit of the royal lord. There was no reason why he would have such a hard time with the pursuit of mere territory lords. This time, we might have the chance to eliminate him once and for all. No, we must get rid of him now. If we miss this opportunity, then we will never have such a good opportunity again. Mo Na Ye made a swift decision and put more effort into chasing Yang Kai. 10 breaths later, both parties traveled several 100,000 kilometers when all of a sudden, Yang Kai's fleeing figure distorted and disappeared without any warning. This situation had already been repeated many times, so Mo Na Ye did not panic. He immediately released his divine sense and investigated his surroundings. It didn't take long before he found Yang Kai's whereabouts, but frowning, he turned to look in a certain direction and discovered that Yang Kai had joined up with that woman again. What the hell is he doing? If he wants to flee separately, then why did he meet back up with her? Unable to understand Yang Kai's intentions, he could only lead Yu Gong and the other territory lords in that direction. Mo Na Ye could not understand Yang Kai's intentions, but for Yang Kai, the truth was simply that he could not remain separated any longer. Feng would be in danger if he did not return. He could make use of space principles which allowed him to swiftly escape, but Feng could not. Her strength was inferior in the first place, and her speed could not compare with the 3 territory lords pursuing her. In just a few breaths of time, the distance between Feng and the 3 territory lords chasing behind her was already at the limits. If Yang Kai did not return, she would have been in trouble by now. When Yang Kai returned to Feng Ying's side, he immediately surged his world force to wrap around her, then, he continued running forward with her. After running together for some time, they separated again. This time around, the 3 territory lords chasing behind them were dumbfounded. When Yang Kai and Feng Ying separated for the first time, the 6 territory lords had no trouble splitting up to give chase. However, there were only 3 of them here right now. How were they supposed to divide their forces? Faced with an opponent like Yang Kai who could cut down a territory lord as though he was reaping wheat, who would dare to act alone? Whoever dared to move alone was bound to die. They finally figured out Yang Kai's plan at this moment. Even Mo Na Ye, who was rushing over in a hurry, realized what Yang Kai was aiming for and shouted from afar, "Forget Yang Kai. Chase the woman." There were 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but while Yang Kai was difficult to handle, could the same be said for the human woman? They only needed to keep a close watch on the woman. After all, Yang Kai would never choose to escape alone. As long as they caught up to her, then she was as good as dead. The 3 territory lords stopped hesitating and immediately chased after Feng Ying. Meanwhile, Mo Na Ye changed directions and went after Yang Kai instead. A short while later, Yang Kai joined up with Feng Ying again and desperately escaped with her, but it was not long before they went their separate ways once more. Paltry tricks. Mo Na Ye coldly snorted. He firmly believed that Yang Kai was doing this in an attempt to separate them. Under these circumstances, there was no need to bother about Yang Kai though, it was enough for them to just pursue the woman. Yang Kai must be out of tricks. How can he keep repeating such obvious and childish tactics? It's not like I'm a fool. How could I fail to notice what he was up to? The same situation repeated a few more times. Be that as it may, the 2 groups of territory lords maintained their targets without wavering. One group of 3 chased after Feng Ying while the other chased after Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look back at his pursuers after repeatedly separating from and meeting back up with Feng Ying over a dozen times. Is he not escaping anymore? He must be unable to run any further. The territory lords were overjoyed. If they had to be honest, it was extremely exhausting for them to chase after somebody like Yang Kai, who was so excellent at escaping. The most important point was that they couldn't even catch him, which was an extremely annoying and vexing situation. However, Yang Kai was no longer trying to run. What did that mean? That meant that he no longer had the strength to flee and was preparing to fight to the death. Were the territory lords afraid of him? If they were alone, then they had to admit that they were scared of him. After all, it only took a moment for Yang Kai to slaughter a territory lord. His explosive power was terrifying. But now, there were 6 territory lords in 2 groups of 3. What was there to fear? As long as they guarded their souls carefully, then Yang Kai was no match for them whatsoever. Compared to the endless cat-and-mouse chase, they preferred to fight Yang Kai face to face. The distance between both parties closed swiftly, but be that as it may, Mo Na Yi did not relax his vigilance. While gathering his power, he sent a divine sense transmission to the other territory lords: remain cautious. We should attack in unison. It would be best if we could kill him in one blow. The rest of the territory lords nodded in agreement and quietly prepared themselves. In the void up ahead, Yang Kai looked at the 2 groups of territory lords approaching him from both sides and snickered, "See you later." After saying that, the space around him warped. Is he running again? Furious, Mo Na Yi roared, "Attack!" 6 mighty attacks blasted towards Yang Kai from 2 different directions. Black ink strength surged as it reached its target, erupting with a violent explosion. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Mo Na Yi spread out his divine sense and investigated the surroundings, but found nothing at all. He had previously been able to locate the other party's whereabouts almost immediately after Yang Kai escaped, but this time, there was no trace of him or his female companion at all. Mo Na Yi looked up again and saw that the void in the direction they had attacked had collapsed. The destructive power of the joint strike of 6 territory lords was overwhelming. Even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not choose to take such an attack directly. It was not that an old ancestor could not withstand such a blow, but that they did not need to do such things. As for an 8th Order human, this impact was more than enough to destroy their body. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-48, Hunters. Is he dead? Yugong murmured under his breath in disbelief. Yang Kai and that woman had completely vanished without a trace. Even expanding his divine sense to its limits, he could not sense the slightest trace of aura from them. Did that powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who killed 4 out of 5 territory lords in less than a cup of tea's time, die just like that? Is he really dead? Was he blown apart to the point where not a single bone remained? That can't be right. He suddenly realized something. The death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was bound to cause a large disturbance. Having killed countless human race masters on the battlefield, Yugong knew that upon death, the small universe of an Open Heaven Realm Master violently ruptured more often than not, and the greater their strength, the greater the commotion caused by this explosion. Even if their small universe did not rupture though, it would still appear briefly before burrowing into the void and becoming a universe paradise or a universe cave heaven. It was true that Yang Kai and the woman had vanished without a trace, but there were no accompanying signs to indicate their deaths. Even Yugong had figured out this point, so naturally the others had their doubts as well. Mo Na Ye's expression was extremely solemn. His divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, constantly exploring into the distance, yet he still failed to detect Yang Kai's whereabouts. There were only 2 possibilities that could explain this situation. The first possibility was that Yang Kai was dead, but that was extremely unlikely. The second possibility was that Yang Kai was outside his detection range. One of the territory lords stepped forward to examine the scene, and it didn't take long before he shook his head and announced, "There are no signs of blood. He probably survived." At this moment, Mo Na Yi sensed something. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he cursed vehemently, "Bastard." He finally discovered some unusual spatial fluctuations that were very familiar to him at an extremely distant point. They were the traces left behind whenever Yang Kai activated space principles. How did he teleport that far? He simply could not understand. Having seen the way Yang Kai escaped earlier, Mo Na Yi could tell that Yang Kai was heavily wounded. The distance Yang Kai's figure could teleport had also been quite limited all this time. However, now, Yang Kai had managed to flee to a place that was beyond his detection range in a single leap. That was why he failed to detect the other party's whereabouts immediately. He's heading towards that universe cave heaven again. After him. Mo Na Yi was livid. Rallying the other territory lords, he sped in the direction where the universe cave heaven was located. At the same time, he sent a message to the Black Ink clan army and ordered them to form a heavy guard around the portal. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai to enter that universe cave heaven. At this moment, Yang Kai was urging his power to wrap around Feng Ying while fleeing desperately. He even coughed up blood from time to time. His injuries were severe in the first place, and after the latest battle of wits, his wounds had only worsened. It was lucky that he managed to escape the pursuit of the 6 territory lords with the help of a space beacon, otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble by now. Mo Na Yi had wrongly assumed that Yang Kai was trying to divide the territory lords by repeatedly separating and meeting back with Feng Ying. The truth was far from that. After suffering the previous losses, how could the territory lords dare to act alone so easily? Yang Kai was simply heading off to secretly place space beacons. The tiny space beacons were very difficult to detect unless one was carefully searching for them. Back at the no-return pass, Yang Kai had used a space beacon to escape the pursuit of the royal lord and even will around to attack again. His actions had thrown the entire no-return pass into a fog of gloom. He had used the same trick today and successfully escaped from the 6 territory lords pursuing them. Nevertheless, time was short as territory lords had great speed. If Yang Kai failed to enter the universe cave heaven before the 6 territory lords caught up again, the situation would become dire. At the moment, he might not have the strength to kill a territory lord even if they met alone. If he disregarded the consequences and used a 4th soul-rending thorn, he might stand a chance. However, the greater likelihood was that he would become delirious. He could not take such a huge risk, therefore, he had to enter the universe cave heaven to recuperate as soon as possible. As to whether or not he could successfully enter the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai himself was not confident. After all, he did not know how many troops the Black Ink clan had stationed there. He could only hope that there were not too many. An hour passed, and from a distance, Yang Kai saw a Black Ink clan army forming a tight blockade around a certain spot in the void. Moreover, the auras of numerous feudal lords flared majestically. It's here. They had finally arrived at the location of the universe cave heaven in Acacia territory. What gave Yang Kai a sense of relief was that not too many Black Ink clan troops had been deployed here, only 100,000 or so. Although there were many feudal lords, it was still a far cry from the million-strong force posted at the 5 territory gates. In truth, Yang Kai had already guessed that not many Black Ink clan soldiers would be stationed here. The Black Ink clan wanted to use the trapped human refugees here as bait to lure out as many hunters as possible, so they had put on a good show. If there were too many troops stationed here, then the hunters would not take the bait. 100,000 troops was neither too many nor too few. Be that as it may, it was enough to build a solid defense around the universe cave heaven, yet still tempting enough for the courageous and daredevil hunters to risk the danger. Unbeknownst to Yang Kai, if news of his departure from profound nether territory had not spread, then only 600,000 Black Ink clan troops would have been stationed across the entire Acacia territory. The initial deployment was 100,000 troops at the universe cave heaven and another 100,000 at each of the 5 territory gates. It was Mo Na Yi who immediately mobilized all the available troops from the surrounding great territories after hearing that Yang Kai might come to Acacia territory. That was the reason why there were armies of at least 1 million standing guard at the territory gates. The individual strengths of the Black Ink clansmen here varied greatly, but most of them were nothing more than cannon fodder. If not for their overwhelming numbers, it would be impossible for them to stop the advance of a vicious fiend like Yang Kai. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi made sufficient preparations. Not only did he mobilize the nearby armies to increase his available forces, but he also requested the support of 5 additional territory lords including Yugong. It was a pity he failed to predict that Yugong and the others would have such poor luck. All the reinforcing territory lords besides Yugong were killed almost as soon as they arrived in Acacia territory, and Yugong was now essentially traumatized by the enemy. The Black Ink clan army of 100,000 had received the message from Mo Na-yi in advance, so they knew that 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were coming to attack. As a result, the feudal lords in the lead were extremely nervous. If not for fear of being held responsible for this incident, they would have fled by now. At this moment, Yang Kai and Fengming were charging forward with a ferocious momentum, so how could the Black Ink clan fail to notice them? Fortunately, there were only 2 of them. They might not be worthy opponents, but Mo Na-yi had ordered them to keep the enemy busy at all costs. 6 territory lords would arrive soon. An army of 100,000 trying to hold back 2 heavily injured 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters should not be an issue. Probably. Without waiting for Yang Kai and Fengming to approach, one of the feudal lords in the lead gave a loud shout, "The humans are coming. Stop them." The words had just left his mouth when the 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the distance suddenly appeared right in front of him. The man covered in bloodstains reached out a hand and grabbed him. Before he could react, he felt the world spinning around him and his vision turning upside down. Yang Kai held up the feudal lord's head and tossed it aside with a cold snort. It was bad enough that he was being chased by 6 territory lords, but how dare a mere feudal lord challenge him? Who else was he supposed to slaughter if not that particular feudal lord? Beside Yang Kai, Fengming summoned her divine manifestation as 10,000 sword waves gathered and transformed into the myriad swords dragon. Unleashing her power in all directions, she massacred countless Black Ink clansmen in an instant. While she might be inferior to an innate territory lord, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have no problem dealing with these Black Ink clansmen that were no stronger than feudal lords. A portal to Yang Kai's small universe appeared behind him, and the 3 warships he sheltered inside sailed out grandly. "Kill!" Shen Ao yelled from where he stood on the battered dawning light. Following a slash of his sword, Blood Crow and the others attacked in unison. The other 2 warships had already received instructions from Yang Kai in advance and split up and moved in 2 different directions, decimating the Black Ink clansmen and preventing any chance of them coordinating their response. Since the Black Ink clan army was stationed here, then the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven must be located somewhere nearby. As for the exact location, Yang Kai would need some time to search. After all, he had never been here before. The 3 warships contained nearly 37th Order level masters. Combined with Fengming, they surrounded Yang Kai and massacred all the enemies within range. The Black Ink clan army were mowed down like wheat in a field, and even the feudal lords were rapidly being culled. The sudden outbreak of battle stunned the numerous figures who were hidden in the void. These people were the hunters who had been lured over. They formed groups of around 5 people each, with the largest being 10 people in total. The Black Ink clan's plan was very successful. When they actively leaked the news about the trapped humans in Acacia territory, many hunters from the nearby Great Territories snuck in hopes of rescuing their trapped compatriots. Before Yang Kai's arrival, many battles had already erupted across Acacia territory. Leaving aside others, even Yang Zhao's squad had encountered several Black Ink clan patrols. They had killed numerous enemies and even rescued a few hunters whose whereabouts had been exposed. Despite these losses, Mo Na-yi and the other territory lords had remained in hiding, causing the hunters to mistakenly assume that there were no Black Ink clan masters in Acacia territory. Hence, they quickly gathered around the vicinity of the Universe Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, a Black Ink clan army of 100,000 was quite a large force, too much for a few lone hunters to oppose, so they had been trying to make contact with those hiding in the Universe Cave Heaven. If they could coordinate a joint attack with the humans inside the Universe Cave Heaven, they might be able to destroy the blockade and seek a way out. Unfortunately, their efforts had shown no progress after so long. Not daring to act recklessly, these hunters had remained in hiding and waited for an opportunity. In the end, they managed to wait until Yang Kai arrived. As soon as the battle broke out, the black blood flowed like rivers. The hunters hidden in the shadows were surprised and excited by this sudden development. What surprised them was that somebody had dared to charge into battle against the Black Ink clan army of 100,000. On the other hand, what excited them was that the power emanating from the attacking party was very high. This kind of strength could only be shown by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. For a time, various messages spread across the void. Most of the hunters were in contact with each other already, but they had not gathered together out of fear that they might be completely wiped out by the Black Ink clan. If they were scattered around, the risk of annihilation was lowered. It would not matter too much if one of their parties were found by the enemy, as the others could take that opportunity to ambush their enemies and provide support. What's going on? Why did a battle break out without any warning? Did you detect the energy fluctuations of an 8th Order Master? There is indeed an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master there. A division commander must have come forward. The news about what happened here must have spread to the outside. I knew the Supreme Headquarters would not ignore the situation in Acacia territory. They must have sent some experts to rescue them. Could this be part of the Black Ink clan's schemes? It's strange that there are trapped humans in Acacia territory. If this is all a big conspiracy, then they must be tempting us to reveal ourselves. Bullshit. What schemes are you talking about? Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master has made an appearance. How can you claim that it's a conspiracy? Don't tell me you're insinuating that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is a Black Ink disciple. It's not impossible. The Black Ink clan has one remaining Royal Lord. The Royal Lord's secret technique is not something an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master can resist. They are people from the star boundary. I saw Yang Xiao and the others. Do you see that white dragon? That's Yang Xiao. He is part of the Dragon Clan. One of the hunters who was previously rescued by Yang Xiao and the others sent the voice transmission. The High Heaven Palace squad? Is it really them? In that case, there's no problem. The hunters were not completely isolated from each other, and many even kept in contact, and among them, the High Heaven Palace squad was quite famous. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5549, A Turtle Hiding in Its Shell? The Star Boundary was currently the most important stronghold of the entire human race. Likewise, High Heaven Palace was also very well known. Yang Xiao and the others, who came from High Heaven Palace, were extremely strong, so they were naturally famous among the hunters. Not to mention, quite a lot of the hunters hiding in the shadows here had been rescued by the High Heaven Palace squad in the past. After realizing that the attacking party was none other than the High Heaven Palace squad, the hidden hunters no longer hesitated. Everyone, when else will we fight if not now? One of the hunter squads leapt out impatiently. It was hard to tell which great force the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the lead came from, but he gave a loud shout and rushed ahead with his companions, evidently planning to help out in the battle. It was certainly impossible for stray soldiers like themselves to contend against the Black Ink clan army of 100,000, however, the current situation was different. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were taking the lead, and 3 extremely powerful squads were with them. If they stepped forward at this time, they would be just in time to help. They had been waiting for so many days just for the sake of an opportunity like this after all. Kill. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed. In an instant, numerous hunter squads revealed themselves from the shadows. Some raised their arms above their heads and shouted with great fighting spirit. Some remained silent, but their murderous intent blazed around them. What a bunch of fools! One of the other hunters lamented, "Why are they making such a racket? Isn't it better for us to sneak up and catch the enemy by surprise?" This person was clearly used to acting stealthily, thus, he was very annoyed by the actions of the other squads who revealed their whereabouts. Despite his complaints, he also rushed forward with the rest of them. There was no helping it. Everybody had already revealed themselves, so there was no point if he alone remained hidden. Out of the Black Ink clan army of 100,000, more than 10% of them died in just 10 breaths of time. Leaving aside an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Feng Ying, the other 3 squads were also filled with talented people and there was no lack of 7th Order level masters among them. On the other hand, there were no territory lords in this Black Ink clan army. The feudal lords were their strongest masters here, so faced with so many human powerhouses, they could only wait to be slaughtered despite having the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. It was important to note that this situation was playing out under the premise that everybody was already injured. If they were at their peak strength, then they would have butchered the Black Ink clansmen even faster. Yang Kai did not make a move as he had to find the location of the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven as soon as possible and open it. Only then could he enter the Universe Cave Heaven to recuperate from his injuries. The energy in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, which made it slightly harder for him to search for the portal. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were extraordinary, so it was not difficult for him to find what he was looking for as long as he concentrated. A short while later, Yang Kai figured out the general location of the portal. The next steps were simple as he only needed to manipulate space principles to force open the gateway. Having done similar actions many times in the past, this was not difficult for Yang Kai. Before he could open the portal though, he suddenly perceived something and turned to look around. Streams of light were rushing over from all directions. Some of them were yelling loudly while others were unleashing fierce murderous intent. Hunters? He quickly figured out their identity. These hunters had been hiding in the shadows, but seeing the battle break out, they immediately revealed themselves. It was clear that they were here to help. Moreover, their numbers were not low. There were at least 1,000 of them altogether. With so many people whose strengths were fairly impressive, they were enough to form a battalion on their own. They had chosen not to enter the formal army, refusing to fight the Black Ink clan on the dozen or so frontline great territories. This was not due to their fear of death though. If they feared death, they would not have chosen to become hunters. The dangers that hunters faced were no less than the dangers of fighting on the front lines. In fact, fighting on the front lines was not very dangerous as long as the army did not collapse. On the other hand, hunters were bound to die if they accidentally encountered a large Black Ink clan army or a territory lord. It was just that everybody had their own way of living. Some preferred a life of excitement, some were not suitable for large-scale military operations, and some believed that hunters had higher chances of obtaining more resources to increase their strength. There were many different reasons for their choices, but regardless of their motives or methods, they were fighting the Black Ink clan and contributing to the future of the human race. At this moment, these hunters leapt out from the shadows just when Yang Kai and Feng Ying were leading their 3 squads against the enemy. It could be said that their arrival was extremely timely. A short while later, the hunters who rushed out from all directions joined the battle. The situation of the Black Ink clan army became worse and worse as a result, and the 100,000 troops reduced in numbers at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai ignored the massacre around him. At this moment, he was manipulating space principles to forcibly open the portal of the Universe Cave Heaven. Thanks to his efforts, a spinning vortex gradually appeared in the void. The vague aura of another world wafted from within. The vortex seemed slightly turbulent when it first appeared, however, it did not take long for it to stabilize completely. Yang Xiao, enter. Yang Kai shouted. Yes. Yang Xiao, who was killing an enemy, quickly agreed before he rushed into the portal. At the same time, the trapped humans inside the Universe Cave Heaven were staring at the vortex that was gradually emerging in the void with solemn expressions. The portal was being forced open. For them, that was extremely bad news. The reason they were safe and sound was that the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven had remained closed all this time. They had a chance of survival if they remained hidden inside the Universe Cave Heaven, but the Black Ink clan would surely pour into the Universe Cave Heaven now that the portal was forcibly opened. How many of them would survive if that were to happen? With several squads in the lead, warships floated in the air. Meanwhile, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood at the ready and communicated with each other through their divine senses. Regardless of the circumstances, if the portal was forcibly opened, then their only option was to fight. Soon, there were faint traces of somebody trying to enter the portal, so they immediately gathered their strength to teach him a harsh lesson as soon as they appeared. In the next moment, a voice came from the outside and entered the Universe Cave Heaven. "I am Yang Kai of the Star Boundary. Please do not panic." The striking voice reverberated throughout the Universe Cave Heaven. Hearing those words stunned many of the humans gathering their strength, and then they became overjoyed. That was especially true for those standing on the warships as they all looked pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai was here. No wonder the portal was being forcibly opened. They initially thought that it was the work of the Black Ink clan, but it turned out to be the work of Yang Kai. Out of the 10,000 humans hidden here, most of them had heard of Yang Kai's name. Nevertheless, only those on the warships had a deeper understanding of his strength. That was because they were warriors who had come from the Black Ink battlefield. These squads were responsible for gathering and evacuating the humans in Acacia territory. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and failed to leave in time several decades ago. With no other choice, they could only remain hidden inside this Universe Cave Heaven. Yang Kai was highly proficient in the Tao of space, which was not a secret on the Black Ink battlefield. He once opened countless Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises scattered outside Blue Sky Pass, Inyang Pass, and Myriad Demons Pass, allowing a large number of traps and ambushes to be set inside that killed many Black Ink clansmen. If it was truly Yang Kai, then it was not strange for him to be capable of forcing open the portal here. In the next moment, Yang Shao rushed out of the vortex in bloodied white clothes. He did not know that a Yang Kai had already sent a voice transmission through, so he hurriedly shouted as soon as he appeared, "I am Yang Shao of the Star Boundary. I am not part of the Black Ink clan. Everyone, please do not attack." It was not hard to guess the thoughts of those hiding inside the Universe Cave Heaven, which was why he immediately revealed his identity as soon as he entered. It was to prevent himself from being mistaken for a Black Ink clansman and then being bombarded from all sides. Even if he was part of the Dragon clan, he would not get away unscathed if he was attacked by a massive, desperate mob. After revealing his identity, he immediately activated his power to protect himself. In fact, he would have revealed his dragon form if not for the fear that he might cause further unnecessary misunderstandings. Looking around, he saw a large group of people staring at him from all directions. He even sensed the energy fluctuations coming from those who had gathered their world force and his heart pounded in anxiety. Still, he quickly composed himself and cupped his fist. "Star Boundaries Yang Shao greets fellow brothers and sisters." He couldn't help feeling a sense of lingering fear. Thank goodness for my quick-wittedness. If I had not introduced myself immediately, I would have been beaten to a pulp by now. How can adoptive father do this to me? How can he ask me to carry out such a dangerous task? Doesn't he cherish me? One of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist. "Red Sun Army's Li Ziyu greets fellow Daoist brother. What is the current situation outside?" Li Ziyu of the Red Sun Army was also a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Yang Shao looked young, they were both Seventh Order level masters, so it was not wrong for him to address the latter as fellow Daoist brother. Yang Shao hastily answered, "My adoptive father was ordered to come and rescue all of you. The Black Ink clan army is currently laying siege outside the Universe Cave Heaven, and adoptive father is confronting the enemy." Li Ziyu was very doubtful, but that could not be helped. After all, Yang Shao was covered in blood. Not only were his injuries severe, but it was also evident that he had gone through a tough battle as his aura was fluctuating a bit unstably. Be that as it may, Li Ziyu raised his arms above his head and shouted, "Everyone, reinforcements have arrived to rescue us. Follow me onto the battlefield." 10,000 people immediately cheered in excitement. They had been trapped in here for several decades now. With the Black Ink clan army laying siege outside, they did not dare to leave arbitrarily. However, they knew they were not safe despite hiding inside this universe cave heaven. If the Black Ink clan forcefully shook the nearby void, there was a chance that they might discover the portal and the people hiding within. As a result, these people had been living in dread and anxiety over the past few decades. It was only natural for them to be overjoyed upon hearing that rescue had arrived. When Li Ziyu raised his arms above his head and shouted, he immediately received an overwhelming response. "Wait! Wait!" Yang Shao hurriedly stopped them. "Adoptive father is planning to enter soon. Please don't be so impatient." Li Ziyu immediately objected, "They can't come in. If they come in, then we'll all become turtles hiding in our shells. While Brother Yang is fighting the enemy outside, we should take this opportunity to rush out and support him. That's the only method to escape being trapped inside here." Having been stuck in here for several dozen years, they knew the pain of being trapped inside such a small place. That was why it was not a wise move for Yang Kai to enter the universe cave heaven. On the contrary, that would be equivalent to binding his hands and feet. It was easy enough to enter, but extremely difficult to leave. Yang Shao sighed. How could he not know something as simple as that? But the situation is complicated. Territory lords are pursuing us. In addition, adoptive father and the others are severely injured. They need to come inside and recuperate first. Territory lords. Li Ziyu's expression changed slightly. After the crusade, all the territory lords at the time were slaughtered, so the current territory lords were all innate territory lords who came directly from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, each one of them possessing extremely high strength. If Yang Kai was being chased by territory lords, then he probably came here to escape danger. During their conversation, a constant stream of people rushed in through the vortex. As many as several dozen people emerged in the blink of an eye. Yang Shao looked over but did not recognize any of them, figuring they were the hunters who had appeared out of nowhere earlier. Martial Peak, Chapter 5550, Inside the Portal Corridor. Some of the hunters were acquainted with Yang Shao, so they enthusiastically exchanged greetings. Yang Shao responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Ziyu and the others beside him turned ashen. They initially thought that Yang Kai's arrival would allow them to escape this place. However, it turned out that Yang Kai was being hunted by territory lords. Where could they escape? Not only were they doomed, but even Yang Kai and the others were doomed. For a time, they couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Inside the universe cave heaven, Li Ziyu and the others were gloomy and depressed. Yang Shao seemed rather carefree and nonchalant in contrast. As the hunters poured through the portal, he greeted those he knew and made arrangements for the hunters to wait by the side. The number of hunters who came forward to provide support was not low. There were at least 1,000 of them. Although the portal was open, it would take some time for all of them to pass through it. Outside the portal, Yang Kai wielded space principles to maintain the operation of the portal while he killed some stray enemies from time to time. He was secretly rejoicing over the fact that he had built up such a large amount of buffer time, otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with these hunters who appeared out of nowhere. They only came to help after all, so it was inappropriate for him to rush into the portal by himself and ignore them. He had to make sure that they entered before him. The 6 territory lords were not here yet, but they were bound to arrive soon as he could already vaguely sense their powerful undulations approaching. The entire Black Ink clan army of 100,000 had basically been decimated at this point. With enough time, the human race masters here could have wiped out the Black Ink clan army entirely. Unfortunately, it would seem that they had run out of time. One after another, the hunters rushed into the portal and vanished out of sight. It did not take long before all of them were gone. From a distance, Yang Kai vaguely saw the figures of the 6 territory lords, their arrival just a moment too late. Everyone inside! Yang Kai yelled. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group of little ones from the star boundary quickly plunged into the portal without hesitation. Once they were gone, Dawn Squad finally began to make their retreat while Yu Meng and the others brought up the rear. Before Yu Meng and the others finished entering the universe cave heaven, Mo Na Ye's furious voice burst out from the turbulent black ink cloud in the distance, "Stop them." His words were directed at the remnant Black Ink clan army, of which less than 30,000 troops remained of the original 100,000. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy casualties during that brief massacre, and the surviving troops were terribly frightened. The space surrounding Yang Kai was also notably empty as nobody dared to approach within 100,000 kilometers of where he stood. Nevertheless, with Mo Na Yu's order, they had no choice but to charge towards Yang Kai despite the crippling fear in their hearts. Yang Kai coldly snorted as the space around him shattered like a mirror, causing innumerable tiny void cracks to spread out into the surroundings. The Black Ink clansmen rushing towards him were all sliced to pieces before they could even approach, with only a few feudal lords being lucky enough to survive. Be that as it may, it seemed that he was really an arrow at the end of its flight. When he unleashed the shattered void mirror secret technique, the portal also showed signs of instability. Courting death. Mo Na Yi was filled with a mixture of rage and joy. He was furious that territory lords like themselves were being toyed around with by Yang Kai. On the other hand, he was overjoyed because Yang Kai truly seemed to be on his last legs. When the words left his mouth, Mo Na Yi raised his hand from a distance and slammed his palm towards Yang Kai. The power of an innate territory lord swept out in all directions and the shockwave was enough to destroy all the void cracks around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. Not daring to be neglectful, he responded by raising his hand and throwing his palm out as well. A violent burst of energy erupted, causing Yang Kai's figure to sway unsteadily. He coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, and his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Likewise, Mo Na Ye's figure was forced backward slightly, which astonished him greatly. The fact that Yang Kai could still be so ferocious even with such severe injuries was nothing less than shocking. No wonder he managed to kill so many territory lords, his strength truly isn't ordinary. This was the first time he confronted Yang Kai directly, and although it was only an exchange of blows from across a vast distance, he could grasp the depths of Yang Kai's true strength. This person is too terrifying. If we fail to kill him here, there is no saying how many other territory lords will die by his hands in the future. Near the portal, Yu Meng's squad, which had been bringing up the rear, had almost finished evacuating. The last to leave was Yu Meng herself. When she saw that the 6 territory lords were about to reach them, she shouted anxiously, "Husband, let's go." Yang Kai nodded and gave Mo Na Yi a vicious look. The look in his eyes was cold, almost as though he wanted to memorize the other party's appearance. Only then did he slip into the portal. Following his entry, the open portal slowly began to close. Mo Na Yi roared, "After him." The look Yang Kai gave him just now frightened him, thus, he became even more determined to kill him. Seeing that the portal was about to close though, he couldn't help becoming anxious. Mo Na Yi could sense that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, a person couldn't remain at their peak after killing so many territory lords in quick succession. No amount of strength could hold out after such energy-consuming feats. This was their best chance to kill Yang Kai. If he allowed him to escape into the universe cave heaven and recuperate, then killing him would undoubtedly become very difficult. No matter what, they couldn't give him a chance to heal himself. If not for the exchange of blows with Yang Kai earlier that had delayed his pace slightly, Mo Na Yi would have been the first to charge into the portal. Unfortunately, the brief delay caused by Yang Kai's counterattack had allowed the other 5 territory lords to rush ahead of him. After hearing Mo Na Ye's roar, the 3 leading territory lords plunged into the portal without any hesitation. In the next moment, the portal that had been closing slowly abruptly slammed shut and vanished without a trace. The two territory lords following closely behind simply passed through the empty void. The situation made Mo Na Ye's heart clench up tight. Damn it. We've been tricked again. It turned out that the portal could have immediately been closed. However, Yang Kai made a show of closing the portal slowly to entice the territory lords into believing that they could take advantage of the situation. This clearly revealed the other party's intentions. He still has the strength to scheme against us at a time like this. Mo Na Ye was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yang Kai stood inside the portal corridor and cursed vehemently, "Why are there 3 territory lords here?" He had only planned to lure one of the territory lords inside, but 3 had managed to plunge in together. This situation was difficult, because his current condition was extremely poor. Although he could deal with 1 territory lord, dealing with 3 was impossible. In the next moment, Yang Kai kicked one of the territory lords with a ferocious roar. Space principles fluctuated wildly in response. "Get out." Outside the portal, the 2 territory lords who passed through the empty void quickly came back to their senses. Among them, Yu Gong had a frightened expression on his face. He was secretly glad that he had been injured previously, which slowed his speed slightly. If he had been at the front, then he would have been the one to rush into the portal instead. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of his 4 companions from before, he couldn't help shuddering in fear. At that moment, the portal that had been closed opened up once more and a figure flew out with a muffled grunt of pain. The opened portal slammed shut again in the next instant. Everything happened so quickly that nobody could react in time. Mo Na Ye was stunned. "You." The territory lord clutched at his chest with a furious expression. "I was kicked out by him." Mo Na Ye's expression became extremely hideous at those words. 3 territory lords had plunged into the portal, but one of them was kicked out by Yang Kai. What did that say about the situation? Yang Kai's actions confirmed that he was indeed a lamp running out of oil. He was no longer confident about dealing with 3 territory lords at once, so he could only retain 2 of them. It might be that he couldn't even handle 2 territory lords at once. Break the void and open the portal by force. Mo Na Ye gave a low roar. It was not that they could not open the portal to the universe cave heaven before now, rather, they simply didn't since they were planning to use the human refugees trapped within as bait. However, they could no longer delay opening the portal at this moment. If they missed this golden opportunity, they would never receive a better one again. Mo Na Ye was the first to take action as he slammed his strength into the position where the portal appeared just now. The other 3 territory lords did not dare to hold back and quickly joined Mo Na Ye, and for a time, the void shuddered and twisted under the immense force. As territory lords, it was easy for them to shatter space. Be that as it may, even they would take some time and effort to force open a portal that was buried so deep within the void, and it was not like the portal would simply emerge just because the surrounding void had been shattered. That would take even more effort to achieve. Mo Na Ye did not know how long it would take for them to force the portal open, but he was determined to kill Yang Kai here. With 4 territory lords attacking with such ferocity, their power was extremely terrifying. The portal corridor and the void turbulence had been stirred up as a result, causing the originally stable tunnel to warp and distort fiercely. Yang Kai was limping painfully. At this moment, he was an absolute mess. It was true that he had kicked one of the territory lords out of the portal, but the other party's last-moment counterattack had also broken one of his leg bones in the process. He could not perceive the situation outside the portal, but the effects inside the corridor were as clear as day. Suppressing his pain, he manipulated space principles to calm the void turbulence in his surroundings. Despite his miserable condition, Yang Kai was still able to control his surroundings so that he remained as motionless as a mountain. The 2 territory lords nearby were not nearly as lucky. Currently, they felt as though their bodies were being torn apart by the void turbulence, losing almost any ability to stabilize themselves. After seeing Yang Kai's pathetic condition, they had planned to charge at him and quickly finish him off, unfortunately, the actions of Mo Na Yi and the others from the outside left them in an awkward situation. The impact from countless void turbulence caused their bodies to tremble violently. It felt as though they were trapped in a quagmire and continuously sinking into the abyss. The more they struggled, the more unbearable they felt. Under such circumstances, it was an amazing feat just to keep themselves safe, so where would they find the extra strength to attack Yang Kai? Mo Na Yi, you idiot! The two territory lords cursed in their hearts. On the other hand, Yang Kai laughed wildly. The territory lords outside are such good people. He felt a twinge of regret about kicking out the third territory lord now. If he had known things would develop into this situation earlier, he would have kept him here too. Nevertheless, he knew that he would be in great danger if he had kept the other party here. There was no denying that his current condition was simply too poor to take such risks. He could figure out a way to deal with two territory lords, but he probably wouldn't even have the chance to make a move against three of them. The disturbance in the portal corridor was getting stronger and stronger as the territory lords outside were probably increasing the intensity of their attacks. Mo Na Yi and the others could not be blamed for their actions. There was no denying that innate territory lords were immensely powerful, but they were completely ignorant about the Tao of space. Even if they were familiar with passing through territory gates, from their perspective, they would simply enter from one side and exit on the other, not understanding any of the mysteries behind the workings of the void corridor itself. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space and constantly traveled across the void, could not be more familiar with this kind of environment. Inside the portal corridor, the two territory lords had to exert all their efforts to keep themselves from being swallowed by the void turbulence, with no spare strength to deal with anything else. Yang Kai abruptly made a bold move. It didn't matter that one of his legs was crippled because he had the Azure Dragon Spear. Summoning the spear, he formed an overwhelming number of spear shadows that rained down on one of the territory lords. The power behind his attack was extremely violent and brutal. The territory lord gave a loud roar and tried his best to fight back, but blood just gushed out from his entire body after being stabbed repeatedly by Yang Kai. When the other territory lord saw what was happening, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately stepped forward to help. For a time, the aftermath of the battle spread out across the entire portal corridor. The void turbulence became increasingly violent and unpredictable as a result. All of a sudden, Yang Kai quickly retreated. Spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he glared furiously at the two territory lords. He had never fought in such a place before, so he was shocked to discover that the portal corridor was showing signs of instability after just one exchange of blows with the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-51, Another Kill. If the portal corridor were to break apart, Yang Kai would not be the only one doomed to die. All the people hiding inside the universe cave heaven would face the same fate, therefore, he had to stabilize this void corridor through any means possible. He could not afford to continue fighting here any longer, so he had to finish this battle as soon as possible. However, there were two territory lords and in his current state, it would not be easy for him to deal with them unless he resorted to his soul-rending thorns once more. Will I be able to bear the burden? Yang Kai took a moment to check the condition of his soul. Half a day ago, he had consecutively unleashed 3 soul-rending thorns, so his soul had been severely damaged. Fortunately, he did not face any major issues thanks to the protection and nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. The condition of his torn soul had also somewhat stabilized, but he did not know whether he could afford to use the soul-rendering thorns again. If he could bear the burden, then the situation would turn around for him. He only needed to slaughter one of the territory lords as quickly as possible, then he could slowly figure out something in regard to the last one. However, if he could not bear the burden, he did not know what he might do in a state when he fell into a state of delirium. At this moment, using another soul-rending thorn would not count as him using this secret technique 4 times in a row because there was a buffer period between the first 3 uses, but the difference was not great. As expected, I'm still too weak. If only my soul were strong enough. 2 territory lords would have been nothing. I could simply hit each of them with a soul-rending thorn, then lop off their heads. While Yang Kai was hesitating, the 2 territory lords began attacking him. They could clearly see his distress. Moreover, the turmoil in the portal corridor was becoming more and more obvious to them. If they attacked him at this time, they could cause further damage to this space even if they could not kill him. They were hoping that they could escape this place by shattering the portal corridor. The void turbulence was becoming more and more ferocious, so when the 2 territory lords made their decision, they released furious roars in unison. Activating their strength, they threw themselves at Yang Kai from both sides. Whatever. Let's just go for it. Yang Kai steeled himself. There was nothing in this world that was absolute. More importantly, nothing would change if he didn't take a little risk. In any case, he was currently much stronger than when he first left the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. The repeated tearing and repairing of his soul had also been beneficial to it. There was no denying that his soul had gotten much stronger than before. Besides, there was a buffer period of half a day, so he should be fine even if he unleashed a 4th soul-rending thorn today. With such thoughts in mind, Yang Kai looked at the 2 territory lords charging unsteadily towards him and instead of retreating, raised his spear and went forward to meet them head-on. A golden cross appeared in his left eye, and under the urging of the demon eye of annihilation, one of the territory lords saw his own reflection suddenly twist and distort. The territory lord reacted as though he had been struck by lightning and howled at the top of his lungs, inflicted by unimaginable pain. At the same time, the blood vessels in Yang Kai's left eye burst and blurred his vision. There was no helping it as he had not completely mastered the Myriad Demons' Heaven's Eye technique yet. If the old ancestor from Myriad Demons' Pass had been the one to unleash this eye-secret technique at full force, this territory lord would have immediately died. Nevertheless, this was enough. With both sides suffering injuries, Yang Kai ignored the territory lord he had just targeted and with a tearing pain in his soul silently unleashed a soul-rending thorn at the other territory lord. In the next moment, the other territory lord screamed in agony and terror. The pain in his soul was far greater than any physical pain he had ever experienced. In the blink of an eye, both territory lords were severely injured. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already arrived with his spear in hand. Thrusting out, the azure dragon spear stabbed into the territory lord who was struck by the soul-rending thorn. Various Dao strengths wove together at the tip of the spear, causing both time and space to become distorted and disordered at that moment of impact. The territory lord didn't even have time to react before the azure dragon spear pierced into his head and caused it to explode, his aura swelling up before fading out of existence. Yang Kai had no time to rejoice as, currently, the world was spinning around him. He felt so dizzy that he feared he might lose consciousness at any moment. Biting the tip of his tongue, he barely managed to maintain a sliver of clarity in his mind. Despite the half-day buffer period, he had truly reached his limit after using a 4th soul-rending thorn today. He couldn't use a 5th any time soon. Unfortunately, there was one more territory lord. The surviving territory lord was now frightened out of his mind. What happened to the assurance that Yang Kai would be helpless against us as long as we worked together in pairs? Bullshit. There were 2 of us in this damned place, yet he still managed to kill one of us so easily. At the juncture of life or death, the territory lord responded purely on instinct and desperately threw his fist out. Yang Kai was thrown backwards and slammed into a cluster of void turbulence that almost drowned him. After this territory lord threw the punch, the already unstable and turbulent portal corridor shattered, tearing open a large hole in the relatively stable stretch of void. 3 powerful masters had battled for their lives in the portal corridor, and 4 territory lords were trying to shatter this section of void from the outside. It was only natural that the portal corridor had a hard time maintaining stability. Seeing the hole in the portal corridor, the remaining territory lord was overjoyed and plunged into it without any hesitation. Not far away, Yang Kai struggled to climb out of the void turbulence with a strange expression on his face. Although he had a splitting headache and trouble focusing, the actions of the Territory Lord had not escaped his notice. That Territory Lord. Did he perhaps assume that a hole in the portal corridor would be a means of escape? There was no other explanation for why he would plunge into the hole so quickly. Regardless, that made things easy for Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no wish to fight the remaining Territory Lord at the moment. The truth was that he could no longer move a single muscle. He had been wondering about what to do for his next move, but it would seem that there was no need for such trouble anymore. That hole in the portal corridor was anything but a means of escape. It was impossible to escape from this place as long as the portal corridor was not broken from one of its ends. On the contrary, a hole in its walls would simply lead deeper into the void. That was why void cracks were said to be extremely dangerous, as even a master could be trapped inside forever if they accidentally lost their way. Yang Kai watched the Territory Lord disappear into the hole and did not bother to give chase. In any case, this Territory Lord would not be able to find his way out within a short time after falling so deep into the void. Yang Kai decided to come back and kill him after recuperating for some time. Retrieving the Azure Dragon Spear, he manipulated space principles and traveled along the path of the portal corridor and quickly emerged inside the universe cave heaven. Husband. Young master. Adoptive father. Big brother. A burst of shouts came from all directions as it seemed like all the people who entered the universe cave heaven earlier rushed forward to greet Yang Kai. Yang Kai was covered in blood that had yet to dry, and new wounds had been added to his previous ones. After seeing his condition, how could they fail to realize that he had encountered another strong enemy? He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Waving his hands dismissively, he answered their calls with an ashen complexion, "I'm fine." Among the crowd, the soldiers headed by Li Ziyu and others stared at Yang Kai in shock. Isn't that the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Has Yang Kai advanced to the 8th Order already? They knew about Yang Kai. After all, they had fought on the Black Ink battlefield in the past. Yang Kai's name was famous there, but it was also well known that he was just a 7th Order Master. It was not until meeting him today that they learned he had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. For a time, Li Ziyu and the others burned with motivation. They had wanted to rush into battle earlier because they were afraid of being blockaded inside the universe cave heaven by the Black Ink clan again. But now, with two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yang Kai and Feng leading them, they might just stand a chance against the Black Ink clan. The universe cave heaven trembled, and the sky was covered in countless cracks that crisscrossed each other. It was a horrifying sight. Moreover, the ground split apart as though the end was upon them. It felt as though the entire universe cave heaven could collapse at any moment. The 4 Territory Lords outside were bombarding the void with all their might. There might even be other Black Ink clansmen who had joined in to attack the void. It was impossible for these attacks to not affect the universe cave heaven. If they were left alone to do whatever they wanted, it would only be a matter of time before the Black Ink clan broke open the portal and rushed inside. In fact, they might even destroy the universe cave heaven entirely, causing it to break apart and drift into the void. At that time, the void turbulence would wash over everything and everyone inside the universe cave heaven would be swept away. There was no saying how many of them would survive such an ordeal, but even if they did manage to hang on to their lives, they would still be lost inside the void. Fortunately, they were not powerless to deal with the current crisis. At this moment, Zhao Yibai, Su Yan, and Lu Yan were urging their powers to stabilize the space around them. These 3 were not the only ones, as there was also another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master helping them. Space principles surged around these 4 figures and the trembling of the void was repeatedly smoothened out, which stabilized the universe cave heaven for now. There was no need to say anything regarding Zhao Yibai as he was taught the Tao of space by Yang Kai himself, and his attainments in it had reached impressive heights. Meanwhile, Su Yan had an ancient Ice Phoenix Empress source while Lu Yan had a Fire Phoenix source. The Phoenix clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of space. In the past, these two had failed to reveal their talents in the Tao of space, primarily because their bloodline power was not strong enough at the time. After cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land for many years though, their bloodline power had improved vastly. Not to mention, the Phoenix clan had brought out the immortal parasol tree after the no-return pass was destroyed. As a result, Su Yan and Lu Yan had both entered their respective phoenix nests and cultivated in retreat for some time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of space, Su Yan and Lu Yan were not inferior to the current Zhao Yi Bai, which was the advantage of their bloodline talent. The other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was somebody whom Yang Kai did not know. His strength was inferior compared to the others, but it was naturally better if even one more person was to contribute at this time. With these 4 people working to stabilize this space, the universe cave heaven would not be destroyed for some time. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The situation could be considered safe for the moment. Nevertheless, it simply resulted in another troublesome matter now that he had entered the universe cave heaven with so many people. It was exactly what Li Ziyu had been worried about earlier. After entering the universe cave heaven, they were no different from a turtle hiding in its shell. That was why Yang Kai initially did not want to seek shelter here. It was unfortunate that the Black Ink clan army had blockaded all the territory gates in Acacia territory, so he had no choice but to seek temporary shelter here. Be that as it may, he was happy to see the territory lords outside keep up their constant bombardment. Attacking non-stop at such intensity would be a huge drain on their energy. If the territory lords exhausted themselves, then he could easily stab them all to death once he recovered his strength. After considering everything, Yang Kai sent a divine sense transmission to Su Yan and the others. Don't bother trying to stabilize this place entirely, just keep things from deteriorating to a critical point. It would be best if you can keep the universe cave heaven right on the verge of destruction. If he wanted the territory lords outside to continue their onslaught, he had to give them some hope. If the results of their attacks were suppressed to the limits and the space in the universe cave heaven was completely stabilized, they might not even bother to continue attacking. Su Yan and the others immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions while Zhao Yi Bai was filled with admiration. Honored Master has great forethought as usual. Such things would never occur to me naturally. Yang Kai then glanced at the hunters. These people had stepped forward to support him in battle, proving that they were quite courageous. In any case, they were now trapped inside the universe cave heaven with him. Then, he turned to the other side and was secretly astonished. Why are there so many human race masters here? Looking around, he discovered that there were nearly 10,000 human masters gathered inside the universe cave heaven. The Supreme Headquarters had only received news that some humans refugees from Acacia territory had been trapped here, but they did not know the specific numbers. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that those trapped inside the universe cave heaven were not just those from Acacia territory, but probably others from neighboring great territories as well. Otherwise, there would not have been so many of them. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-52, Treatment and Recuperation. Yang Kai did not bother to think too deeply about the matter. Right now, he was in critical condition. Both his physical body and his soul had sustained grave injuries. Even his left eye was damaged due to the strain of activating his demon eye of annihilation earlier, so he could not even see clearly at the moment. Besides, he was not the only person who was seriously wounded. Every member of the 3 squads assisting him earlier was also covered in injuries with varying degrees of severity. It was a minor miracle that there were no fatalities. Aside from a few members in Dawn whom he did not know very well, the members of all 3 squads had very close relations with Yang Kai, so if any of them had suffered a sudden misfortune, it would have been a devastating loss to him indeed. Yang Kai's divine sense fluctuated as he communicated to Feng Ying. Feng Ying received his message and nodded lightly in response. While Yang Kai was recuperating, the others also took the time to treat their wounds. Only those cultivating the Tao of space had no time to rest. At the same time, outside the portal to the universe cave heaven, the 4 territory lords headed by Mo Na Yi along with many Black Ink clan masters were struggling to shatter the void. Space before them twisted and contorted under the impact of their violent onslaught, causing countless cracks to appear. Suddenly, the vague image of a portal seemed to appear in front of them. The other end of the portal was connected to another world that was hidden inside the void. Overjoyed, the Black Ink clan immediately increased the intensity of their attacks. As long as they could break open the portal, they could invade the universe cave heaven. At that time, the humans inside would have nowhere else to run. The primary target was none other than the army commander of the profound Nether Army, Yang Kai. If they could kill him here, then they would deal a huge blow to the morale of the human race. The others were of no importance. Yang Kai was certainly worthy of his reputation. When Mo Na Yi received the messages from profound Nether territory and the no-return pass, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai's strength. For that reason, he even went so far as to specially request 5 additional territory lords as reinforcements. Combining the 5 additional territory lords with the 5 original territory lords in Acacia territory would mean a total of 10 territory lords were available for this mission. However, there were only 4 territory lords left. 10 territory lords had been reduced to 4 in just half a day. Yang Kai had killed 4 territory lords earlier and trapped another 2 inside the portal, and there was no saying whether those 2 territory lords were dead or alive. If they failed to eliminate Yang Kai here, then the Black Ink clan would have suffered an enormous loss. On top of that, the Black Ink clan army of 100,000 initially deployed outside the universe cave heaven had almost been completely wiped out. Regardless of the costs, Yang Kai had to die here. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Under the continuous barrage of the territory lords, the portal in the void seemed to teeter on the verge of destruction, but never actually shattered apart. The territory lords were filled with a mixture of rage and helplessness seeing this result. Following several consecutive days of effort, the strength of each territory lord declined considerably. Even an innate territory lord like Mo Na Yi was exhausted. What's wrong with this portal? Mo Na Yi was very puzzled at first, then, he abruptly recalled something that made his expression sink sharply. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space. Furthermore, things like the portal of a universe cave heaven were strongly correlated to the Tao of space. He must be stabilizing the portal on the other side, otherwise, it makes no sense for it to remain intact for so long. Doesn't that mean all our efforts were for naught? Should we continue? Should we give up? Even if we continue, we might not be able to destroy the portal with Yang Kai stabilizing it from the other side, but, if we give up now. Now that things had reached this point, how could he willingly give up? Thus, he made his decision in an instant: we will continue. Seeing how exhausted they were, Mo Na Yi was certain that Yang Kai was not doing any better. Out of the 4 territory lords, only Yu Gong was slightly injured while the other 3 were unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai was severely wounded. With such injuries, how long could he last while constantly stabilizing the portal corridor? He was bound to break down sooner or later, and once the portal was destroyed, he would be easy prey for their picking. Let's see how long he can persist. Mo Na Yi coldly snorted in his heart. Raising his hand, he actually killed a large number of Black Ink clansmen nearby in one blow. An abundance of Black Ink strength immediately gushed out from the bodies of the deceased Black Ink clansmen, which Mo Na Yi grabbed and condensed into a ball that he stuffed into his mouth to replenish his lost strength. Seeing this, the other 3 territory lords quickly followed suit. There were some 20,000 Black Ink clan soldiers outside the portal at this point, but in the blink of an eye, nearly half of them died on the spot. Meanwhile, the surviving troops trembled in fear. The territory lords have gone insane. To think they are using such barbaric means to replenish their strength. Unfortunately, they were powerless to defend against the actions of the territory lords and didn't even dare to entertain the thought of running away. The days thus passed by quietly. Inside the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai's injuries healed at an impressive speed. At this moment, the human race masters inside the universe cave heaven had divided themselves into 3 distinct groups. The first group was the human race masters under Yang Kai's command who came here on a rescue mission, the second group consisted of the 1,000 or so hunters, and the final group was made up of the trapped human refugees who were headed by Li Ziyu. The people Yang Kai brought here and the people under Li Ziyu were gathered together in their respective groups, while the 1,000 or so hunters were somewhat spread out. Small groups of hunters maintained a certain distance from each other, but nobody found the arrangement odd or inappropriate. The existence of black ink disciples required constant vigilance after all. That was also part of the reason why hunters generally did not gather together in large groups. There was no saying where a black ink disciple could be hiding. If they did not practice such vigilance, it would only be a matter of time before they met their untimely deaths during their travels. Li Ziyu's group and the hunters even took the initiative to stay away from Yang Kai's group to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Half a month later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Most of his physical injuries had healed by now, and although he was not fully recovered, his wounds no longer impeded his combat capabilities. The injuries to his soul needed more time to heal, but the soul-warming lotus would take care of that. When he looked up, Yang Kai immediately saw the deathly pale complexions of Su Yan and others. Moreover, they were swaying unsteadily, as though they were about to collapse at any moment. The struggle over the past half-month had pushed them to their limits. Once they reached that limit, there would be nobody else to stabilize the universe cave heaven. If that happened, it would not take long for the territory lords outside to break open the portal. Yang Kai raised his brow in astonishment as he thought to himself, the territory lords outside are truly persistent. It's been half a month yet they're still bombarding the void. Nevertheless, this was the outcome he had hoped to see. Feeling secretly triumphant, he manipulated space principles and simultaneously sent a transmission to Su Yan and the others. In the next moment, Su Yan, Yang Xiao, Lu Yan, and the unknown Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master slumped to the ground while stuffing various spirit pills for recovery into their mouths. They were so tired that they didn't even have the strength to speak anymore. The confrontation for the past half a month had truly pushed them to their limits and beyond. The constant trembling of the universe cave heaven did not stop, however, Yang Kai had already taken over the task of stabilizing it. Space principles fluctuated around him, maintaining a balance with the external shocks and preventing the destruction of the universe cave heaven. Compared to the focused demeanor that Su Yan and the others had portrayed, Yang Kai's performance seemed much more relaxed. He naturally exceeded them by a great degree when it came to mastery of the Tao of space, as it was his foundational grand Tao. Even his title as Void Great Emperor was derived from his attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai next turned to look at Feng Ying, who slowly shook her head when she met eyes with him. Half a month ago, he had instructed her to keep watch over the hunters to see whether there were any abnormalities among them. He was very vigilant towards the existence of the Black Ink disciples because others couldn't identify them unless they took the initiative to reveal themselves. These hunters had been roaming around the Black Ink clan's territory for many years, decades even in some cases, hence, there was no guarantee that none of them had been defeated and captured by the Black Ink clan. Black Ink disciples were valuable tools who could be sent back to acquire intelligence on the human race or lure other hunters into various traps. Such practices were common among the current Black Ink clan. Feng Ying had not discovered anything after observing them for the past half a month, so there were either no Black Ink disciples among the hunters, or they did not dare to act recklessly for fear of her strength as an Eighth Order Master. Yang Kai had been too busy to deal with this matter previously, but he had some time to spare now. There were many ways Yang Kai could settle this issue, but he was short on time and patience, so he decided to use the most direct method. Activating the great sun and moon marks without another word, dazzling yellow and blue lights appeared out of nowhere and merged to form a small, pure white sun. The white sun that leapt out from where Yang Kai stood in the universe cave heaven exploded out and bathed the entire world in pure white light. A few people turned pale at the sight while others tried to escape into the sky, but under a surge of space principles, everyone was locked in place and did not move far. Inside the white light, an energy that resembled black ink strength suddenly leaked out from several individuals and was purified. At the same time, the human race masters with black ink strength pouring out of their body howled in agony, their expressions contorting in extreme pain. Fortunately, they soon returned to a peaceful state. A short while later, the white light dissipated and vanished. Many people revealed expressions of guilt among the hunters. Furthermore, countless looks of astonishment came from all directions. Yang Kai snorted. Although he had guessed that there would be black ink disciples among the hunters, he had not expected the number to be so high. Out of 1,000 hunters, about 60 of them were actually black ink disciples. Moreover, a large number of them were in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. In some cases, only 1 or 2 members of a squad were corrupted by the black ink strength, while in others, the entire group had been converted into black ink disciples. What stunned Yang Kai was that nobody among the 10,000 human refugees in Li Ziyu's group had been corrupted by black ink strength, but upon further consideration, it was not that surprising. They had been hiding in this universe cave heaven from the start and had not been in contact with the outside world for more than a couple decades now. Since they did not come into contact with the Black Ink clan, it was only natural that they were not corrupted by black ink strength. It was simply bad luck that their whereabouts were exposed. After being trapped for so many years, Li Ziyu and the others naturally wanted to leave this place and return to human-controlled territory. In the end, their whereabouts were discovered by the Black Ink clan when they sent scouts to investigate the situation outside, and a siege was subsequently built around the universe cave heaven. Purifying light? Somebody seemed to recognize the pure white light and muttered. Those who became hunters generally did not come from the cave heavens and paradises but from the other sects, hence, they had never participated in the previous wars or fought with the main human army. Naturally, they had never seen purifying light before. Some had heard stories about the past where each human army was said to have its own purifying black ink battleship. These purifying black ink battleships contained purifying light, which could dispel and purify black ink strength. Even a black ink disciple could regain their original self after being bathed in purifying light. Unfortunately, the supply of purifying light was exhausted after many long wars and crusades. Before Yang Kai's return, they had been relying solely on purifying black ink pills to resist the corrosion of black ink strength. Although the effects of purifying black ink pill were excellent, there was no denying that purifying light was better. These hunters, who never had the chance to see the purifying light, finally witnessed it for the first time today. "Old Zhou, what happened to you?" one of the hunters asked. The human race master called Old Zhou was part of a 4-man team, all of whom were black ink disciples. Needless to say, they once fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan and were converted into black ink disciples. Old Zhou looked sorrowful. "Don't mention it. We accidentally ran into a territory lord a year ago and failed to escape." "You sure were unlucky," the person who spoke earlier sighed. Old Zhou's squad was small in number and not particularly strong. Consisting of only 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there was no room for resistance when they encountered a territory lord. The reason they survived was that the territory lord believed that they were more useful if they were corrupted by black ink strength instead. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-53, Trapped. While speaking, Old Zhou timidly snuck a glance at Yang Kai, only to discover that Yang Kai was not paying attention to them at all. What was there to be bothered about? Even a fool could have guessed that there were black ink disciples among the hunters, but there were no means to confirm the identity of these black ink disciples. Fortunately, nothing could be hidden once the purifying light enveloped them. The black ink disciples could no longer be considered such since they regained their true nature after the purifying light dispelled the black ink strength from them. Regardless of what they did in the past, they did not act out of their own will, hence, Yang Kai had no intention to blame them for their actions. Old Zhou and the others realized this and breathed a sigh of relief. Among the 1,000 or so hunters, there were around 60 black ink disciples. That was more than 5% of the population here, which was not a small proportion. However, this ratio was likely an aberration. External factors, including the special arrangements of the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory, probably played a role which affected the ratio. Seeing as the Black Ink clan wanted to use the humans trapped in Acacia territory as bait, it was only natural for them to dispatch more Black Ink disciples to gather intelligence among the humans. That was why the ratio of Black Ink disciples was as high as 5%. In reality, the ratio of Black Ink disciples existing among the hunters was nowhere near as high. Ignoring the matter regarding the Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Ziyu and asked, "Are you the leader here?" Li Ziyu stepped forward and cupped his fist. Red Sun Army's Li Ziyu greets Army Commander Yang. Over the past half-month, Li Ziyu learned about Yang Kai's appointment as the Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army and various other matters about the outside world from the members of Dawn. After hiding in the universe cave heaven for several dozen years, the world outside had changed entirely, causing him to feel slightly depressed. Be that as it may, it was touching to know that the Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army would put himself in danger just to rescue them. In truth, Li Ziyu disapproved of this decision by the higher-ups as there were too many things that could have gone and still could go wrong. It was not a big deal if 1 or 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders were to die in battle. However, the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Army commander would have a large impact on the entire army. Even more so when the current army commanders held higher statuses than the army commanders on the Black Ink battlefield back then. Which army commander serving on the battlefield spread across the various great territories did not have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of soldiers under their command? In contrast, an individual army only consisted of some 8,000 or so masters at each great pass on the Black Ink battlefield. In any case, Li Ziyu understood the current situation. The news regarding Acacia territory had spread to the general public. Regardless of how many humans had been trapped in Acacia territory, the Supreme Headquarters could not turn a blind eye to the situation. If they ignored these trapped refugees, then the morale among the troops battling on the front lines would drop significantly. The Black Ink clan was very cunning indeed. Despite knowing that it was a trap, the human race had no choice but to jump right in. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that the army commander of the Profound Nether Army was extremely outstanding. The ability to lead 3 squads and slaughter 4 innate territory lords. That was not something ordinary people could hope to achieve. Unfortunately, it was somewhat embarrassing for him to also be trapped inside this universe cave heaven now. Red Sun Army, Yang Kai seemed slightly stunned. "Do you know Ning Qizhi?" Ning Qizhi came from the Red Sun Paradise, so although not all members of the Red Sun Army belonged to Red Sun Paradise, there was still a chance. Yang Kai had experienced various life and death situations with Ning Qizhi of Red Sun Paradise, but ultimately the latter died in battle. Li Ziyu bowed. "In terms of seniority, he was my martial uncle. Red Sun Paradise produces outstanding talents in every generation." Yang Kai sighed in appreciation. Li Ziyu replied, "You're giving too much credit, sir." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in making small talk. Instead, he looked at the 10,000 human race masters here and asked, "These cultivators are not just from Acacia territory, right? There are also cultivators from a nearby great territory." More than 10 years ago, they passed through Acacia territory during the Great Evacuation, and so we all decided to head towards the designated Great Territory together. Unfortunately, the Black Ink clan invaded and we had no choice but to hide here until today. Yang Kai nodded lightly. 10,000 might seem like a lot, but their strengths varied greatly from individual to individual. There were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, and those that had reached that realm did not have particularly high orders. In fact, Li Ziyu and a few of his companions were the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. With such a force, nothing good would come from confronting the Black Ink clan army. Although they hid inside the universe cave heaven out of desperation, they at least managed to protect themselves from danger. It was lucky that there was a universe cave heaven in Acacia territory that was discovered and managed by Acacia sect many years ago, otherwise, they would not have had a place to hide in the first place. Seeming to realize what Yang Kai was thinking, Li Ziyu quickly offered, "Sir, if you wish to charge out, we are willing to be the vanguard." The other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded in agreement, looking resolute. Yang Kai glanced sideways at Li Ziyu, "The vanguard? Are you planning to rush right to your deaths? For territory lords are waiting outside." Forget the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even for Yang Kai. He would be beaten close to death if he were to charge out recklessly. When he killed the territory lords previously, he had the advantage of numerous favorable conditions. The soul-rending thorns were extremely potent tools, but could he fight 1 against 4 in a direct confrontation? 2 would be difficult enough. But, Li Ziyu wanted to object. "Why are we not charging out? Are we going to just keep hiding here?" Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt Li Ziyu, "Let's wait for now." Li Ziyu did not know what Yang Kai was waiting for, however, he had no choice but to back down. Yang Kai glanced at the portal with a frown on his face. Now that he was trapped inside the universe cave heaven, he could not help feeling uncomfortable. Besides, he could not delay for too long if he wanted to break out of this place. The territory lords outside might have called for more reinforcements by now. Although he did not know who was acting as the commander of the Black Ink clan here, just by looking at how a total of 10 territory lords had been guarding Acacia territory, Yang Kai could tell that this leader was a cautious person. If his guess was correct, the other party would have requested more reinforcements by now. Once more territory lords arrived, their chances of breaking out of this situation would become even slimmer. If he really wanted to leave, then he had to figure out a solution as soon as possible. Yang Kai considered his options for a moment as he continued treating his wounds. After all, he had yet to heal completely. After another half-month, Su Yan and the others had gradually recovered from their fatigue. They had not been seriously injured before, but the burden of controlling space principles and resisting the impact from the outside world was too great. Half a month was enough time for them to recover. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master came to Yang Kai and bowed. "Wan Lashan greets Dao Lord." Then, he turned to Miao Fei Ping beside Yang Kai, "Greetings, Senior Brother Miao." Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Are you from the Void Dao Temple?" Those who would address him as Dao Lord could only be disciples from the Void Dao Temple. Yang Kai had already guessed as much earlier. This Sixth Order Master cultivated the Dao of space, and although his attainments were not very high, he still had considerable skill. It was highly likely that he came from the Void Dao Temple and inherited some of Yang Kai's Grand Dao. Many of those who came from the Void Dao Temple were in similar situations, having varying degrees of accomplishments in the Dao of space, Dao of time, and the Spear Dao. However, most had inherited Yang Kai's Spear Dao because it was much easier to comprehend compared to the Dao of space and the Dao of time. That had always been the case. However, the disciples from the Void Dao Temple began to flourish even more ever since Yang Kai comprehended the myriad Grand Daos in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. An increasing number of Grand Daos were cultivated by the Void Dao Temple disciples now. It could be said that the future Grand Daos of the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple were closely related to Yang Kai. Needless to say, not all of them were related to Yang Kai, even though most of them were. This Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was quite powerful, and his aptitude was clearly extraordinary. Seeing as Yang Kai did not recognize him, that could only mean that he came from the last batch of cultivators he released from his small universe. It was also the batch that Yang Kai released in Void Land when he returned from the Black Ink battlefield. There were some 5,000 people in that batch, so it was natural for Yang Kai to not recall all their faces. Those people had all advanced to the Open Heaven Realm in Void Land at the time, which had shocked Bai Shi, Mo Mei, and all the others. Every one of that batch had advanced to the 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, making for an extremely spectacular scene. Some disciples originated from the Dao Temple that Yang Kai released on the black ink battlefield directly, but their numbers were not high each time. Yang Kai might not be able to remember everybody's names, but they would at least look familiar to him. If Wan Lashan had advanced to the open heaven realm in Voidland, then not much time had passed since his breakthrough. In other words, he had advanced directly to the 6th Order open heaven realm. Thus, he was expected to reach the 8th Order in the future. His aptitude was certainly outstanding. "Why didn't you join the army?" Yang Kai asked. Wan Lashan explained respectfully, "We advanced to the open heaven realm in Voidland, then retreated to the star boundary with Senior Bai Shi. Most of my Dao brothers and sisters joined the various armies, but some of us followed the head manager's orders and became hunters. We were tasked with the responsibility of investigating the movements of the Black Ink clan in the various great territories. So it was Hua Qingxi's work." Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. Hunters were not just lone wolves who did not fit in with the army, they were also scouts for the human race. Most of the information from the outside was brought back by the hunters who risked their lives to obtain it. That was necessary. After all, it was impossible to fight the Black Ink clan on the battlefields across over a dozen great territories without knowing anything about what the enemy was up to. Hua Qingxi sure is bold. Talents who advanced directly to the 6th Order open heaven realm were candidates with the hope of advancing to the 8th Order in the future. I can't believe she sent them out just like that. Nobody would be able to rescue them if something happened outside. There were probably many others like Wan Lashan. He had the feeling that Hua Qingxi was not the only one doing such things though. The human race supreme headquarters was bound to have similar arrangements. If nothing else, the news about those trapped in Acacia territory had been provided by the hunters. "Many thanks for your hard work," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Dao Lord is the one who gave us a chance to rise in life, it is only right for this disciple to live up to such high expectations." Wan Lashan lowered his head with a respectful expression. All the disciples from the Dao Temple had an almost fanatical worship of Yang Kai, the Dao Lord of the Void Dao Temple. That was because almost everything they had came from Yang Kai. Yang Kai had not known about Hua Qingxi's arrangements, but he had heard from Su Yan and the others about some 200 open heaven realm masters who were hidden by Hua Qingxi in High Heaven Palace. These 200 were those who had advanced directly to the 7th Order open heaven realm back at Void Land. Hua Qingxi had not allowed these 200 to participate in the war yet. Their task was to cultivate diligently. There was no fear of insufficient resources, the only fear was that they could not comprehend or cultivate well. Yang Kai understood Hua Qingxi's intentions. Those who advanced directly to the 7th Order were candidates with the hope of advancing to the 9th Order one day. Nobody would willingly send these candidates to the battlefield, after all, it would be a complete waste if they were slain by a territory lord. It was not expected for all 200 of these candidates to advance to the 9th Order open heaven realm, but even if only 5% or 10% of them succeeded, that was already equivalent to 10 or 29th Order open heaven realm masters. Hua Qingxi could not bring herself to place them on the battlefield, and neither could the higher-ups. There were practically no open heaven realm masters who advanced directly to the 7th Order on the battlefields across the various great territories now. Over the years, the star boundary had produced numerous talents who advanced directly to the 7th Order open heaven realm, but these talents had all been hidden away by the cave heavens and paradises because they were the hope and future of the human race. Every single person harbored selfish desires, and although the human race was united in a common cause, 9th Order open heaven realm masters from other sects would never compare to 9th Order open heaven realm masters from one's own sect. Zhao Yi Bai and the others had advanced directly to the 7th Order open heaven realm as well, so according to Hua Qingxi's plans, they were supposed to remain in the star boundary and ignore the fighting outside. It was not too late for them to make a name for themselves when they advanced to the 9th Order one day. How could she have known that the little ones would sneak out on their own though? Martial Peak, Chapter 55-54, Luring the Enemy In. Yang Kai did not agree with the strategy adopted by the higher-ups of the human race. After all, cultivating blindly behind closed doors did not necessarily lead to one's advancement to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. The cave heavens and paradises had several talented candidates who advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm over countless years. However, there were not nearly as many Ninth Order Open Heaven realm old ancestors, just over 100 in total. If it were that easy to reach the Ninth Order, then they would not be Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters anymore. Besides, the real strength of those who simply cultivated in seclusion would be questionable even if they were lucky enough to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Only those who had experienced life-or-death battles and comprehended the mystery of the Grand Tao amid multiple crises could truly be called strong. Although Yang Kai disapproved of the arrangement, he knew that their actions stemmed from a sense of helplessness. The battlefield was extremely dangerous, and it would only take the slightest mistake for even an Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master to fall in battle. The Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters had contributed so much for the sake of buying more time for the future generation, but if all those talented candidates were to die in the war before reaching the peak, then the human race would no longer have hope of survival. A race without hope was bound to fall into the abyss of despair, sooner or later. Dispelling the distracting thoughts in his head, Yang Kai looked towards Su Yen and the three others. Take over the universe cave heaven. I'll be right back. Su Yen and the others nodded in unison, surging their space principles to stabilize the shaking in their surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already opened a portal and plunged into it. 3 territory lords had rushed into the portal corridor together. One had been kicked out by Yang Kai, one had been killed, and the last one had escaped into the depths of the void. Yang Kai had been too injured at the time to hunt down the territory lord who escaped, but now was the time to deal with that loose end. Naturally, he could also choose to simply ignore the existence of that territory lord as he might never find his way back after plunging into the depths of the void. It was very difficult for somebody to escape from the void crack, however, it was not impossible. If that territory lord was lucky enough to escape from the void crack, then he would become another powerful enemy for the human race. Therefore, Yang Kai could not give up the opportunity to kill this territory lord. The Black Ink clan was not alone in wanting to annihilate their enemies once and for all. The human race would not let the opportunity to kill a powerful enemy master slip through their fingers either. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to return to the portal corridor where void turbulence overlapped. The portal corridor had become highly unstable because of the previous battle fought here and the 4 territory lords trying to break the void from the outside. Yang Kai had not forgotten the spot where the territory lord had escaped previously, so wandering through the void turbulence alone, he soon arrived at his destination and dove inside the large crack in space that appeared. It was difficult to search for anybody in a place like this, and even Yang Kai did not dare to guarantee that he could find his target. He could only hope that the territory lord had not run or drifted too far, otherwise, there was nothing he could do either. The territory lord had indeed not gone far. The portal corridor had been torn open by the aftermath of their battle at the time, and he mistakenly assumed that this opening was a means of escape. How could he have known that he would find himself deeper inside the void crack after he entered the hole? He was so scared that he did not dare to move around carelessly. Only the fact that Yang Kai had not given chase gave him a slight sense of relief. During this period, he had remained inside the void crack and treated his wounds while searching for an exit. It was a pity that this place was highly abnormal. As he had never cultivated space principles before, he found moving around to be extremely difficult. He was constantly caught up in the void turbulence, which made him lose his direction. After several attempts, he no longer knew where he was anymore. Yang Kai spent half a day tracking various traces that were almost imperceptible before he finally found the territory lord. The aura of the territory lord was very weak. It was obvious that his efforts to counter the impacts of the void turbulence had exhausted him greatly. In addition to the injuries he previously suffered, he could not replenish his strength in this place, so at this point, his strength was far from its peak. Yang Kai had been prepared to use a soul-rendering thorn to end the battle as quickly as possible. However, given the other party's condition, it seemed he did not have to trouble himself with that. An hour later, Yang Kai slipped out of the universe cave heaven's portal corridor. There were bloodstains on his body, but he did not seem to be seriously injured. Fighting to the death with a territory lord was never easy. Nevertheless, the already weakened territory lord was further suppressed by the countless void turbulence surging in the void crack, so Yang Kai's long years of cultivation would have all been in vain if he failed to kill his opponent under these circumstances. Currently, only 4 territory lords remained from the original 10 territory lords. Be that as it may, the enemies in Acacia territory were not just the 4 territory lords, but also the massive Black Ink clan army. So much time had passed since the initial confrontation, so it was likely the Black Ink clan had mobilized even more troops to surround the portal by now. Fortunately, Yang Kai's forces no longer consist of just the 3 squads from before. The 1,000 or so hunters were also an excellent combat force. As for the 10,000 human refugees trapped inside the universe cave heaven, there were not many among them who could fight the Black Ink clan, as most were too weak. If they fought the Black Ink clan, they were bound to become corrupted by Black Ink strength. Prepare for battle. Yang Kai roared. Everybody responded with great enthusiasm. The 3 squads, 1,000 hunters, Li Ziyu's squad, and the others from the former Red Sun army burned with passionate murderous intent. Likewise, Yang Kai began to manipulate space principles and stabilize the surroundings. At the same time, he sent a divine sense transmission to Su Yan and the others to cooperate with him. The Black Ink clan army of 100,000 that originally stood guard outside the universe cave heaven was gone, decimated by the attack from Yang Kai's original team, or used as resources by Mo Na Yi and the other 3 territory lords to recover their strength. At this point, not many of them remained. Although the original Black Ink clan army of 100,000 was gone, over 1,000,000 troops had taken their place instead. Mo Na Yi had relocated these troops from the territory gates, having each of the 5 armies dispatch some 300,000 soldiers for a total of 1.5 million troops. The Black Ink clan army spread across the void like a swarm of locusts and surrounded the portal tightly. A full month had passed since the human race masters fled into the universe cave heaven. During this period, numerous Black Ink clan masters had worked diligently and continuously under Mo Na Ye's lead to shatter the surrounding void. Mo Na Ye wanted to break open the portal to the universe cave heaven and invade it. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had planned. Knowing that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he believed that the latter must have done something to the portal, otherwise, there was no explanation for its unusual durability. Mo Na Yi was not willing to give up, however. Having reached this point, all the territory lords who were sacrificed previously would have died in vain if he gave up now. His only option was to continue his assault. Yang Kai had been heavily wounded. In addition to his injuries, he also had to stabilize the portal of the universe cave heaven. He was bound to collapse from the burden one day, and that moment would be the moment of his death. However, Mo Na Ye's belief was beginning to waver at this point. Would Yang Kai really run out of strength? Despite an entire month of continuous bombardment, there were no visible results to show for their efforts, causing Mo Na Yi to begin to doubt the decision he made back then. Suddenly, the void in front of him seemed to change slightly. Mo Na Yi immediately snapped to attention and looked in that direction. For some reason, the faintly perceptible portal seemed much more solid and tangible than before. Then, the portal abruptly shattered and exploded. When the portal shattered, the universe cave heaven hidden in the void appeared before the eyes of the Black Ink clan masters, and a figure soared into the sky while coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. At the same time, the human race masters inside the universe cave heaven screamed mournfully. It was Yang Kai. Even though Mo Na Yi only caught a glimpse of Yang Kai back then, how could he forget the face of this human race master? He's at his limits. Reality proved that his previous speculations were correct. The reason why the universe cave heaven held out for so long was due to Yang Kai's tricks. However, in the end, Yang Kai was just one person. How could he resist the violent bombardment of so many Black Ink clan masters forever? The portal shattered, revealing the universe cave heaven. Meanwhile, the human race masters hiding inside panicked as though the end was upon them. Mo Nai even saw many of them retreating in terror, as though afraid that the Black Ink clan would charge forward and slaughter them. Chuckling, Mo Nai took a step forward, preparing to enter the universe cave heaven. However, after giving it another thought, he stopped and whirled around sharply. Yu Gong, go and finish him off. Yu Gong was furious and cursed vehemently in his heart, bastard. Why me? Why don't you go yourself? Mo Nai, you bastard. Mo Nai was clearly worried that the human race masters were feigning weakness, which was why he decided to send Yu Gong to test the waters first. Unfortunately, Mo Nai had the highest authority over the matters in Acacia territory. Unable to protest, Yu Gong gloomily muttered, they have one more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although that female 8th Order Master was not very strong, she was still in the 8th Order. With so many 7th Order Masters around, a lone territory lord would not be able to guarantee their safety. Mo Nai frowned but still glanced at another territory lord and ordered, go and help him. The territory lord nodded. With no other choice, Yu Gong raised his arm above his head and roared, kill. He charged forward with the other territory lord whom Mo Nai selected while countless feudal lords followed behind them. It only took the blink of an eye for the Black Ink clan army to charge into the universe cave heaven. Feng activated her myriad swords dragon and met their charge head-on. In response, Yu Gong yelled to the other territory lord, I will stop her. You go after Yang Kai. Ignoring the opinion of the territory lord accompanying him, Yu Gong immediately began exchanging blows with Feng Ying, resulting in intense shockwaves rippling out. The other territory lord coldly snorted, Yu Gong, that fool. He has been scared witless by that human. I can't believe he doesn't even dare to attack the enemy even though he is heavily wounded. What a useless good-for-nothing. In his opinion, Yang Kai's battered and miserable appearance did not seem fake, and it was easy to understand why. Yang Kai was seriously injured to begin with, but even so, he had to stabilize the universe cave heaven and resist the Black Ink clan outside for an entire month. Where would he find the time to rest? If he had any strength remaining, the portal would not have been destroyed. Not to mention, he probably suffered additional injuries on top of his previous ones when the portal shattered. How much strength could he have left? Nevertheless, the territory lord was still cautious of Yang Kai's strange methods. After considering everything, he shielded his soul and charged towards Yang Kai. Along the way, many 7th Order human masters tried to block his path only to be blown away by him. The feudal lords following behind the territory lord also began to launch their offensive. It didn't take long before they were entangled in battle against the human race masters in the universe cave heaven. The peace in the universe cave heaven was destroyed in an instant. Everywhere in the universe cave heaven, humans and Black Ink clansmen fought desperately. Yang Kai awkwardly dodged the ferocious attacks of the territory lord, spitting blood from time to time. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and he looked as though he would collapse at any time. However, he was cursing furiously on the inside. Why are the two territory lords outside not coming in? Aren't you being a little too cautious? I'm already in such terrible condition. Shouldn't you join forces to kill me as soon as possible? The current situation was different from his expectations. Stuck inside the universe cave heaven, it was not easy for them to break free and escape. They could not force their way out with so many Black Ink clan masters standing guard outside. If they so much as revealed themselves, they will definitely be swarmed to death. Even Yang Kai was not confident that he could successfully charge out of the portal under the watch of so many Black Ink clan masters. Since they could not leave, they could only lure their enemies into a trap. The portal had been shattered and the universe cave heaven was revealed. Furthermore, Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely weak condition. Yang Kai did not believe that the Black Ink clan could resist the urge to charge forward, and as expected, that was what they did. Unfortunately, the Black Ink clan did not use their full strength. Out of the 4 territory lords, 2 had charged into the universe cave heaven but 2 had remained outside. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-55, Breaking Out of the Universe Cave Heaven. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that the territory lord in command of Acacia territory was an extremely cautious individual. Yang Kai did not dare to push his luck at this point. Besides, no battle plan ever survived the first engagement, and there would always be something that would go wrong or turn out unsatisfactory. In any case, 2 of the 4 territory lords had entered the universe cave heaven's range, and the enemy siege would essentially dissolve if these 2 were taken out. Kill! All of a sudden, the battered-looking Yang Kai gave a loud roar. Following his signal, the human race masters who had been holding back under his instructions stopped hiding their strength. A series of destructive divine abilities and secret techniques blasted out, throwing the feudal lords who were charging forward off their feet. At the same time, Yang Kai unleashed a soul-rending thorn. Although his soul was not completely healed after just 1 month of recuperation, he had no trouble wielding the soul-rending thorn once. The territory lord engaged in battle with Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis washing over him, immediately followed by a sharp pain in his soul, as though it was being dug into by thousands of needles. The pain was so great that his vision blurred and he could not hold in a cry of agony. Yang Kai thrust his spear at that moment, but only managed to pierce the territory lord's shoulder blade. Nevertheless, that was enough to blow away one of the territory lord's arms. The territory lord had forcibly twisted his body and avoided being struck in a vital spot at the last moment. Turning pale with fright, he finally realized how Yang Kai managed to kill so many territory lords with such ease in the past. Although he did not know exactly what method the other party had used, it was just as Mo Nai had previously speculated. It was a secret technique that specifically targeted the soul. If he had not been on constant guard and attentively protected his soul, he would have died from that brief moment of disorientation earlier. Even taking all those precautions though, he was still severely injured and only narrowly managed to survive. Black blood gushed out of his severed shoulder, and even his black ink strength poured out of the wound. Before the territory lord could breathe a sigh of relief, an overwhelming number of spear shadows shot towards his face. Mustering his courage at the critical moment between life and death, he chose to fight rather than flee. Charging forward with a loud roar, he attacked Yang Kai with reckless abandon. On the other side, Yu Gong and Feng Ying were engaged in an intense battle. However, Yu Gong was clearly stronger, so not only was he steadily pushing Feng Ying back, he could also spare some attention to monitor Yang Kai's movements. All of a sudden, he saw Yang Kai making an unexpected comeback and severely injuring his companion. Combined with the flash of spiritual energy that appeared for a brief moment, how could he not realize that Yang Kai's battered appearance was nothing more than an act? At this moment, he was extremely thankful that he had chosen not to fight Yang Kai. Although he had initially believed that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight, he had chosen Feng Ying as his opponent just to be safe. It would now seem that his decision had been wise indeed. If he had boldly chosen to face Yang Kai earlier, the one struggling to avoid Yang Kai's spear right now would have been him instead. This is another trap. This human named Yang Kai is the most cunning man I've ever encountered in my life. I've never met another human race master as devious as him. The black blood of the other territory lord gushed out with every thrust of Yang Kai's spear, and his aura was weakening at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing that, Yu Gong lost his will to fight. Once Yang Kai finished off his companion and became unfettered, he would be Yang Kai's next target. Black ink strength surged violently around him before he threw a punch and sent Feng Ying flying backwards. Immediately after that, he rushed towards the shattered portal without another backward glance. He had already escaped from the universe cave heaven before Feng Ying even realized what was happening. Outside the portal, Mo Nai had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He had been on guard against Yang Kai and even suspected that he had been deliberately acting weak. Even so, he could barely accept the truth when he saw Yang Kai's abrupt comeback. How is that possible? Yang Kai had been seriously wounded previously, not to mention, he had been stabilizing the universe cave heaven against the bombardment of numerous territory lords for the past month. Where did he find the time to treat his wounds? He must have suffered from severe backlash due to the destruction of the portal, and looking at the current situation, he had indeed suffered some injuries. It was just that these injuries had little effect on his combat power. Should I charge in? A huge conflict arose in Mo Na Ye's heart. Aside from him, there was another territory lord outside. They might stand a chance to defeat Yang Kai if all three of them joined forces, but it was nothing more than a chance. If they failed, then there was a high probability that both he and the other territory lord would pay for it with their lives. However, his internal conflict did not last for long because he saw Yugong rushing out of the universe cave heaven. Mo Na Ye honestly did not know what to say at this point. Yugong had been hugely traumatized ever since he escaped alive from his first encounter with Yang Kai and was now so scared that he actually fled the battlefield without another word when he saw Yang Kai's sudden comeback. The ship has sailed. Mo Na Ye heaved a sigh in his heart. Including Yugong who escaped from the universe cave heaven, there were 3 territory lords and a Black Ink clan army of approximately 1 million. Unfortunately, the Yugong who had lost his courage was practically useless. With just Mo Na Ye and one other territory lord alone, it would be difficult for them to keep the human race masters trapped in the universe cave heaven even if they had the support of the Black Ink clan army. After all, there were many human race masters and several extremely powerful warships on the other side. Once the humans broke through their blockade, the territory lords would probably lose their lives here. We've been careless. If I had known earlier, I would have asked for more territory lords as reinforcements. It was just, who could have known that the 10 territory lords overseeing Acacia territory would end up in this state? The main reason was Yugong and his companions. They had just arrived at Acacia territory, but they started a fight without permission before they even met up with the other territory lords. In the end, Yang Kai eventually slaughtered them until only one remained. That had instantly cut the number of effective territory lords in half. 2 more territory lords had been trapped in the portal corridor, and their survival remained a mystery even now. However, Mo Na Ye was fairly certain they too were dead now, otherwise, there was no reason for them to remain hidden for so long. The remaining 4 territory lords might have stood a fighting chance if they all worked together, but another territory lord would soon be dead. Other territory lords were rushing to Acacia territory to provide support right now, but they would not arrive in time. This situation far exceeded Mo Na Ye's wildest expectations. In just a month, Yang Kai not only recovered from most of his wounds, but also made preparations to lure them into a deadly trap. Hence, Mo Na Ye couldn't help feeling upset. If he had known earlier, he would not have ordered his forces into the universe cave heaven when the portal shattered earlier. The truth was that they only needed to form a blockade outside the portal to prevent any of the humans from escaping. In fact, they could have gained an absolute advantage if they only waited until the next batch of territory lords arrived to provide support. However, who could have resisted the urge to rush forward after witnessing the scene of Yang Kai coughing up blood when the universe cave heaven appeared? That was definitely the best time to eliminate him once and for all. Unfortunately, one wrong move had resulted in the entire strategy falling apart. Feeling disheartened, Mo Na Ye curtly instructed, "Barricade the portal. Kill any human who dares to exit." The Black Ink clan army of 1 million that he transferred here immediately prepared themselves for battle. Inside the universe cave heaven, both the human masters and the Black Ink clan soldiers clashed violently. Many of the Black Ink clansmen charging forward dropped dead like flies, but that was only to be expected. Launching an assault through a narrow corridor was very risky because they could easily be targeted by the humans. That was precisely the reason why Yang Kai did not want to charge out of the universe cave heaven. Needless to say, he would launch an attack if it was necessary as he could not remain hunkered down inside the universe cave heaven. He had 2 million small stone race soldiers as a last resort, and if it came down to that, he could summon that army. They would be enough to wipe out the Black Ink clansmen here. It was just that this small stone race army was the trump card he reserved for his battle against the royal lord. Yang Kai had no wish to reveal his trump card unless absolutely necessary. The Black Ink clan was at a disadvantage in the first place, and following Yugong's escape, they became even more vulnerable. Feng did not chase after Yugong, choosing instead to turn around and target the feudal lords. Although she was no match for an innate territory lord, killing some feudal lords was a piece of cake with her divine manifestation. In addition, there were the 1,000 or so hunters and the 3 squads, including Dawn. It did not take long before most of the Black Ink clansmen who charged into the universe cave heaven were eliminated. Only several feudal lords reacted quickly enough and escaped back through the portal. Moments later, the disturbance caused by the death of a territory lord spread out. It was Yang Kai's opponent being slain. The territory lord had been struck by a soul-rending thorn earlier, so even though he survived the initial attack, his strength had suffered a huge decline. How could he compete with Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight in that condition? Looking around, Yang Kai confirmed that the battle within the universe cave heaven had been decided. Then, he raised his spear and charged towards the portal with a roar. Li Ziyu and the others are to remain behind. The rest, follow me into battle. Yes. Numerous figures transformed into streams of light and followed behind Yang Kai as they sped towards the portal. Yang Kai charged out of the portal in the blink of an eye, and as he had expected, was immediately greeted with a storm of attacks blasting towards him from all directions. Fortunately, he had prepared himself in advance. A dragon roar reverberated through the void, and a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon manifested before everyone's eyes, releasing intense dragon pressure all around. The dragon body curled around the portal to form a defensive barrier in the void. Countless attacks landed on Yang Kai's dragon body, causing him to tremble from the impact. Dragon scales flew everywhere as the Black Ink clan army of 1,000,000 had formed a blockade in all directions. Of course, space was limited, so not all of them could attack at once. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still endured at least 100,000 attacks at that moment. Even a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon could not endure such a barrage for long. 5 breaths. That was the limit of what he could endure. He would not be able to take it any longer than that. Yang Kai was on high alert against the territory lords outside. While he could endure the onslaught of ordinary Black Ink clansmen for some time, he would not be able to defend against the attacks of several territory lords. Unexpectedly, his divine sense perception did not detect the aura of any territory lords nearby. Even the aura of Yugong, who fled earlier, was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Before Yang Kai could figure out what was happening, Feng slipped out of the portal. She glanced at Yang Kai's dragon form and instantly understood that he was shielding the human race masters behind him. That was why he curled his dragon form to form a defensive barrier around the portal. Otherwise, only the 2 of them could exit the portal safely. If the other human race masters rushed out, they would surely suffer innumerable casualties. Kill. Her voice rang out. Urging the myriad swords dragon to its limits, she produced an overwhelming number of sword waves that fanned out before her. The sword waves swept out, piercing the bodies of the nearby Black Ink clansmen, reaping countless lives in an instant. The solution to relieve Yang Kai's burden was simple. They simply had to annihilate the Black Ink clan soldiers as quickly as possible. At this moment, Feng attacked at full strength without holding back in the slightest. Dawning Light and the 2 Baishi battleships also charged out and immediately dispersed in different directions to take down their enemies. Following closely behind the 3 warships were the 1,000 or so hunters. These hunters retained their previous formations and remained in their respective squads. Scattering in all directions, they rushed towards the Black Ink clan army. Once 5 breaths of time were up, Yang Kai immediately retracted his dragon form. His body was covered in countless wounds, and his complexion was deathly pale. Even an elephant could be killed by countless ant bites. At this moment, Yang Kai fully understood the meaning behind this saying. No matter how strong a master was, it was only a matter of time before they cracked if they were targeted by an overwhelming number of enemies, even if those enemies were weak by comparison. What puzzled him was that he had not felt any attacks from the territory lords until now. A thought flashed through his mind, and a vague speculation formed before he let out a roar: "Your territory lords have fled. All of you will die here today." His furious roar reverberated throughout the void, and after that, he raised his spear and slashed his way through the Black Ink clan army. Everywhere he passed, he left a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in his wake. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-56, Method of Escape. The Black Ink clan army was taken aback. When Mo Na Yi ordered them to eliminate the human race masters rushing out of the universe cave heaven, they obeyed the order without question. Unfortunately, they had failed to stop the wave of humans. It wasn't until they heard Yang Kai's shout that the feudal lords discovered the shocking truth. Mo Na Yi and the others were gone. Have the territory lords really escaped? In the beginning, some of the Black Ink clansmen refused to believe the truth and continued to confront the human race masters bravely. However, there was no movement from the territory lords even though the fight had been ongoing for some time. In the end, they had no choice but to face reality. The territory lords had fled. The morale of the Black Ink clan army instantly dropped like a stone, and their tight formation rapidly collapsed. Even though the strength of the Black Ink clansmen varied greatly, they held an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. If they were determined to put up a fight, they could cause huge casualties among the small number of humans. Dawning Light and the 2 Baishi battleships might come out unscathed, but not many among the 1,000 or so hunters would survive such a battle. Having said that, the territory lords had escaped, so without their pillars, how could the Black Ink clan army retain their fighting spirit? The siege fell into tatters after several clashes with the numerous human race masters. That was especially true for the places where Yang Kai and Feng Ying passed through. Wherever Yang Kai and Feng Ying went, swathes of Black Ink clansmen were cut down like ripe wheat in a field. Dragon roars and phoenix cries sliced through the air, immediately followed by the emergence of Taiyu. As thousands of lives disappeared with each breath, the Black Ink clan army was filled with absolute terror. The Black Ink clansmen in the outermost circle began to retreat. The territory lords had already escaped, so were they supposed to hang around and wait for their deaths? Their choice quickly affected the Black Ink clansmen in the inner circles. Hence, more and more Black Ink clansmen began to break away from the battle and flee into the distance. At this moment, the Black Ink clan army was a dragon without a head, so it didn't take long before the 1 million strong army became completely vulnerable and fell apart like a handful of loose sand. There were several feudal lords who tried to rally their companions to stand and fight without retreating. They undoubtedly had a clearer picture of the situation, so they knew that they had a chance of survival if they banded together and fought back desperately. On the contrary, they would not stand the slightest chance if they panicked and all escaped in random directions. Without any exceptions, these feudal lords would quickly be cut down by Yang Kai. Yang Kai navigated his way through the Black Ink clan army as though there was nobody in his path, heading in the direction where the resistance was fiercest. It was difficult even for him to eliminate such a massive Black Ink clan army, and since that was the case, his focus was to force them to retreat. As time passed, more and more of the Black Ink clan army fled the battlefield. When the number of escaped Black Ink clansmen reached a critical point, the fighting spirit of the Black Ink clan army collapsed completely. The 3 warships and the hunters pounced on this opportunity, causing heavy casualties to the Black Ink clan everywhere they went. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far. Yang Kai shouted, preventing the hunters from chasing the enemy into the distance. Upon hearing his command, everybody quickly ceased their pursuit. Countless Black Ink clansmen quickly fled in all directions, vanishing into the depths of the void and disappearing out of sight. The battle ended on an anticlimactic note. After the battle, countless Black Ink clan remains littered the battlefield. Just a rough estimate indicated that there were at least 300,000 fresh corpses. That number was nothing compared to the Black Ink clan army of 1.5 million that was transferred here, 20% of it at most, but the battle had not lasted for very long either. The entire process took no more than an hour from the beginning to the end. 300,000 enemies had been slaughtered in an hour, which was a staggering victory. Likewise, there were casualties among the human race masters. Many hunters had lost their lives, and those who survived were covered in wounds. Nevertheless, these casualties could not be avoided to achieve this kind of result. It was impossible to suffer 0 casualties in such a battle, but nobody mourned too much. Ever since choosing to become hunters, these people had disregarded their concerns over life or death. Nobody knew when they would encounter an accident, so they had long since become indifferent to such matters. For the first time, the hunters discovered that large-scale army battles were much more enjoyable than their previous small-scale raids. The main reason they chose to become hunters was that they could not adapt to the way the army fought in war. Cultivators generally believed in their own strength rather than the support of others. However, it might not be unacceptable if all the army fought in this manner. For a time, many hunters entertained different ideas in their hearts. Keep a lookout in all directions. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and issued the command before he slipped back into the universe cave heaven again. Due to the destruction of the portal, the human race masters inside the universe cave heaven could vaguely see the battle taking place outside. It was just that they did not have a very clear view of the situation. The battle had erupted without warning and then ended so quickly that many people could not tell who had won and who had lost. It was not until Yang Kai's figure appeared again that everybody finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir." Li Ziyu came forward to greet Yang Kai. "The situation outside. The territory lords have escaped, and the Black Ink clan army has been repelled," Yang Kai briefly explained. The 10,000 human refugees inside the universe cave heaven immediately burst into cheers, causing the entire world to resonate with joy. "Can we leave this place now?" Li Ziyu asked emotionally. Several dozen years had passed since they were tasked with the responsibility of evacuating the humans in Acacia territory and became trapped in this universe cave heaven. It was extremely dull to remain cooped up inside this universe cave heaven. When the Black Ink clan besieged them after they accidentally exposed their whereabouts, they believed that they would die soon. Who could have known that human masters would be dispatched to rescue them? At this moment, the Black Ink clan army's standing guard outside had been repelled, so there was nobody to stop them from leaving the universe cave heaven. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the next moment, he opened the portal to his small universe. "Everybody, please enter my small universe." Not many among the 10,000 refugees were in the open heaven realm, so it was not difficult for Yang Kai to take them in. Many Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered during the previous battle in the universe cave heaven, and Black Ink's strength flooded the world as a result. Although Feng Ying and the others had distributed purifying Black Ink pills to the crowd, the weaker humans here would not be able to resist the Black Ink strength for long. Therefore, they did not hesitate to rush into the portal of Yang Kai's small universe upon hearing his command. An hour later, all 10,000 refugees in the universe cave heaven had been taken into Yang Kai's small universe. "You too?" Yang Kai turned to Li Ziyu and the others. "Us, too?" Li Ziyu was astonished. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Not to mention, he was not the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in this place. Although they could enter Yang Kai's small universe. Could Yang Kai really accommodate so many cultivators at once? Despite feeling suspicious, he did not dare to question Yang Kai's orders further, so he immediately told the others, "Move." The crowd of Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly plunged into the portal. Since Yang Kai wanted them to enter his small universe, then he must be confident in his ability. Li Ziyu was the last to enter, but before he did, he secretly peeked at Yang Kai's complexion. Yang Kai was very pale, but that was more likely a result of the injuries he sustained in his previous battle than any strain on his small universe. Hence, Li Ziyu was secretly astonished. How large must Sir Yang's small universe be? After accepting all of the human race masters in the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai darted out. Outside the universe cave heaven, the rest of the human race masters were watching their surroundings under Feng Ying's command. It was just that none of the Black Ink clan came attacking. They had only just been forced to retreat, so who would dare to return? When Yang Kai appeared without anybody else behind him, Feng Ying immediately understood the situation. Those humans inside had probably been taken into his small universe, so she simply asked, "Squad leader, do we fight our way out?" Yang Kai shook his head. All 5 territory gates are guarded by Black Ink clan armies, and we don't know where the 3 territory lords who escaped might be. It's too risky to charge out of Acacia territory. The reason they managed to defeat the Black Ink clan army earlier was pure luck, as the 3 territory lords had escaped first. If the scenario unfolded for a second time, they might not be so lucky again. As long as the 3 territory lords were not fools, there was a great chance that they could stop their advance if they joined forces and cooperated with a large Black Ink clan army. What should we do? I have an idea, Yang Kai replied. How many people can you accommodate in your small universe if they are in the 7th order open heaven realm and below? Feng Ying considered for a moment before she responded. I've never tried, but 200 is probably my limit with 6th order open heaven realm masters as a standard. If she took in those in the 7th order open heaven realm, then she might only be able to accommodate 20 or 30 at most. After all, the higher their order, the larger the size of their small universe, and the heavier the burden to hold them became. Do your best to take in as many as you can. I will deal with the rest, Yang Kai instructed. Feng Ying nodded. Yang Kai swept a glance across his surroundings and spoke in a loud voice, "Everybody, it is true that we won this battle. However, the territory gates in Acacia territory are guarded by large Black Ink clan armies. The whereabouts of the territory lords also remain unknown, so it will be extremely difficult for us to safely leave Acacia territory. While I have a method to escape this place safely, I will require your full cooperation." His speech was mainly aimed at the hunters since he was not familiar with them. Furthermore, these hunters were not part of the army, so his orders held no weight with them. Discussion and compromise were the only options here. One of the hunters shouted, "Sir, please feel free to ask anything of us, we will not refuse." Having witnessed Yang Kai's strength and heroics, these hunters could be said to hold great admiration for him. Now that the territory gates in Acacia territory had been blockaded, they could only rely upon him if they wanted to leave, so how could they dare to be disrespectful? Yang Kai nodded. "I would like to ask you to enter my and senior sister Feng's small universes." As soon as the words left his mouth, he shot a glance at Feng Ying. The two of them opened the portals to their small universe in unison. Ordinary people might not be able to notice any kind of difference, however, for these masters, as soon as the two portals appeared side by side, the difference in strength between the two small universes could be seen at a glance. The aura radiating from Yang Kai's small universe was undoubtedly more substantial. Even the impression given by the two portals was distinctly contrasting. If the portal to Feng Ying's small universe was akin to a wooden door, then the portal to Yang Kai's small universe was a huge steel gate. There was no comparison between the two at all. Those in the 6th order open heaven realm and below will enter senior sister Feng's small universe first. Those in the 7th order open heaven realm will come to my side, Yang Kai continued. Many of the hunters rushed over without hesitation and plunged straight into the two portals. Not long afterwards, Feng Ying's expression began to twist in discomfort. She persisted for a while longer, but eventually closed her portal with a shake of her head when her aura fluctuations became unsteady. "I can't take any more." Her small universe had reached its limits, so it was impossible for her to accommodate any more open heaven realm masters. On the other hand, the open portal to Yang Kai's small universe resembled a bottomless pit that accepted every single person who came forward. Even so, it could be seen that he too was starting to feel the pressure after accommodating so many cultivators in his small universe. When all the hunters had entered his small universe, he turned to look at Yang Xiao and the others. "You too?" Yang Xiao worriedly said, "Adoptive father, will you be okay? We don't need to enter." "Enough nonsense, get inside," Yang Kai snapped irritably. "Do you really think I can't see through your little schemes?" These little ones were clearly looking for an opportunity to escape his watch so that they could continue wandering outside. However, the situation here was too dangerous. How could they be so careless? If he had not come to Acacia territory himself, they would have been in mortal danger by now. Seeing Yang Kai being so insistent, Yang Xiao and the others had no choice but to obey. Thus, they dejectedly took turns entering the portal. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-57, vanished into thin air. Yang Kai urged his power slightly. Although his world force which used to flow smoothly felt slightly congested, he had yet to reach his limits. He could probably accommodate a few more people in his small universe. Thus, he turned to look at the Dawn squad. "You too? Enter my small universe." "Yes." Shen Ao of Dawn quickly received the order. Then, the entire squad plunged into the portal of Yang Kai's small universe. When all the members of Dawn had entered Yang Kai's small universe, he had the sense that he had almost reached his limits. The strongest indicator was a bloated feeling as though he had eaten too much. An ordinary person would have trouble moving around if they were bloated. On the other hand, an open heaven realm master would not only have trouble moving around when bloated, but their ability to exert their full strength would be greatly affected. Therefore, most high-rank open heaven realm masters generally would not accept others into their small universes unless their safety could be guaranteed. No matter how few they accepted, they were bound to face some degree of impact on their strength, and the more they accommodated, the greater the impact. If a territory lord were to appear right now, Yang Kai would not be able to compete against them. He could barely even exert 20% of his full strength at the moment, but his condition was not too bad. When he turned to look at Feng Ying, he saw that her aura was unstable and her expression twisted constantly. She looked like she could explode at any moment. Yu Rumeng's squad remained, but Feng Ying or Yang Kai couldn't accommodate any more people. At this moment, Yang Kai could only pray that everything would go smoothly, otherwise, he did not know how he could bring so many people out of Acacia territory. "Stay close to me." Yang Kai beckoned to the others. Feng Ying and the last Baishi battleship responded immediately and crowded around him. Exhaling slowly, Yang Kai activated his strength and connected his mind to the world tree. The void trembled and the entire great territory rumbled. A kind of ethereal connection in the distance seemed to appear. It could not seem to condense no matter what. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he knew the reason was that he had too many people with him. The last time he brought Wuquang alone to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had not faced any pressure. The difference this time was that he had many human race masters in his small universe. Not to mention, he also had an 8th Order master like Feng Ying and 10 others in Yu Rumeng's squad with him. It was not the same situation as before. "Old tree, help!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. He couldn't enter the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary with his strength alone, so he could only ask the old tree for help. When the words left his mouth, something that resembled a tree branch came from somewhere unknown and extended towards him across the vague expanse of space. As the tree branch stretched towards his location, Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old tree is reliable after all." Then, he quickly shouted, "Go!" Wrapping his power around Feng Ying and Yu Rumeng's squad, he stepped onto the illusory path that had opened before him and vanished into the void. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the majestic and enormous world tree. Unfortunately, the void trembled violently even though he had the support of the old tree. Feng Ying and Yu Rumeng's squad were knocked off balance as a result. He stood up shakily and turned back to look in the direction he came. The path leading here was becoming insubstantial, and even the tree branch that the world tree extended earlier was beginning to shatter. A chill ran through his heart when he realized that the old tree probably had to pay a price to support his trip here. The reason he failed to notice in the past was that he had always been traveling alone. Now that he brought so many people along with him, the price was much more noticeable as a result. In other words, the old tree probably had to pay some kind of price every time he came here. It had just never mentioned anything to him before. Many thanks, old tree. Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. The old tree did not reveal himself and simply waved his branches lightly in response. Is this the world tree? Baishi's soul clone suddenly exclaimed. He was the oldest out of everybody else present by a large margin, so he was also the most knowledgeable. It only took him a glance to see through the old tree's true nature. Nevertheless, even he had only heard of the world tree but had never seen it before. He never imagined that he would see the world tree today. Thinking back to Yang Kai's actions earlier, he quickly grasped the situation. This place was probably the grand ancient ruins boundary that was mentioned in legends. This is the world tree? Why does it look so withered and wilted? Yu Meng was extremely taken aback. At present, the world tree certainly looked rather wilted. The originally lush leaves had withered away, and a feeble aura permeated its surroundings. Yang Kai sighed and casually explained, Old Tree's existence is related to the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds. If one suffers, all suffer, if one prospers, all prosper. Now that many of the great territories have been occupied by the Black Ink clan, most universe worlds have had their grand Daoist collapse and their world force drained away. It's only natural that the old tree suffered some backlash. Are those world fruits? Su Yen suddenly asked, pointing at the few fruits hanging on the tree. Yang Kai nodded, they are world fruits. But, we can't pick any of them. Most of the surviving world fruits contain universe worlds that have been integrated into them. The rest represent the universe worlds that we have managed to preserve so far. The 3,000 worlds used to be extremely prosperous, with countless universe worlds in the past, but only around 2,000 or so remain now. Each of these universe worlds corresponded to one of the world fruits hanging on the world tree. When the grand Tao of a universe world collapsed, the most obvious sign reflected by the world tree was the decomposition of its world fruit. If Yang Kai had not traveled across so many great territories and refined the universe worlds there, the world tree would probably be bare by now. Yang Kai did not know whether the world tree could survive in such a condition. The highest probability was that the world tree would survive, but not much vitality would remain. Yu Meng and the others were amazed. Although they could not understand how they suddenly traveled to this place from Acacia territory, they did not inquire further into the matter since it was obviously related to Yang Kai. All of you should take some time to recuperate. I will lead you out later, Yang Kai instructed, and then he sat down cross-legged. Everybody obeyed his command. Taking out some spirit pills, they sat beside the world tree and began to adjust their breathing. Many of them had sustained injuries during the battle earlier, and Yang Kai suffered the most wounds among them. While these humans were quietly focusing on their recovery, the Black Ink clan army stood guard around the 5 territory gates in Acacia territory. The 3 territory lords who escaped from the battle were gathered at one of the territory gates. Their leader, Mo Nai, was monitoring the depths of the void with a gloomy look in his eyes. That direction was where the universe cave heaven in Acacia territory was located. They did not know the outcome of the battle outside the universe cave heaven. Although Mo Nai had ordered the Black Ink clan army to lock down the universe cave heaven before they departed, they were not there to oversee the situation themselves. No matter how great the numbers of the Black Ink clan army were, it would be difficult for them to succeed in the endeavor without the territory lords. On the contrary, the situation would improve significantly if they managed to suppress the enemy. As Mo Nai mulled over the issue, a wave of murderous intent surged in his heart and he glared at Yu Gong who was standing nearby. This bastard was the first to flee the battle after rushing out of the universe cave heaven. As a result, Mo Nai did not dare to stay for long. If Yu Gong had not fled back then, Mo Na Yi would not have left so quickly either. The three territory lords would have stood a chance against the humans if they cooperated with the Black Ink clan army, but this coward chose to flee without any hesitation. Mo Na Yi did not have the confidence to restrain Yang Kai without Yugong, so he could only choose to leave with him. Seeming to sense Mo Na Yi's glare, Yugong turned his head away and silently cursed in his heart, "Bastard Mo Na Yi. He refuses to take action for fear of danger, but has no problem sending others to die in his place." The other territory lords had not experienced the horror of Yang Kai from up close, but he had. It was fortunate that he had wisely chosen to make that female Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master his opponent and avoided fighting Yang Kai, otherwise, he would not be alive right now. After all, wasn't that other fool dead? As for Mo Na Yi's dissatisfaction with him, he couldn't care less. They were all territory lords, so even if Mo Na Yi was unhappy with him, what could the other party do to him? All of a sudden, he sensed something. He raised his head and stared into the distance with a sigh. The battle has probably ended. Similarly, Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords had noticed the situation. Many Black Ink clansmen were fleeing towards them in a panic, as though an ominous beast was chasing them from behind. "We lost." Mo Na Yi sighed and closed his eyes. The Black Ink clan army of 1 million had failed to stop the humans from escaping. Who knows how many losses they sustained in this battle. Not long afterwards, Mo Na Yi learned the specifics of the situation from the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. The Black Ink clan had indeed lost the battle. Without the support of the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army had fallen apart like loose sand. It only took several attempts for the human race masters to break their formation. Moreover, nobody knew which direction the humans had fled. Mo Na Yi then quickly relayed a command to each territory gate, ordering the troops to keep a strict watch for any movement by the human race masters. Although the humans had broken out of the universe cave heaven, the Black Ink clan was not without a chance of success. There were over 700,000 troops standing guard at each territory gate, so no matter where the humans tried to attack, there was bound to be a large battle. The Black Ink clan army guarding the targeted gate would only need to buy some time for the rest of the Black Ink clan army in Acacia territory to arrive and overwhelm the enemy. With several million soldiers and 3 territory lords, there was still a chance to prevent the humans from escaping. However, what puzzled Mo Na Yi was that the situation at each territory gate remained peaceful and quiet even though more than 10 days passed. There was no movement from the human race masters at all. After some time, more territory lords arrived from various great territories to provide support, allowing Mo Na Yi to finally feel at ease. It was not until a total of 9 territory lords had gathered here that he finally relayed a new command. The territory lords would split into groups of 3, and each group would lead a portion of the Black Ink clan army to search for the whereabouts of the human race masters in Acacia territory. The humans could not have left Acacia territory through the territory gates, so they must have been hiding somewhere and recovering from their wounds. In that case, it was only a matter of time before they were found. Contrary to Mo Na Yi's expectations though, the search lasted for half a year, but revealed nothing. The humans seemed to have vanished into thin air. Inside the grand ancient ruins boundary, Yang Kai stood up after several days of rest and said goodbye to the old tree. The old tree simply waved his branches lightly in response, not even bothering to reveal his face. The effort to help Yang Kai previously must have placed a huge burden on him. Yang Kai secretly vowed that he would not allow the old tree to help him like this again. Although the old tree was the manifestation of the 3,000 worlds, his existence was integrated with all the universe worlds in every great territory. If the old tree exhausted too much energy, it would be harmful to the heritage of each great territory in the future. When Yang Kai arrived, he needed the old tree to help him. Fortunately, there was no need for that during his return. Back then, Yang Kai managed to transfer 100 divine spirits to the vicinity of the star boundary with ease, so naturally, he did not require much effort this time either. Activating his strength, he wrapped his power around everybody and connected his mind to the star boundary. It did not take long for him to locate the world fruit on the world tree that corresponded to the star boundary, as that one was larger and more robust than the others. In the next moment, Yang Kai charged towards the world fruit. The world tree rapidly enlarged in his vision, as though an entire universe was rushing straight at him. The void turned upside down and space became hazy. Then, they suddenly appeared in the periphery of the star boundary. Even though Yang Kai was in the 8th order open heaven realm, he couldn't help feeling slightly overwhelmed when he felt this familiar aura. He was home. After several thousand years, he was finally home. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-58, Wanderer Returns Home. Nearly a millennium ago, Yang Kai entered the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory, where he constantly fought for centuries without rest, and then got stuck in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon for many years. Only a few decades ago did he finally return from the Black Ink battlefield. Even then, he had been traveling about and did not have time to return to the star boundary. When the situation in the 3000 world stabilized, he had to take Wuquang to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. One man could only do so many things. Even when Yang Kai had sent the grand ancient ruins boundaries divine spirits to the star boundary, he still could not spare time to return himself. It was only today that he finally returned home. He was a great emperor who had been acknowledged by the star boundary's will, and was bestowed the title Void. As such, he was inseparable from the star boundary. As soon as he returned, an exceptionally strong intimate feeling filled his body, making him feel warm and content, like he had returned to his mother's womb. But the next moment, an angry shout interrupted this warm and homely sensation. Who dares to trespass my star boundary? Immediately after the shout, a massive figure suddenly appeared from the star boundary. This figure was so massive that it blotted the entire void and was radiating quite an intimidating pressure. Yang Kai felt that even though this pressure had yet not reached the 8th order, it was not far from it. Furthermore, as the opposite party was also borrowing the star boundary's might, even an average 8th order master might not necessarily be his opponent. Yang Kai smiled at the figure. A wanderer has returned home, don't panic, Sir Hongchen. The projection from the star boundary belonged to none other than bustling world great emperor, Duan Hongchen. Obviously, he was the one holding the fort currently. Yang Kai had also heard about this from Yu Rumeng and the others. In the beginning, the star boundary's defenses were not very tight, but it had now become the human race's final refuge and primary base where the cultivators from great territories all across the 3000 worlds were gathered. Most of these refugees were weak and helpless, but there were a fair number of strong ones too. If someday the Black Ink clan really fought its way to the star boundary, that would be the day of the final battle. Ever since Yang Kai had sent the 100 or so divine spirits here, the star boundary had raised its level of vigilance significantly. It was not that they were on guard against Yang Kai specifically, it was more that they were concerned that the Black Ink clan might have someone who could employ similar methods. As such, a great emperor would remain on guard duty at all times. Iron Blood, Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Wondrous Pill, Heaven's Revelation, and Void, these 9 were the star boundary's current great emperors. Each of them was an outstanding character, otherwise, they would not have become great emperors. In the past, all of them had broken through straight to 6th order open heaven realm with Yang Kai's help, and thanks to the abundant resources available to them, they had smoothly advanced to 7th order over the years. Even then, their cultivation speed was quite fast, but what surprised Yang Kai today was Duan Hongchen's pressure. It was not the pressure of someone who had just recently advanced to the 7th order. Even many veteran 7th order open heaven realm masters would not be able to hold a candle to him. Yang Kai had some speculation in his mind. Duan Hongchen was taken aback after hearing Yang Kai's voice, but joy soon replaced his shock. Yang Kai? The moment he mentioned Yang Kai's name, the star boundary became abuzz with excitement as streaks of light shot up from its surface towards the void. Yang Kai's heart could not help but pound with excitement, sensing so many familiar auras. A moment later, the streaks of light came to a halt and revealed themselves. A few of the figures were familiar to Yang Kai, while a few were not, but all of them radiated quite powerful undulations. He immediately started heading in a particular direction. Standing in that direction was a middle-aged couple, who were both looking at him with excitement and warmth. The woman was incessantly sobbing, while the middle-aged man maintained a calm look, but he was still unable to conceal his excitement. When he arrived close to the two, Yang Kai bowed down to kneel. "Your unfilial son, Yang Kai, has made father and mother worried. Get up." Yang Yingfeng promptly grabbed him, preventing him from kneeling. "You are now an army commander, you represent the face of an entire army as well as its prestige." The nearby Dong Su Zhu could not help but nod in agreement, but most of her attention was focused on Yang Kai's body, checking if he was hurt in any place or not. Naturally, the people in the rear received word of everything that had been going on in the front lines. They had already received the news about Yang Kai being appointed as the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, but Yang Kai's parents were just happy that their son was alive and well. They were proud that he was now entrusted with such heavy responsibilities by the Supreme Headquarters. Still, they were worried that Yang Kai might not be able to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Yang Kai smiled. Who does not have parents? Without parents, how could the current human race continue on? He then respectfully kneeled down, and kowtowed 3 times to his parents. Only then did he stand up, lifted by his parents, before looking towards the figure standing next to his parents. "Thank you, it must have been hard on you." Xia Ningchang's eyes turned red, but she still shook her head and smiled. "Not at all." The moment Yang Kai appeared on the Profound Nether Territory battlefield, the news was instantly transmitted back. Xia Ningchang had quickly rushed to Profound Nether Territory, but unfortunately, when she arrived, she received the news that Yang Kai had left with some soldiers just a few days prior. Helpless, Xia Ningchang could only return to the star boundary. She was now one of the most outstanding alchemists of the human race, and the soldiers on the front line required a great deal of pills every day. So, she could not remain absent for too long. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had returned so soon, and appeared right outside the star boundary. From little senior sister's perspective, it had been over 1,000 years since they last met, but her endless longing completely turned into tender feelings after just a glance at Yang Kai. While they were chatting, more and more people flew over from the star boundary, but remained standing at a respectful distance. Yang Kai spotted Hua Qingxi, Hui Gu, Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yuner, and many other acquaintances and unfamiliar figures in the crowd. Most of them were injured and had probably returned from the front lines to recuperate at the star boundary. Once they had recovered, they would probably head back to the battlefield. After some brief hellos, Yang Kai shouted, "Head manager." Hua Qingxi immediately stepped forward. "Yes. I'll have to trouble you to take care of these people." Saying so, he and Feng Ying immediately opened portals to their small universes, and many cultivators rushed out, soon reaching 10,000 in number, with quite a lot of them in the 6th Order and 7th Order. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Feng Ying's side was still acceptable as the number of people she had taken was not high and none of them were in the 7th Order. Yang Kai's side was rather spectacular though. Not only did the people coming out of his small universe number over 10,000, but there were many in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. This left many speechless, wondering just how vast his small universe was. "Palace Master, these are," Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai explained, "Most of them were rescued from Acacia territory, while the rest are hunters who happened to be there and provided us with their aid." Hua Qingxi immediately understood after hearing this and stated with a nod, "I understand. Everyone, please follow me." There were so many refugees, so it was impossible to settle them all on the star boundary. In fact, the star boundary could no longer accept any more people. The logistics department had already arranged the cultivators who had come from other great territories to other places. Yang Xiao and the others wanted to slip into the crowd and disappear, but they were caught by Yang Kai. "You're not going anywhere." A look of misery immediately took over Yang Xiao's face as he shot a glance towards Yang Shui. however, how could Yang Shui dare to raise her voice? Her parents were right here, so acting cute to her big brother would be useless. As for Zhao Yi Bai and the others, they obediently lowered their heads like baby chicks. Yang Kai then shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, this Yang has just returned home from a long journey. I'm sorry, but I won't be entertaining any of you. I'll visit you another day." A seventh-order old man from some cave heaven paradise stated, putting on a smile, "Sir Yang is too polite, you can go about your own business. We are now members of the star boundary, so we can catch up later." Seniority-wise, he was many generations older than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was currently in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and was also an army commander. Even the sect masters of the cave heavens and paradises dared not put on airs before him. Addressing him as Sir was not inappropriate. Yang Kai nodded in response before wrapping everyone around him in his world force and heading to the star boundary. A short while later, an auspicious aura basked high heaven palace, causing many disciples in retreat to start breaking through in succession. Those who could see fate and fortune saw an obscure, enormous golden dragon encompassing high heaven palace from afar. They could not help but marvel at this sight. High heaven palace is really something. They are enjoying 30% of the star boundary's fortune. It was foreseeable that in the future, masters would emerge from high heaven palace one after another, and would continue to do so for some time. In the past, the auspicious aura around high heaven palace was much stronger than other places in the star boundary already, but now, with Yang Kai's return, that auspicious aura grew even stronger. It was as if the entire star boundary was celebrating his return. Even the world tree clone towering in the star boundary rustled happily. The area within a range of 100,000 kilometers of the world tree clone was considered a holy land of the entire human race. This region was demarcated by High Heaven Palace, and only the most outstanding young generation disciples were allowed to cultivate here because it was easier to comprehend the various grand Daoists in the vicinity of the world tree. Even healing effects here were much better than anywhere else. The seriously wounded who had retreated from the front lines would also be sent here to recuperate. At this moment, on a certain spirit peak in High Heaven Palace, where Yang Kai's parents lived, a group of people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was back, so were Yu Ru Meng and the others. Even Yang Xiao and the other little ones had been caught and brought back. The spirit peak, which was usually deserted, suddenly started bustling with activity. Looking at the buzzing crowd, Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu glanced at each other as a smile appeared on their lips. After so many years, this place finally looked like a real home again. Yu Ru Meng and the others got busy preparing a family banquet, while Yang Kai accompanied his parents, chatting non-stop with them. No one talked about the current situation of the human race, nor did Yang Kai's parents ask about his recent experiences, because they did not need to ask. They knew that their son must have gone through a lot. Yang Xiao and others also wanted to help out, but just as they went to do so, they were reprimanded by Yu Ru Meng. Helpless, they had no choice but walk to one side in embarrassment, staring at each other in speechless dismay. Endless sighs escaped Yang Kai's lips, watching everyone and making small talk with his parents. The noise and cruelty of the battlefield seemed so far away at this moment. This rare warmth could make anyone forget oneself and not want to leave. His parents were both 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, but it had been ages since they advanced to the 5th Order. After so many years of cultivation, they were on the verge of breaking through to the 6th Order. Only, his parents' aptitude was not that great, and the further their cultivation progressed, the harder it became for them to advance. If they want to break through to the 7th Order, they would need many more years. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu were still very satisfied. They were also among the first generation of people to receive the World Tree's feedback. In fact, had it not been for the World Tree clone's feedback, it would have been difficult for them to even advance directly to the 4th Order with their past aptitude. They would have probably had to settle for reaching the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm. Currently, they were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and with high status and weighty responsibilities. Although Yang Shui was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, she was about to advance to 7th Order and had a lot of room for growth. Furthermore, all of their daughters-in-law were in the 7th Order. So, what was there to be dissatisfied about? The two had never been insatiably greedy. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-59, Small Talk. The Spirit Peak was overflowing with joy and happiness. Most of the time, it was Dong Su-ju who was speaking. Yang Yingfeng did not say much. Their chat included the interesting events that had taken place in the star boundary over the years. Like, when two elders of some cave heaven or paradise fought with each other over a disciple, only to end up being taken advantage of by others. This kind of thing had happened before. Only, when Yang Kai was here, the World Tree Clone's feedback had only just appeared, and was not as marvelous as it was now. Like, when a native disciple of the star boundary with outstanding aptitude was acknowledged as Great Emperor a few years ago. Or how a gorgeous disciple of High Heaven Palace made their fellow brothers compete with each other for her favor. Yang Kai calmly listened with a smile. High Heaven territory was the last pure land of the human race. Feeling the warmth he had not felt for a very long time, Yang Kai suddenly understood the feelings of the 9th Order old ancestors who had sacrificed their lives that day. They wanted to protect this final paradise at any cost, because this was the future hope of the human race. Unfortunately, warm moments were always too short. Yang Kai did not stay with his parents for long. After attending the family banquet, he left Yu Ru Meng and the others with his parents and departed. He still had many things to attend to. Yang Kai was sitting up straight in the main conference hall of High Heaven Palace, listening to Hua Qingxi explain the star boundary's current situation. The star boundary could now be said to be the most important rear base of the human race, because of the World Tree Clone. The current star boundary was truly an open heaven realm cradle, with a large number of them being born every year, each one extremely talented in their own right. Most of these people would advance straight to 5th Order or 6th Order, while occasionally, one or two would advance straight to 7th Order. These rare few would be treated as precious treasures by the cave heavens and paradises. More than 1,000 years ago, the cave heavens and paradises had founded their own Dao temples on the star boundary, laying claim to vast stretches of territory. Over the years, a balance of power in the star boundary had been maintained by High Heaven Palace as the leader, and other local sects and cave heavens and paradises Dao temples acting as supports. This power balance had not changed much for nearly a millennium. A few decades ago though, when the human race suffered defeat on the barren territory battlefield, cultivators from various great territories all migrated to High Heaven territory. It was quite hectic back then as too many people had suddenly arrived, and more kept on coming. Fortunately, the cave heavens and paradises had stepped in to manage the situation, otherwise the star boundary would have been in total chaos. The star boundary's name had spread far and wide long ago, and at that time, all the cultivators who had lost their homes all naturally wanted to settle down in the star boundary, but the star boundary was only so big and could not accommodate so many people. In the end, masters from the various cave heavens and paradises came forward and allowed various forces to set up temporary palaces in the vicinity of the star boundary, but all the forces of a territory were only allowed to set up one such palace. Since they could not enter the star boundary, staying in its periphery was not a bad idea. At the very least, they would be able to benefit from some of the feedback from the World Tree Clone. Furthermore, the forces that had migrated from all over 3,000 worlds were promised that if their outstanding disciples chose to enter any of the cave heavens or paradises Dao temples to cultivate, they would be allowed to do so as long as they passed certain tests. These tests were neither easy nor difficult, but only true geniuses could pass them. Over the years, some people had passed these tests and entered the various Dao temples, but their numbers weren't that high. With these kinds of arrangements, the initial chaos was finally settled. Yang Kai suddenly understood, no wonder there were so many universe fragments in the periphery of the star boundary, they were arranged by the combined effort of various forces of the great territories. When he had returned, Yang Kai noticed numerous universe fragments of various sizes floating around the star boundary. Furthermore, there were many palaces and buildings erected on these universe fragments. Obviously, cultivators were living on them. Yang Kai could not understand why there were so many universe fragments present, but after listening to Hua Qingxi's explanation, he finally understood. The cave heavens and paradises ate the meat, while the forces that had migrated could only settle for the soup. There was no other alternative though. The Tao Temple's domain had already occupied a large portion of the star boundary, and far too many forces had migrated to high heaven territory, so the star boundary could not accommodate all of them. Hua Qingxi concurred with a nod as a bitter smile appeared on her face as she continued, if the demon territory's environment wasn't so unsuitable, many would have been more than happy to settle there. There were not many universe worlds suitable for habitation and cultivation in high heaven territory. Apart from the star boundary, there was the demon realm. The latter had been shattered many years ago, and Yang Kai had used his embodiment to activate the heaven-devouring battle law and reassemble all those shattered pieces. In terms of cultivation environment, the demon realm was naturally inferior to the star boundary. Furthermore, the demon realm was rich in demon qi. Myriad demons' heaven disciples should like it very much. Likewise, cultivators who cultivated demon techniques would not reject it, but for most cultivators, the demon realm was simply not suitable to live in. The numbers don't match though. How come there are so few migrated cultivators here? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Although there were many palaces in the vicinity of the star boundary, those could only house so many cultivators, far fewer than the total number who had migrated here from the other great territories. Hua Qingxi explained, the number of cultivators living in the palaces in the periphery of the star boundary is small because most others were settled in the new great territory. There are many more suitable universe worlds in the new great territory for habitation. Whether it is the world energy, world force, or even the grand Tao or material resources there, they can be well suited for varying forces. Yang Kai understood right away. The small stone race he had was discovered in the new great territory. This great territory was only accidentally discovered about a millennium ago, and humans from the other great territories had never set foot into it. The void was truly vast, so a great territory could remain undiscovered as breaching the territory barriers was no simple feat. Over the past 1,000 years or so, High Heaven Palace had worked hard to develop the new great territory and reaped quite a lot of benefits from it. During that time, the new great territory had been under High Heaven Palace's sole control, with the cave heavens and paradises unable to intervene in it. But now, in order to accommodate all the refugees, there was no choice but to open up the new great territory. Be that as it may, if the new great territory had any treasures, they had already been snatched up by High Heaven Palace during their 1,000-year development period. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Follow me, let's take a trip to the new great territory." Huan Qingxi instantly obeyed, "Yes." Yang Kai had learned a bit about the star boundary from Yu Rumeng and his other wives, but that information was mainly obtained during pillow talks. Now that he had personally returned, he naturally had to obtain a better understanding of the star boundary situation. "I heard you have 200 disciples hidden here." Yang Kai suddenly remembered this matter. Hua Qingxi nodded her affirmation, "Yes, I have reported this to the Supreme Headquarters, and also received their permission." After saying so, she added, "But not just High Heaven Palace has done so, the cave heavens and paradise's good seedlings who advance straight to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm have basically all been sequestered here. Only, their disciples are fewer than ours." High Heaven Palace had many disciples because of the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of Yang Kai's small universe. Even if the cave heavens and paradises stashed away some disciples, they did not have such unique conditions to benefit from. "Does Palace Master think it's inappropriate?" Huan Qingxi asked. Yang Kai shook his head in denial. "It's not about whether it is appropriate or not, but, never mind, we'll discuss it later, I have my own considerations." He had always felt that a diligent cultivator who remained in a greenhouse would never have much potential. He then turned to look at bustling World Great Emperor, who was drinking tea by the side, and stated with a smile, after so many years, your cultivation has become quite profound, Sir Hongchen. Duan Hongchen glanced at him and refuted, smiling, even so, I can't compare to you. How did you reach the 8th order so quickly? Yang Kai had broken through to the open heaven realm a little earlier than the other great emperors, but they had advanced directly to the 6th order, while Yang Kai had advanced to the 5th order. There was a difference of an order between them and Yang Kai at the start. Over these years, the cultivation of the star boundaries great emperors had advanced at an astonishing pace. Each and every one of them had reached the 7th order, and Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen had already reached the peak of the 7th order open heaven realm. Originally, Duan Hongchen believed that their cultivation must have surpassed Yang Kai's. After all, Yang Kai had been fighting on the black ink battlefield. But much to their surprise, Yang Kai had reached the 8th order by the time he returned, making him even stronger than the great emperors who had been stationed at the star boundary. Duan Hongchen was very puzzled about this. I obtained a certain opportunity, Yang Kai casually replied. The next moment, his expression turned serious as he asked, Sir Hongchen, is the World Tree Clone's feedback useful to you? Considering everything, Duan Hongchen and the others had advanced to the open heaven realm just over 1,000 years ago, but all of them had now reached the 7th order. This was a huge improvement. If it was any other open heaven realm master, it would have been impossible to show so much improvement in such a short time, no matter how outstanding his or her aptitude was. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai believed that the reason was the World Tree Clone's feedback. In the past, he had also borrowed the star boundary's power to resist his enemies, because he was a great emperor acknowledged by the star boundary's will. As a result, he greatly improved in a short time with the help of the star boundary's world force. Borrowing strength like this consumed the world force of the star boundary, but it also strengthened one's foundation greatly. This was equivalent to seizing the star boundary's foundation. It was quite beneficial to oneself, and could save a great deal of time in cultivation, but for the star boundary, it was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, the star boundary being the goose. Duan Hongchen and the others understood this point, and with their sense of righteousness, they would never do something like harming others for the sake of their own benefit. So, their rapid progress must have something to do with the World Tree Clone's feedback. Duan Hongchen nodded his agreement. It's useful, very useful. I didn't notice it at first, but with the increase in the World Tree Clone's feedback these past years, we discovered that our heritages increased much more rapidly than average. Furthermore, as great emperors, our small universe's world force should be denser than others. So, we should be stronger than other cultivators in the same realm. The world force became denser with the increase in his cultivation. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was true for him as well. There was a World Tree Clone in his small universe, which was why his cultivation was much faster than before. Furthermore, the World Tree Clone had the effect of purifying world force, so it naturally made his world force denser. Although Duan Hongchen and the other great emperors did not have World Tree Clones in their small universes, they were star boundary great emperors, so the World Tree Clone being in the star boundary was naturally beneficial to them. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai. No wonder bustling world great emperor's cultivation had improved so quickly. In the final analysis, it was all thanks to the World Tree Clone. The source of the World Tree Clone's feedback was energy siphoned from other universe worlds and then transferred to the star boundary, allowing the latter's fortune and auspicious aura to flourish while its grand Tao was further tempered. This way, both enlightenment and cultivation became easier for the residents of the star boundary. Be that as it may, there was a limit to this kind of extraction, and it was not without restrictions. So, when Yang Kai asked the old tree to bestow him with more World Tree Clones, the latter had only given him 3. If the old tree had given him more, not to mention if the old tree could sustain them or not, the feedback effect would have also substantially decreased.